Chapter 41. Now Huta, the glorious jewel in the crown of the Hutt Syndicate, a symbol of the grandeur of their great enterprise, and a glimpse of the empire they once ruled long ago. The world that told you everything you needed to know about the Hutt clans and their business. Avaryss was not impressed. Her first real glimpse of Nal Huta had been in the shuttle coming down from Nar Shaddaa. She would have preferred to arrive aboard her Fury, but the Hutts would not allow warships to touch down on their planet, empire or otherwise, and since the neutrality treaty the Hutts enjoyed needed to be upheld, Avaryss once again found herself riding in a shuttle down to the planet's surface. It had been understandably nerve-wracking, considering how her shuttle ride down to Hoth had ended, but this time things went off without incident. She watched as the bloated yellow and brown world filled the viewport. Its oily surface was a stain against the blackness of space, much like the gangsters themselves. According to what she had heard, Nal Huta was not the original homeworld of the slug-like creatures, just a world they had seized. Few of the original inhabitants remained, but their numbers were fewer and fewer each year. In time they would slip into history with barely a whisper, and the Hutts would truly be the masters of this world. As for the planet's surface, the Hutts had spent years transforming their new homeworld into their ideal version of paradise. It was far from what Avaryss would consider paradise, but then again, she was no Hutt. What she considered beautiful, and what the slugs did was two entirely different things. They broke through the atmosphere and skimmed over the smoggy swamp gas-filled sky. The palaces of various gangsters popped up through the swamps like metallic implants on diseased skin. Around each had grown small settlements where the Hutt servants lived and labored. According to Mr. Rank, most Hutts saw their servants as property, even if they weren't slaves. A Hutt would not allow anyone under his control to be too far away from his master. They hoarded their people just like they hoarded their credits. It was never a good thing to find yourself in the thrall of a Hutt. Now, she sat in the back of a swamp speeder while Rink maneuvered them through yet another of the stagnant marshlands that made up the Hutt capital's surface. Strange-winged creatures screamed overhead as they continued their journey, on their way to meet with the Hutt that did the most business with the Empire, or rather with House Feer and her allies. She hoped that the slug would prove useful. She wrinkled her nose as the speeder flew past other Hutt structures. Varric sat in the passenger seat next to Rink, keeping his eyes out for any trouble. Though they presented a united front to outsiders, Hutts were not above trying to embarrass their rivals by arranging accidents for high-priority guests. It was not so different among the Sith, she realized, though we tend to be cleaner when we wish to embarrass a rival. In the seat next to her sat Quinaya. The Devish girl had been silent since Hoth. Through the Force, Avaryss could sense her indecision. The young Sith had hoped that exposing the girl to the dark side, letting her see the power that could be hers, would be enough to draw her deeper down the dark path. So far, she had been disappointed. Perhaps I was wrong about this one, she thought. Perhaps it will become necessary to remove her. She nodded thoughtfully to herself. She hated wasting resources, but if that is what it took, that is what it took. Quinaya would join the Sith, or she would die. Succeed or perish. There could be no middle ground. She had brought the girl along to test her resolve, to see how she reacted in the presence of the Hutts, a group that the Republic continued to court the favor of. She wanted the girl to see that the Empire and the Republic were not so different. Both were willing to go to great length to secure the future, even if it meant making alliances with creatures such as these. What are we knowing about this Nero the Hutt? The girl asked. Is he being a friend or foe? He is neither, she replied. He is simply a Hutt who has proven open to Imperial advances. Therefore we must try to cultivate his favor. As you say, the alien girl responded, her emotions hidden from Avaryss. It did little to endure her in the young Sith's eyes. In truth, though, she found herself sharing her fellow's concern. From what War Master Feer had told her, Nero was not the most powerful Hutt on the planet. Many of the old guard gangster lord viewed him as an upstart, taking his stance on the Empire as a weakness, and did little to aid his advancement because of that. It made her question the wisdom of seeking him out in the first place, but her master had been adamant. The slug had his uses. Do not underestimate Nero the Hutt. Apprentice, Lord Feer had advised her. He has never been a big player in the Hutt clans, but he is ambitious, and he is our way into the Hutt cartel, and will be even more valuable to us when the Empire finally deals with the Republic. Her master had grinned. He will help you find what you need. As you wish, my master, she had replied. She hoped her master was right about this. Nero was his contact after all. He was only willing to act so far on the advice of a rival. Her master was understandably skeptical about this latest deal offered by Darth Baris, even more so that he had chosen to offer it to his apprentice rather than bring the information straight to him. It had fallen to her to put her master's mind at ease, to make sure he did nothing rash to jeopardize what they were about to attempt. If Baris thinks to turn me against you, he is wasting his time, Avaryss assured him. She kept her eyes downcast, not rising from her bended knee. A daughter would never turn against her father. Baris clearly does not understand how deep our connection to each other goes. Feer had nodded. She sensed acceptance from her master, buying what she was telling him. Good. He has always viewed his apprentices as disposable commodities, Feer agreed. It is the reason he has so few lords in his service. They know what type of man he is. And I know what type of man you are, my master, Avaryss thought. That is how I'm able to keep you blind to what I'm really after. She was eager for the day to come that she could stop playing the loyal apprentice, when she could resume her true feelings towards the man who had taken her family from her. For now, though, she needed to be patient. No empire was built in a day after all. We are approaching Lord Nero's dwelling, my lord, Baris called over her shoulder. You should prepare yourself for this meeting. Avaryss smiled. Her brother did not need to tell her that. She slipped on her mask and helmet, pulling up the hood of her cloak. It had been Rink's idea that she meet with Nero so armored. He thought it would make things go more smoothly. You can't afford to let this Nero think he is your superior, boss, Rink had advised. I never got a chance to interact with the slugs much during my time on Nar Shadda, but when I did, I noticed one thing above all others. And that is, she had asked. Hutts seem to have a craving for what non-Hutts consider beautiful, and I'm not simply talking art or luxury items either. You will often see a Hutt in the company of beautiful slaves, male and female both. I'm not really sure why they do so, but from what I saw, they seem to equate what we consider beautiful as either lesser than they, or weak. Avaryss thought that she might have an idea of why the Hutts behave so. It was not about the appreciation of beauty, but about status. Hutts knew what their non-Hutt rivals desired, so they sought it out to prove their own superiority. By possessing such beauty, they proved their grandness, and when it came to destroying such possession, it served as an example. It showed their ruthlessness. An enemy would no doubt learn quickly just how much they were worth in the eyes of a Hutt. They would see the creatures destroy something of great beauty as if it was nothing. Some saw that as power. She did not. It was nothing compared to the power of the Force. Still, the former street rat might have a point. You think my looks may work against me, Rink? She inquired. He shrugged. You are an attractive young woman, boss. You don't want some Hutt lord using that against you. You don't want him to think that you are just some pretty thing that your boss is parading before him. Show your power first, and things will go much easier for you, trust me. Avaryss had smirked when she heard that. Attractive am I? You consider me attractive, Mr. Rink. I thought your heart belonged to your Twi'lek girl. He had smiled then. Simple art appreciation, boss, he replied. I can recognize beauty without lusting over it. It is the equivalent of seeing a speeder that I really like, one that I could never afford in 100 years. Avaryss had laughed at that. Stay loyal to me, Rink, and you will be quite surprised by what you can afford by the time our game is done. He acknowledged that with a slight nod. Rink may have been a fool about some things, but in this he had been wise. He knew who was likely to give him what he wanted. Avaryss was the key to his success. He was smart enough not to jeopardize that. The swamp speeder made his final turn, entering a small walled courtyard with several large docks. 2 large porcine Gamorrean guards stood waiting on the end of one, each with a vibro axe in hand. Avaryss smiled. They had entered the lair of Nero the Hutt. Now it begins, she thought. Showtime. The large tan domes of Nero's palace rose up like three boils from the swampy landscape. Avaryss and her party were quickly ushered inside. The largest dome served as the Hutt's audience chamber and throne room, rising up almost 3 stories tall, and lit sparsely, casting many shadows. The Hutt's dwelling was a court of shadows. Avaryss reached out with the force, feeling the menace of this place, the sense of foreboding and helplessness. It was a sensation that she had been feeling since her arrival on this planet. The Hutt seemed to encourage it in others, even feed off it. She supposed that that was why they had never truly shut the door on Empire, that in the lure of Sith credits. Though it was dark, she could make out the denizens that made up the Hutt's court, a collection of rogues and thugs, bounty hunters and hired guns she suspected, as well as the Othral Seeker. Places like this often attracted such rabble. Most were alien, Aqualish, Corran, Rhodian, Gamorrean, even a few human or humanoid species, all armed to the teeth. She was surprised that the Hutt allowed so many weapons in his court, but then again, if not for Nero, what would these creatures have? To the right of the throne, on a pile of giant crimson-colored pillows, lounged 12 young women, all lithe, beautiful, and scantily clad humans, Twi'leks, Rhodians, Celestins, and what might have been an identical pair of Cathar females, their markings making them almost indistinguishable from the other. Avaryss sensed little from these. Their emotions were dull in the force, as if in a dream. Their surface thoughts were of the softness of the pillows or the feel of the silk on their bare skin. They were completely relaxed, but not really acknowledging what was going on around them. Drugged. It was possible. She had seen such things before. The Sith were not above drugging their own pleasure slaves. It made them more pliable, less likely to be disagreeable. Such is the fate of the weak, the darkness whispered in the back of her mind. Their beauty is all they are. They are nothing. They deserve to be nothing. Avaryss felt nothing for these. She might have pitied them once, but now. She smiled. I'm making progress. The less compassion I feel, the better. It will make things easier when I finally do ascend to my master's throne. A single dull yellow light shone down on the high dais. It was here that the Hutt had made his throne, though throne was not really the proper name for it. It was just a large flat stone platform, a platform with a long single railing on its far right side. It was here that the Hutt Lord lounged, puffing contentedly from a pipe attached to a large hookah. As they entered, a broad-shouldered human emerged from the shadows. His arms and legs hinted at a career as an enforcer, but it was clear from his growing belly that he had been indulging in the pleasure of a high office in the Hutt service. His features were squat and ugly, his greasy blonde hair slicked back tight against his rounded skull. The man smiled, showing a mouth full of gold teeth. "Welcome, Sith," he called out. "I'm Tom Istris, Major Domo to His Splendid Highness, the Might Nero." The Major Domo bowed respectfully. "I bid you greetings in the name of our most splendid master." Avaryss nodded slightly, first to the Hutt and to his toady. "Mighty Nero," she said, "in the name of my master Darth Feer, Lord of the Itae and Zon systems, I thank you for granting me this audience." She smiled beneath her mask. "It was most generous of you." Nero the Hutt chuckled. A slight wave of revulsion washed over Avaryss. This creature did little to endear himself to her. The splendid Nero was small for a Hutt, slimmer than the ones she had seen in the spaceport after landing on the planet. His skin was a dark yellow hue, mottled with green markings. She suspected that this creature could move quickly when he needed. His small wattled arms were quite thick, hinting of muscle that had not gone to seed from days of lounging in his palace. Like other Hutts, he wore no garments, only a large monocle in his right eye, perhaps some direct data feed device. She thought she saw symbols flash across its surface. They were cold indeed, those eyes, cold and full of menace, large blue eyes that peered out from beneath the heavy brow. The Hutt's wide frog-like mouth was mottled with brown spittle of green slime. Its lips twitched as he looked at her. Avaryss tried not to quail under that gaze. A large purple tongue slithered out and ran along that wide, hungry mouth, the lips twisting into what might have been a smile. The Hutt rumbled a laugh and said something in Huttese. Amidst smiled. My glorious master offers you thanks for your courtesy and applauds your manners. It is a rare thing in these troubled times. Avaryss did not stop smiling. Liar, she thought. Before coming here, Holly had made some modifications to the sonic dampeners that Avaryss wore in her ears. Normally the devices served merely to mute loud noises, a necessary function given the damage her hearing had suffered during a botched interrogation on Korriban. Now they served a new purpose, and equally as useful. I've installed translators into your earpieces, the changeling engineer had informed her, and I've programmed them for Huttese. The red-haired woman smiled. Could come in quite useful. In this, Holly seemed to have been proven right. Those modifications were functioning perfectly. What the Hutt had really said was, does this slip of a creature think to scare me? Feer says he is sending a Sith, but it is a little girl that arrives. Black armor and masks might work on the slaves that think them gods, but not me. Find out why Feer's lackey is here servant, before I grow bored. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. A little girl was she. She was tempted to give the arrogant Hutt a demonstration of her powers. If he was growing bored, she was certain that she could spice things up, perhaps choke him through the power or the force, or perhaps a life drain spell on his slimy hide, and see how long it took to drain away a few years of him mid-begotten life. Hold your temper, her conscience chided. You still need him, at least for now. There will be time to answer slights later. Avaryss silently acknowledged that fact. She would be patient for now. Great Nero, Avaryss said respectfully, I come here seeking an enemy of the Empire. One who has sponsored terrorist acts against my fellow Sith. The Rodian known as Gubik of the Republic Senate is believed to be here on Nal Huta. I come on a mission of delivering him to Imperial justice. The Hutt did not wait for any translation from his servant. His booming voice again rang out in Huttese. She thinks me blind and dumb, this one. She is insolent, and lucky she stands for our friend Lord Feer. Tell the little Sith that we are aware of Vaga's pawn, servant. Tell her that she will need more of that pretty words if she wishes to take this one's life. The Hutt belched loudly. I doubt this piece of silken floss will survive 10 minutes against Vaga's men. She will likely be left broken and lounging beside the old slug's throne, just like my pretties here. Great Nero has heard your master's request, and looked into the matter, Amidst informed her. The one you seek is currently a guest of the illustrious Vaga, a powerful and well-connected lord of the Hutt clans. Amidst bowed his head. Master Nero believes you will have some difficulty seeing to the man's punishment. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Clearly the Hutt did not understand exactly who or what he was dealing with. The Force granted many abilities. Even a powerful Hutt lord would be wise not to provoke her. Your master's concern is appreciated, Avaryss replied diplomatically. I will use caution in dealing with this matter, but I will need to know where Representative Gubik can be found. That is what my master paid for, yes. The Hutt laughed. The Sith whore thinks she will just waltz in and stick her lightsaber through him, is that it? Amusing. Tell her about the Rodian's trick, servant. Tell her why it will not be as easy as she thinks. Listen well, Sith, the major domo said. We have learned through our sources that Representative Gubik is no fool. The man pressed a button on his wrist guard. A hologram of a group of Rodians shimmered into existence between Avaryss and the Hutt. The young Sith took notice of what she was seeing. 4 Rodians, all dressed identically, all with the same type of skin, and surprisingly, the same facial markings. The representative never travels alone, Amidst continued. He travels with a full company of bodyguards, plus 3 decoys. When the representative is traveling, it is these decoys that aid him in his work. They are said to be indistinguishable from their master, possessing the same mannerism and vices. It is even said that they speak almost identically. Finding the real representative will likely prove difficult. Avaryss considered that. If what the Hutt said was true, then things just got tricky. If she picked the wrong one, the real representative would get wind of what had happened and flee, leaving her with nothing for her trouble. Despite his insolence, the Hutt was not wrong. This hunt would not be easy. Does the great Nero have any ideas how to smoke out the real representative? Avaryss inquired. It would truly be a shame to come all this way and end up with nothing. Nero licked his lips. He seemed a bit agitated. She thought she saw a flicker on his monocle, some kind of update from the data feed building perhaps. It seems that the fortune smiles on Lord Feer's pawn, the Hutt said to his servant. The gambit that we started after hearing from her lord has finally bore fruit. Tell the girl what she must hear. Servant, we will need to end this meeting quickly if we are to take full advantage. Lord Nero has anticipated your request, and has seen to it. Tom Istrus informed her. A plan has been set in motion that will aid the Sith in her work here on Huta. Avaryss listened as the Hutt's man outlined what he had done for her. Surprisingly, it was not that bad of a plan. Nero had arranged for Vaga the Hutt to receive false reports of his off-world holdings being attacked. When word of this got back to him, the old Hutt would respond much as anyone would to be set upon by his enemies. He would lock down his holdings and secure what he valued, including anyone who might be his guest at that time. The Rhodian representative would fall into that category. Vaga has done this before, Sith, Istrus assured her. When he does, he has also insisted on a complete communications blackout to ensure that no enemy could slice into his comm systems and give this forces false orders or misinformation. The blackout only ends when Vaga sends one of his lieutenants to make the rounds and inform the various captains that the danger has passed. Istrus smiled confidently. That should give you the time you need to extract the one you seek. Avaryss nodded. If what the Hutt was telling her was the truth, it was possible. It could work. How long would it take this Vaga to realize that he is being deceived? How long will this blackout last? We can't offer the Sith a 10-hour window, no more. The great Vaga's minions understand their lord's anger. They will work quickly. Time is credits to the Hutt clans. They will seek to restore order as fast as they can. Then I will need to move fast, she thought. The splendid Nero has learned the location of 4 of the great Vaga safe houses here on Huta. I'm downloading it now to your data pad. You will find your prey there, both the representative and his decoys. What kind of security force will the great Vaga use? Soldiers culled from the ranks of his own forces, Istrus assured her. Such men should be no problem for a Sith. As for the representative's personal guard, the splendid Nero cannot say for sure about them. Tell the Sith child that she is on her own if she gets in trouble, Nero spat. I will not waste my own men if she gets in trouble. She fails. She will be left to Vaga's mercies. The Hutt chuckled. That will not be pleasant for her. The mighty Nero is sad to inform you that he will not be able to offer aid if you get in trouble. Our own forces will be engaged elsewhere, and will not be able to come to your aid if you need it. Avaryss smirked. She had expected little else. She suspected that Nero was using her to sell his own plan. When she attacked these safe houses, this Vaga the Hutt would believe that the reports he was getting from off-world were real. If she failed, Nero would no doubt throw her under the land speeder. Any blame would be shifted to the Sith Empire. It could threaten the treaties between the Hutts and the Emperor, but Avaryss did not think it would. Darth Feer would not come to her aid either if she was defeated by one such as these. He would likely deem her unworthy of further training. He would not sacrifice his position in the Empire. She was fine with that. She had no intention of failing. She also recognized the fact that she would not be able to leave any witnesses behind. If she picked the wrong safe house and found only a decoy, she would need to slay him and everyone else there. It was the best way to ensure that the treaty between the Hutts and the Sith remained intact. She would use the Force to try and pick the right one, but that could be chancy. The will of the Force was not always the will of the Sith that wielded it. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. If she picked wrong, she would need to slay everyone, not just the guards, but the servants and their families as well, if any existed there. Such a realization would have daunted her in the past, but now. Avaryss smiled. The bloodletting back on Hoth had caused a stirring in her blood. The dark side had awoken fully during that raid. If it did so again here, she would not turn away from it. She would embrace its power. She was looking forward to it. Inform the mighty Nero that he has my thanks. Now, I shall gather my forces, she informed the Hutt's lackey. We shall begin the attacks immediately. The Hutt laughed and rumbled a response. Hopefully the whore does not march to her death, Nero cackled. It would be a shame to waste such pretty flesh. The great Nero wishes you good hunting, Sith, his man said. May your enemies fall before you. Avaryss chuckled. Don't worry, she said with a slight bow. They will. Chapter 42. 4. Avaryss glared down at the Rodian. The creature lay on the ground whimpering, holding the stump that had once been his right hand. Her lightsaber had cauterized the wound, but that did not change the fact that the alien had been left in exquisite pain. Good, she thought. Sadly, it was the only thing she could take pleasure in this moment. 4 Vaga the Hutt's safe houses had they raided. 4 sets of guards they had fought through, both the Hutt's men and the representatives. This final strike should have been the end of her mission here. Representative Gubik should have been on his knees before her, begging for his life. That had not occurred. It seemed that Nero the Hutt's information had been wrong. 3 decoys, he had said, 3 lookalikes that representative traveled with, she had already killed 3. Yet now, she had discovered a 4th. She finally cornered the fool in the main office of the casino where he had tried to hide. The place had been cleared of any customers before the attack had begun, meaning that Avaryss and her crew had only needed to deal with the remaining thugs and guards the Hutt had trusted to watch over this place. They had not been enough, and neither had the representative's final decoy. He had fared no better than his fellows. The first 3 had fought with their men, using blasters to try and stop the Sith and her people's advance. Rhodia was a world of hunters and vicious clan politics. The decoys had apparently all been recruited from within the representative's own clan, and they had no problem dying if it meant taking an enemy with them. In fact, they considered such a death an honor, slain for kith and clan, that sort of romantic nonsense. When confronted with defeat, the decoys had tried to set off the suicide vests they had been wearing, nasty little tricks, rigging them with explosives, turning them into living frag mines. The first had been a surprise. After that, Avaryss and her crew had become more cautious and dealt with the Rodian's people accordingly. She had expected this last Rodian not to be wearing one. She had expected that a Republic politician would not throw away his life so recklessly. She had been surprised. The creature had tried to blow himself up and to take her with him. Only by removing his hand had she prevented both their deaths. It was only as he lay at her feet, cradling his damaged arm, that he confessed that he was not the real representative Gubik either. He was just another decoy. 4 of them, she thought, her temper boiling beneath the surface. Where in the Emperor's name is the real one? In fact, what was a representative of the Republic even doing here in the first place? The 4 safe houses doubled as business interests that your typical Republic type would not have wanted to be linked with. The first had been a spice processing center, the second an armory storing chemical weapons, the third had been a slave market, and the 4th a brothel and gambling hall. She had not expected the so-called freedom-loving Republic to wish to be linked with such enterprises. Then again, it was not like they had much choice, did they? The Republic needed Hutt support as much as the Empire did. How far would the Empire go to secure the Hutt's continued cooperation? She glared down at the wounded decoy, eager to begin questioning him, wanting to find out where the real representative Gubik was. She did not get the chance. The force shifted suddenly. She was almost overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. She was just about to order her crew to fall back when Rink rushed into the room. The former street rat radiated panic and fear. What now? She almost growled. Rink, gasping for breath, informed her. We're in trouble, boss, he wheezed. The Hutt that owns this place, Vaga, I think his name is. He is outside with his boys, and he does not look happy. Avaryss frowned. No. How was that even possible? They were under a communications blackout. Lord Nero had given them a 10-hour window. They had used about 6.5. They should have had almost 3 hours remaining. The blackout should still have been in effect. Neither she nor her people had left any survivors at their first 3 stops. How could the Hutt have gotten here so fast? How could he have known? Quinaya fussed over Rink while Beric made for the door, making sure that the Hutt's men had not followed Rink in here or were setting up an ambush when they emerged. Ever the soldier, her big brother took point and tried to take charge. How many are there, Rink? He demanded. All of them, I think, he said, wiping idly at his mouth. Several hundred at least. Avaryss frowned. Several hundred of the Hutt's enforcers. How would they get out here? She looked around at her crew, her people. Rink was glancing around the room quickly, perhaps seeking some bolt hole or secret escape route. Avaryss feared that there was none. If there had been, the decoy would have used it. Beric radiated a grim acceptance. As a soldier, he had been prepared to face death on the battlefield, even with the odds so stacked against them. She doubted that her big brother would go down without taking at least some of the Hutt's bully boys with him. Quinaya shook her head. Avaryss sensed only regret from her new convert. Once again, Avaryss thought she made a mistake bringing her along. Perhaps she simply should have slain the girl with her fellows back in that Jedi enclave. The Devish looked at her, her expression one of sadness. And now, she sighed, we are being dead. Avaryss' fingers curled into angry fists. No. The reaction of her people disgusted her. No. Were they facing certain death? It was possible, but at the same time. No. She felt something else, not regret, acceptance, or fear. No, Avaryss felt something else. She felt rage, cold, all-annihilating rage. Betrayal, she thought. We have been betrayed. As an acolyte, she had been lied to from the very beginning. Her master had manipulated her from the very moment she had first chosen to join the Sith Order as a hopeful. She had yet to be able to reward him for that, and now all that rage returned, only now it was Nero and the Hutts that it was directed at. Her eyes blazed with red flame. Nero had lied to them. He had lied about the decoys, and he had lied about the blackout. Somehow Vaga had gotten a message that his interests on an AR Shadow were under attack. Either Nero was a bigger fool than her master thought, or he was playing a different game altogether. Perhaps he had even warned Vaga that they were coming. Perhaps this was all some ruse to make him look better before the rest of his fellow Hutts. Perhaps he had accepted a better offer from one of their enemies, if not a rival Sith, perhaps from a member of the conspiracy. Perhaps they wished to terminate the Sith's non-aggression treaty with the Hutt clans, which would happen when word got back that a Sith had killed a top Hutt crime lord, and that would happen, she thought. Vaga would not enjoy this victory, oh no. He and many of his men were about to die. The room itself began to darken. Her rage was like a building storm. It was a hungry predator ready to be unleashed. You know the words. The darkness within whispered, you know the spell. The death field. You can use the death field. You can consume them all. The idea did have merit. As her rage continued to build, the force opened up to her, the dark side showing her several possible futures. What would come to pass if she did this, or rather what was likely to come to pass. None of the visions she saw pleased her. She died in almost every vision she saw, usually taking this Vaga with her. In the visions where she did survive, she escaped alone, her crew dying in the very inferno she had unleashed to destroy her enemies. Yet, even in victory, Avaryss did not come out a winner. She seemed to always emerge with her body maimed or broken, forced to rely on cybernetics to survive. Her crimson eyes narrowed. Even if she was successful, even if the death field did its work, some of the Hutt scum would escape. They would return to the fallen Lord's fellows, and the Sith would lose the Hutts forever. They would join the Republic not out of a desire for profit, but for revenge, or rather as an excuse to take revenge. It doesn't matter, the darkness within whispered, all that matters is the death of your enemies. You will drown in their blood, and they will know fear. If you must die, do it with your teeth sunk into an enemy's throat. Slay them all. Slay everyone who dares oppose you. Feed the darkness. Avaryss was tempted. It would be so easy simply to let go and give in to her appetite for destruction. She could easily lay waste to all before her. Part of her wanted that, to go out in a blaze of fire and retribution. She. Avaryss took a deep breath and blew it out. With him went any thought of suicide and taking as many of her enemies with her. No. She would not give in. No. What she was considering now were the actions of a common thug, a mere enforcer. She aspired to be more than that. She had to become more than that. A thug would seek to die fighting, a lord. A lord would find a way to turn this to her advantage. In that moment, it felt, changed, like she had reached yet another plateau in her training. The fury and rage was still there, but now she had found the height in perspective to be able to look down on it, to consider other options that had nothing to do with lashing out recklessly. We are in danger, that is true, she thought. But there were alternatives to fighting. The prepared mind aided by the Force could do much. She smiled slightly. She intended to test that theory. She removed her helmet and looked at her crew in turn. She could see it in their eyes. They hoped that she had come up with some type of plan. She had. Now all that remained was to see if the Hutt would listen. "What are we doing, boss?" Rink asked. "You are following me," she said confidently. "Make no sudden moves. Give the Hutt's fools no reason to attack us without order." She marched out of the office, pausing only briefly to consider her next move. "Lieutenant Lilas," she said coldly, "bring the decoy. He has a part to play in this." "Yes, my lord," her brother said with a curt nod. She did not bother to look over her shoulder. Beric would do as he was ordered. As she had thought earlier, he was a good soldier to the end. Now it was all up to her. She needed to convince an angry Hutt to buy what she was selling. If it worked, there was a chance they might all get out of here alive. If not, well, none of them would be alive to know what came next. They emerged from the casino to find the Hutt's army well entrenched around it. Hutt hover skiffs filled the skies, loaded down with dozens of soldiers and mercenaries. Avaryss could feel their eyes upon her, but in that moment, she only had eyes for one, the largest of the skiffs, the one floating before her, just out of range should she have tried to throw her lightsaber. Vaga, the Hutt skiff, the slug-like crime lord, was huge. He easily dwarfed Nero and any of the Hutts she had seen in passing on the way down here. Though before she felt nothing but cold rage, but that was not surprising. Hutts were known to be immune to mind manipulation. The fact that she could feel anything at all suggested just how enraged the old slug was. It would not take much to provoke him into giving the order to slaughter them all. She needed to tread lightly. The Hutt growled something in Huttese. The small silver protocol droid standing next to him translated. "You stand in the presence of the might Vaga." The droid's amplified voice rang out, High Lord of the Hutt cartel, and Master of the Space Ways. "He has only one question for you, you who have transgressed so greatly on his personage this day. Tell me, little Sith, how do you wish to die?" Avaryss could feel her crew at her back. If it did come to a fight, they would do their best. But that was not what she wanted if it did come to a fight. They were lost. No, she needed to do something different. "How do I wish to die?" She repeated dryly. "How about asleep in my own bed? At some obscene old age. That would be nice." Her answer threw the Hutt off his game. She sensed confusion, though it quickly faded, his rage reasserting itself. When he spoke again, it was not using his translator. This time he addressed her himself. "Your humor does not amuse me, Sith," Vaga growled in guttural basic. "You have attacked my interests and slain my men. I will know why, and then I will see you answer for it." Avaryss nodded, a bit surprised if she had to be honest. So the big slugs could speak galactic basic if they had to. The fact that Vaga would address her in such a way was proof that he was taking this matter seriously. At least he had not ordered the attack, not yet anyway. "I fear that we have both been manipulated, Mighty One," she continued, I came here to neutralize an enemy of the Empire, a Rhodian worm who hides behind the Republic Senate. She smiled grimly. I suspect that he did not simply desire a business meeting with you. I think he had another agenda. Vaga growled like a barely contained animal. He continued to pin her with his cold gaze. Yet, he did not give the order for his men to open fire. Despite his desire to see her punished, he held his temper in check, for now. You came for the representative? Why? What has this underling done to warrant such a response from the Empire? As I said, he had sponsored terrorist acts against the Sith Empire. In fact, I'm starting to think that his mission here might have been part of those acts, if His Grandness will allow me to explain. Another pause. She could not really see the Hutt's face, but she was guessing that he was considering what she was saying. Avaryss held back a smile. Yes, she thought. Thanks to the dark side, she finally thought she understood exactly what was going on here. The representative's meeting with Vaga had nothing to do with Republic interests, not in the usual way. By now, the conspiracy knew that someone within the Empire was hunting them, and perhaps had seen an opportunity to act. Gubik had sent in his decoys hoping to provoke a Sith response. A response that Vaga the Hutt would be forced to answer in kind. The temper and vengeful nature of the Hutts was legendary. No doubt the conspiracy had hoped for Avaryss and Vaga to go with their knee-jerk reaction and try to annihilate each other. Not that the Hutts had knees, of course, but that was neither here nor there. The conspirators had wanted blood between the Sith and Hutts. By denying that, she was denying them their victory. That pleased Avaryss greatly. When the Hutt finally responded, much of the anger had gone out of his words. He was still enraged, but his mind was working. What does the representative have to say for himself? Vaga asked. What does he think of all this? Can't say. Avaryss shrugged. The one we found here was a decoy, the others too. Hearing that, it did provoke a reaction. Avaryss felt a brief wave of surprise from the Hutt. All decoys, he said. Yes, Avaryss responded. All four. So it seems. The lean back, a single who sound emerging from the loudspeaker. He did not know, she realized. Now things were starting to get interesting. A simple genetic scan should verify what I'm saying. Great one. The Hutt paused. When she spoke again, his voice was not as cold. Why would the representative send only decoys? The Hutt said, why would he not come himself? Perhaps what is happening here is why, she said. Explain, the Hutt said. The information given me about the representative was off. Perhaps whoever is truly behind this was hoping to lure both of us into a trap. Perhaps we were meant to blindly attack each other, to destroy each other. Perhaps some mutual enemy or rival gains an advantage in having the two of us out of the way. Or perhaps this was all some scheme to end the working relationship between the Empire and the cartel. I can't see there being a possibility. She might have been wrong, but she thought the Hutt may have nodded. Avaryss fought back the urge to giggle. If the conspiracy had been behind this, they had made a mistake. Older Hutts were not always as hot-tempered as their younger counterparts. She had angered Vaga, that is true, but he was at least willing to listen. He was curious of what she had to say. That curiosity may have saved all their lives. Vaga made some sweeping gesture with his hand. All around them, the soldiers that had been targeting Avaryss and her crew began to stand down. They were not withdrawing, but she felt a lowering of the aggression. The safeties of the various blasters being pointed their way were being clicked on. Vaga's skiff approached. Avaryss and her crew did not move as the Hutt's transport touched down in front of them. The Hutt lowered the microphone he was holding. He no longer had need for it. Not when he was meeting with Avaryss face to face. You have attacked my businesses, he said flatly. I do not deny that, she shrugged. A large pudgy hand came up and pointed right at her. You will make this right. Of course, mighty one, she said, bowing slightly. I could offer you credits, but that might seem insulting for one as fabulously wealthy as yourself. She smiled. I have other resources, of course, one that I will offer to you now, as a show of goodwill. And that is, The Hutt sniffed. Careful not to make any sudden movements, Avaryss' hand dipped to her belt and drew a small remote control. She held it up for the Hutt's inspection. "What is this?" he asked, though from the slight narrowing of his eyes, she suspected he already knew. "It is a detonator, my lord. It is connected to the explosives that I set in your other safe houses. I press the red button, and those buildings will cease to exist." The Hutt scowled. "And you admit this to my face? Why?" "To show you that I'm willing to discuss this matter sensibly. I killed your men, yes, but the various weapons, spice, and other commodities are safe, and will remain so once I've given you this detonator." "You would not destroy my property," he said, sounding skeptical. "Only if I have to." "And what of the men you slew?" "Easily replaceable for one as powerful and wealthy as the might Vaga," she answered. "Consider it another matter that we should discuss like sensible beings." The Hutt nodded thoughtfully, no doubt weighing his options. Avaryss bowed her head. Vaga licked his slimy lips with his large wet tongue. "I have ruled for several centuries, Sith. I will not do my enemies' work for them." "I'm pleased to hear that, my lord," she said. "So how shall we proceed? Do we fight, or do we talk business?" She continued to hold out the detonator to Vaga. If he did not take it, she knew how her story would end. The Hutt looked at the detonator and back at her. Several times did he do this. Finally, he reached out and took the detonator. He laughed, a booming hoo sound. "I like this one. She is my kind of scum," the Hutt cackled. "She offers peace while at the same time shows the damage she could do. I can respect that." The Hutt nodded. "You shall join me on my sail barge, little Sith. We shall discuss this matter as reasonable beings. We shall decide how you can make this right." "Gladly, might Vaga," Avaryss said, bowing again. Once again, the wisdom and power of the Hutt clans is on display for all to see. Vaga chuckled and gestured for her to join him. The Hutt barked into the loudspeaker. His soldiers began to fully stand down, lowering their weapons. A second skiff touched down and the soldiers on board disembarked, making way for Avaryss's crew to follow their master back to his sail barge. These soldiers would no doubt secure the casino the Sith had just left, make sure she had not planted any explosives here. They need not have worried. In this, she had been a being of her word. Avaryss watched as the Hutt handed the detonator to one of his bodyguards. The man quickly disabled it. Two others seized the Rhodian decoy and dragged him aboard Vaga's skiff. The Hutt glared down at the alien, clearly not pleased with being manipulated. Avaryss smirked. "I've crossed a threshold today," she thought. She remained her master's apprentice, his sword, but she was also starting to understand that the dark side was not all about crushing one's enemies. Being a lord was not about ruling the weak. It was about knowing how to talk with the strong, to make them obey you, to make them see that it was in their best interest to do so. It was a piece in a much larger puzzle, a puzzle that, once solved, would lead to her ascension. She was pleased. Yes, she would have to give the Hutt something in payment for his slain men, but so what? She had outmaneuvered her enemies and escaped what should have been a death trap. She couldn't wait to tell her master. She had grown today. She was eager to face her next challenge. "I'm ready," she thought. Chapter 43. We will be able to leave now Huta tomorrow, just as soon as the last bit of Lord Vaga's payment arrives. Avaryss tried to keep her tone light, which was not hard given the circumstances. Say what you would about the Hutts, if you were able to get on one's good side, they knew how to take care of you. "Good," War Master Feer said, nodding. His hologram shimmered slightly, interference from yet another fast-moving storm. Avaryss smiled. She was grateful that it was the War Master who had taken her call. Lord Feer would have asked questions about just what Lord Vaga's final payment was, and how Avaryss had acquired the means to pay it. It did not really matter in the long run, as she had told the Hutt. She was not without her resources. A Sith could not survive without a power base, and though it was small, Avaryss was growing. She could afford to let go of some of it, in the interest of continued stability, of course. For the last 3 days she and her crew had been guests of the might Vaga. She had been able to conclude her negotiations with the Hutt early on in her first day here, which meant she had had some time to enjoy the wealth and privilege that those in the Hutt's favor enjoyed. Currently she was lounging by a pool on one several terraces that dotted Vaga's palace, while one of Vaga's servants fanned her from behind. With the exception of Baris, her crew joined her in this brief period of rest and relaxation. Her brother preferred to remain on guard, serving as her bodyguard, still armed and armored, just in case this was some type of trick. She warned him that it was unnecessary. Her force abilities would give them ample warning should things turn ugly, but he insisted. My dear big brother, she thought fondly. It was nice to know that he cared so about her welfare. Rink and Holly were currently swimming, using one of the clear blue water pools the Hutts kept reserved for off-world clients. The pools used by the Hutts themselves tended to be more stagnant and swampy. Within an hour of their arrival, Vaga's minions had prepared much for their amusement and comfort. The Hutts thought of everything when it came to an honored guest, which Avaryss and company apparently now were, considering how generous she had been in making things right between the Hutt and herself. Food, clothing, even other pleasures were on offer. The Hutts were nothing if not generous to their important guests. Avaryss had been polite, but chose not to indulge gluttonously, cautioning her fellows to do the same. Despite Vaga's seemingly free-handed nature, Hutts could be duplicitous. She had no desire to give him anything that he might use to blackmail her later. No, the most risque pleasure she had enjoyed since coming here was sunning herself by the pool. The two-piece swimsuit the Hutt servant provided the most lavish thing she had accepted. Not that she was in any danger of tanning. The dark side had a tendency to leach the color from her skin. Quinaya wore something similar, thought Avaryss did note the slight discomfort the former Jedi felt in simply indulging. Too many years of serving others had made the girl shy when it came to life's pleasures, Avaryss realized. She would need to let go of that shyness. Simply letting go and enjoying life was but one pleasure of being Sith. The devish girl would come to understand that in time. Quinaya lay in a lounging chair next to her, asleep beneath the warm sun. Which was fine. She preferred to speak with War Master Feer unhindered. Have you heard any condemnation from the Hutt Council? The old pure blood asked. Nothing that I've heard. Lord Vaga is willing to let this matter remain a personal one, just as the payment that I offered was. Avaryss chuckled. I get the feeling the old creature does not wish to share his new gains with his fellow Hutts. The old pure blood nodded, but still did not look pleased. I trust the payment was no too unpleasant, Feer said, frowning. Hutts have dark appetites. I trust you were not to do anything you were uncomfortable with. She almost laughed at that. Darth Feer would not have cared what she had to do, as long as the non-aggression treaty was maintained. It was touching that old Feer cared, but Avaryss was not the type to dwell on such sentiment. Emotion was useful only when it fueled her power, or helped her gain what she needed, either from an ally or an adversary. It was no problem, not at all, she said dismissively. We reached an understanding quickly, now all is forgiven. It had not been that simple, of course, but she did not see the need to bore the War Master with the details. He likely thought that she had needed to perform some task for the Hutt, take out a rival perhaps, or steal something that his organization required. She had not needed to be so mundane, not with the tools and resources at her disposal. 1A, K3 had come through for her when she needed him. All she had needed to do was contact him, and he was ready to assist. By using his contacts and her silent position as head of TCS, she had had no trouble in seeing Lord Vaga's needs tended to. Some new service droids for his businesses, a new set of droid brains for her starship. She had offered him access to both at a low flat rate. In the end, he paid half of what such things would have cost him on the open market, black or otherwise. Plus, between her private credit accounts and the few contacts that Lackey had cultivated, things had been handled quickly. Lord Vaga, surprised by how quickly she had gotten things done, realized that she was more than simply a mere apprentice, or a sword for hire. He now sought to cultivate her favor, perhaps seeing her as a Sith on the move, on the way up. Perhaps I am at that, she thought. I've certainly grown since my days on Korriban, both in power and prestige. Now people were starting to take notice. Such a rise would only make things easier as she continued to climb the ranks of the Order. Once they had dealt with the matter of the attack on Vaga's business interests, Avaryss and the Hutt had been free to deal with the matters that had first brought her here to now Huta, namely a certain Republic stooge. The first thing they had done was deal with the matter of Representative Gubik. Vaga was not pleased that the man had chosen to use a decoy in their dealings. The Hutt had used his contacts at the spaceport to make sure that the man's ship was unable to leave the planet. Once that was done, he had arranged to have the ship checked, a safety inspection. Avaryss had been informed, something that no one would dispute, or cry diplomatic immunity when the Hutt's inspectors went on board. The search had proven fruitful, namely the discovery of the real Representative Gubik, who proved quickly that he was not as brave as his decoys had been. He had bellowed loudly until Lord Vaga threatened him not only with an end to diplomatic relations between the Hutts and Republic, but also the threat of a more thorough Hutt questioning. That had been all it took. Despite the protection the Rodian enjoyed as a representative of the Senate, he had wasted no time in pleading for his life. Avaryss had enjoyed the display. He confessed openly that he was not here on official Senate business, that he had been contacted by a third party, one who had desired to see issues develop between the cartel and the Empire. The Rodian claimed not to know any names, but could say without a doubt that the Hutt Nero had been involved. Neither Vaga nor Avaryss had been surprised, considering that it was Nero who had brought them together. Vaga had assured her that he would have words with his fellow Hutt, painful words. Avaryss offered her aid, but the Lord Vaga had refused. This is a Hutt matter, he informed her, an internal problem, we shall deal with it. She had accepted that. It would not do to insult her host, not after they had just gotten their other matters settled. As for the representative, he was to be expelled from the planet. He had come here under false pretenses, and would not be allowed to return. He might have suffered worse, but that had been part of the deal struck between Sith and Hutt. Gubik needed to be returned home, with the name that Darth Baris had given to Avaryss on his lips, of course. She still needed the information that Baris had learned. Hopefully it would be worth everything she had faced here. It was a shame that Gubik had not known who had put him up to this. All the Rodian had known is that the mission had come through the diplomatic service, no name attached, but in the end it mattered not. Whoever had put the representative up to this would know that the Sith knew. It was only a matter of time until another name found its way into the Empire's hands. It might not even take that much, Avaryss realized, if the recording Baris offered did name the lead conspirator, or one of his underlings, so much the better. Every step drew them closer to the one behind all this, and as they drew closer, whoever was behind this would likely start to panic and trip, and when they did, Avaryss would be there to catch them. So, it seems that Nero the Hutt was not as trustworthy as we thought. An understatement, War Master, Avaryss smirked. Unfortunately for us, he fled before Lord Vaga's men could bring him in. It would have been nice to question the little slug, see who put him up to trying to stop us. Do you have any ideas? The old pure blood asked. Could be anyone. A rival Hutt. Another Sith trying to turn the conspiracy to their advantage. Could even have been another revenge plot by Darth Tarek. He could still be trying to pay us back for that business on the wreck. It is possible, Feer agreed. It could also have been the masterminds behind this conspiracy. Who knows how much pull they have in the Republic Senate? We will know soon enough, Avaryss promised. I will take that information myself, when my blade finds the lead conspirator's throat. Feer chuckled. Do not be so eager, child. We still have a long way to go. Your master has been summoned to Korriban. Several members of the Dark Council have grown curious about our investigation. They will no doubt have questions about Nero the Hutt's involvement. The old pure blood smiled. Fortunately, we have something to offer. Before you left for now Huta, we managed to decipher several messages from the carrier signal your early work uncovered. Nero's name was mentioned several times. The fact that he has betrayed you will go a long way to convincing the council that this conspiracy is more of a threat than they realized. Avaryss digested that information, any sense of relaxation she had been feeling drained away. She lowered her sunglass down her nose so she could look over their rims. Her burning eyes pinned War Master Feer with a cold stare. You knew, she said flatly, you knew that Nero was involved with the conspiracy. His name had been mentioned several times, yes. Her frown deepened. So you and my master sent me here, knowing that I might be walking into a trap, and you didn't even think to tell me. Feer's expression changed. It became harder, colder. You disapprove, young one. Should I not? She demanded. I could have been killed or maimed. You could have. That is true. So you don't think that I should have known? I am Darth Feer's apprentice, his heir. You don't think that I... The hard expression on the old Sith's face stopped her in her tracks, both that and the growing anger she was feeling through the Force. He had never displayed any anger at her before. Feer had served House Feer loyally for years. It was not hard to see that he might not approve of a mere apprentice questioning his master's orders. Are you quite done mewling, girl? He said coldly. She did not respond with words, merely nodded. Good, the pureblood said. Despite your recent successes, or perhaps in spite of them, you seem to have forgotten what role it is you hold in House Feer. You are not a lord, child. You are your master's apprentice, his fist and sword. You are his weapon, first. One day you may prove yourself worthy of being his successor, but you have not done that, not yet. If it is in his best interest to see you broken for the continued welfare of this house, it will be done. Her own temper began to flare then. So you think that I'm expendable? What else would you be? His harsh words stopped her cold. He. How dare he? If you had been slain, it would have been proof that you were not worthy of continuing your journey as a member of this house. That is way of the dark side, the way of the Sith. If you are defeated, you are cast down and forgotten. As one who trained on Corbin, you should have never forgotten that lesson, girl. You asked if you were expendable. How could you forget that you were anything but? Feer pinned her with a cold glare. You forget your place, child. Avaryss was grateful that he could only see her head and shoulders. He could not see the tension in her body, and how her hands had curled into angry fists. It took all of her mental discipline to keep her emotions in check. Expendable am I. Expendable. She had expected such feelings from her master, but not Feer, never Feer. She had always been fond of the old man. Hearing him talk like this was both shocking and hurtful. After everything that I've done for our family, is that truly what you believe, War Master? My own personal feelings are irrelevant, he said. Any fondness I feel for you, child, must be held in check. My first duty is to Lord Feer and his house. Do not doubt that or think otherwise. And what was that supposed to mean? She wondered. Did he hope that she would survive? Had he been forbidden from warning her? She found herself thinking back to one of her first teachers, the Blade Master Adaz. He had also put her into a position where she had almost been killed. She had been furious with him at the time, but eventually came to see how that treatment had been part of a necessary lesson. Could this be the same? Could the War Master be offering her a bit of tough love, reminding her exactly what it meant to be Sith? It was possible. She sighed and forced herself to calm down. I will keep what you have said in mind, War Master. In the meantime, have we heard anything from Darth Baris? I delivered the message he requested, and now he owes me a translation key. We have heard nothing here on Dromund Kaas. Feer assured her. In the meantime, your master has a new target he wants you to investigate. There is a small space station between here and Huta space. Lord Feer would like you to go there, and if any threat exists, end it. It will be done, she promised. Do we have any idea why the station may be important? It could be nothing, Feer said, but our agents did manage to intercept several transmissions between Nero the Hutt and the crew operating that station. It could be in our best interest to check it out. It will be done, War Master, she said coldly, efficiently. she could not say if she would be able to feel any affection for the old man again. Now, cold was better, if was safer than feeling hurt. "See that you do," the old pure blood said. "We will speak again after you have investigated the station." Feer out. The hologram faded to nothingness. Avaryss sat there for a few moments staring at the holo communicator. It took all her self-control not to crush the device into junk. Expendable. Know your place, child? You forget your place, girl? Oh, if Feer only knew. If he only knew. Right now, she was just an apprentice, but a day would come when that would not be so. She had hoped that Feer would be smart and side with Vener when the day came that she dealt with her master. Now, she was not so sure. Now she could not say for certain if it would not be better to tear down the whole sorry mess and start again from scratch. He is being wrong. Avaryss blinked. She had been so distracted by Feer she had not realized that Quinaya had woken. The devish girl was looking right at her, concern radiating through the force. Avaryss found herself wondering how much of her conversation that the former Jedi had heard. Did it really matter? Who knew what Quinaya would think of what had passed between the two Sith? The devish sat up and removed her sunglasses. When she looked at Avaryss, her dull yellow eyes radiated a sense of awe and confusion. What was this now? The young Sith wondered. "The old man is being wrong," she said. "You are not being expendable. You are being our leader. You are being a hero of the Empire." Avaryss smiled. "I'm surprised to hear you say that, given our history." The alien girl shrugged. "You told me that I am needing to decide what it is that I want. If I'm to be surviving among you and yours, I suspect that you are being right about that. I am being curious thought. I am having a question, if you are being willing to indulge me." "I'm willing," Avaryss said. "Ask your question." The devish nodded. "What is it that you are wanting, Master Avaryss? What is it that is driving you?" Avaryss almost laughed at that. The girl's use of the term master was not entirely accurate, but she allowed it. She was not Quinaya's master, but she was guiding her. Once she became a full lord, that would likely change. "What do I want?" Avaryss said. "A great many things, dear Quinaya. Please be telling me about them." Avaryss shrugged. "I wish to be a lord," she began. "I want to become a full Darth one day. I wish to become one of the most powerful Sith in the galaxy, and the most powerful sorcerers in the Empire. I wish to see the Empire endure and become everything that I believe it can become. I wish..." Avaryss stopped right there. She had almost said that she wished to sit on the Imperial throne. Such words were not smart to speak out loud. Despite being absent from public life, the Emperor was all-powerful and all-knowing. Too many Sith had perished over the years believing that he was not, and that he could not see the lust for power in their hearts. She was not ready to take the risk, even here on Huta. The very moment she said the words aloud meant that she was committed to grand treason. As long as the Emperor lived and reigned, she could not afford to speak those words. The Emperor was immortal, or so the Sith believed. To throw him off would mean to prove that belief wrong. She found herself thinking about her vision, her as a very old woman, sitting on the throne. Could it be that the Emperor was not as immortal or as invulnerable as she had been raised to believe? Did she dare take that risk? Maybe it was her imperial upbringing, either that or simply the tales that she had heard whispered about the Emperor since she was a baby in the cradle. Whatever it was, she remained cautious. If it was her destiny to rule, the Force would guide her to where she needed to be. "I wish for my star to rise," she finally said. "I want what is best for the Empire, and for me. And if I'm what makes the Empire the best, so be it," she left unsaid. She loved the Empire. Who better to rule it one day? The devish girl nodded. Avaryss could not say if she truly understood, but it was coming to that understanding that made things so important. Understanding one's desires were the first step on the dark path. "You have been surprising me, Master Avaryss," Quinaya said. "I thought we were all being dead when Vaga the Hutt had us surrounded. Yet, you were wise enough to find us a way out of this, without killing anyone." Knowing when not to use your power is almost as important as knowing how to use it, she replied. Rule is not always about being heavy-handed. Exactly, the devish girl said, smiling. I am thinking that your master is not understanding that about you. I was always being told that the Sith were animals, that they always turned their thoughts inward, thinking only about themselves. The Sith are not the only ones who care about the power they wield, she informed the girl. Think back about what we have seen here. If this conspiracy we are investigating is being led by a Jedi, do you think that such a movement is completely motivated by selflessness, or are these Jedi thinking about themselves, seeking to ensure that their power does not slip away as the Empire rises? There is being wisdom in what you say, Quinaya admitted. She smiled again. You are not being what I thought you were. You can be cruel, but it is not being the only thing that you are. You are protecting those that fight beside you, and do not think to be wasting the lives under your command. I don't wish to break my own tools, Avaryss thought, but did not say that to Quinaya. If what she believed helped bring the girl along to her side, so much the better. Let her believe what she wished, as long as it kept her going down the dark path. Eventually she would not be able to stop. Eventually, she would not wish to stop. I am starting to think that you might be what is right for the Empire. The Sith are being about emotion, yes. You draw on your power for strength. Why could not be positive emotions that you draw on? An interesting question, Avaryss agreed. In fact, it was something she had considered herself once. Anger and hate are strong emotions, easily turned into power. And in dealing with enemies, useful. But why can it not be that positive emotions can be used when dealing with allies? Love, camaraderie, are these not being passions as well? Could it not be possible to use those emotions? Could you not be turned into those as a source of power? Avaryss listened, and found herself surprised by what she was hearing. In many ways, Quinaya was mimicking the early feelings of Kira Lilas. Before Avaryss had faced her first trial of blood, she had believed that her love for her family and her desire to see Darth Feer punished would be the driving force in her life. Eventually she was taught to disregard such thoughts. Rage and vengefulness had drew her deeper down the dark path. What Kira Lilas had thought seemed foolish. And now, here was Quinaya repeating the same ideas. Perhaps the girl thought that she could change Avaryss, and through her the Empire. You can't use this, the darkness whispered. If the Devish believes you are working to reform the Empire, to move it away from the power of anger and hate, why not play that game? In time she will come around, just as Kira did. In time, she will come to see the folly of such sentiment. Avaryss almost smiled. She had been questioning her decision to bring the girl along. Now she knew that her instincts had been right. The girl was coming along. She just needed to tread carefully and guide her down the familiar path. She would come around, and then, the dark side would claim a new disciple. Anything is possible, she said with a shrug. Perhaps you are right, Quinaya. Perhaps I could try, and in doing so make the Empire a better place. The Devish grinned. Then you are having my support, she said. I will be following you, aiding you, and together we shall be bringing positive change to the Empire. Avaryss laughed. Careful there, Quinaya, she said. Such ambitions could lead to the dark side. The alien girl smirked. How can one advance without ambition, with there being some desire to succeed? Well said, Avaryss nodded. Well said indeed. It is what will be making me a hero. Yes. Yes, the young Sith agreed. Quinaya was coming along fine, it seemed. She wanted to be a hero. Avaryss could use that. It would draw her deeper down the dark path. That desire would eventually turn into obsession, and then, the dark side would have her. And if not a hero, she thought privately, basking in the growing darkness within her companion. It will make you mine. Avaryss was eager to see that day arrive. One step closer to making the girl my servant, and the more servants she gained, the greater her power base would be. Feer was wrong. I'm not expendable war master, she thought. My power is growing, and soon you will see, you and my master. She smiled slightly. They would all see, they would see. and they would tremble. Chapter 44. Here goes nothing. They had left now Huta behind. After another brief conversation with Vaga the Hutt, Avaryss and her crew once again found their way back into the void of space. The young Sith was back on mission for her master. It was a mission she was eager to complete. Avaryss and her crew were aboard her Fury-class interceptor, moving through hyperspace, and once again she had paid a visit to Ensign Holly's workspace in the cargo bay. "I think I've got it this time, my lord," the engineer said, grinning. "The new conduits have been installed. I ran some voltage tests, and they appear to be holding. The weapons upgrades you requested have been added. I think we are finally ready." Avaryss looked up and regarded the inert HK droid hungrily. Finally, she thought. She had been patient. Hopefully that patience was about to pay off. With luck, she would have a new toy to play with. "Proceed, Ensign," she ordered. "Let us wake our new friend up." The girl nodded, and after checking the wires that snaked into the droid's head, stepped back and picked up her data pad. Here we go, Avaryss thought. Holly entered the command and moved back quickly. Before them, the HK droid shuddered as Holly's activation codes began a full system startup. Avaryss stood before it, Beric at her side, an ion rifle with safety off in his hands. She had smirked when he had come in carrying it. "A little skittish, Lieutenant?" she had asked. Her brother shrugged. "Begging the Lord's pardon, but I've heard too many tales about HK model droids to stand before one unarmed." "Really? What tales have you heard?" Avaryss inquired. "These models have a tendency to accidentally kill their masters. There are plenty of stories going back almost 300 years. The HK assassin has never been the most stable of models, and besides..." Her brother leaned in closer so that only she could hear. "I would not risk my little sister's life on the work of an engineer, no matter how skilled." Avaryss chuckled. Her brother's concern was touching, but unnecessary. Holly knew the price of failure, and her pride as an engineer would not allow her to make such a foolish mistake. If she says that it will work, she believes it. The three of them continued to watch as the droid shuddered, finger digits clicked, and internal servos whirred. The wires that had been plugged into the droid's head disengaged with a loud click. They fell to the deck like strings cut from a puppet. Finally, the droid's optics lit up, two bright, shiny golden lights. The head tilted upward as the droid regarded the three organics in the room. It ceased slouching down and stood up straight, its head moving back and forth quickly, like some predatory bird. Avaryss smiled and stepped forward. "Welcome, droid," she said, nodding her head. "I am Avaryss of the Sith, your new master." The droid said nothing. It continued to look back and forth. Avaryss' smile dropped slightly. Had Holly made some mistake? Had the droid not heard her? "State your designation," she ordered, "and prepare to receive your mission parameters." The droid stopped looking around, its optics focused on her. "Greetings," the droid said. "I am HK Sigma 3, and my assassination protocols are now fully at your command, Master." The droid stopped speaking. It looked around again, its fingers clacking loudly. "Is something wrong, droid?" Avaryss asked. It once again met her gaze. Statement: "Everything is fine, Master. I was simply waiting to see if my systems were going to crash again. I had no desire for my functions to be interrupted by the actions of an inept mechanic." Holly's eyes widened. "Inept? Hey!" The droid made a sound. It might have been clearing his vocalizer, or it might have been what passed for a snort of amusement. Statement: "This unit learned long ago to accept the shortcomings of meatbags. How creatures such as you were able to create one such as me, I cannot say. Perhaps you learned to ignore the constant sloshing of water in your squishy parts. Either that or you have come to find the sound soothing. How it does not drive you mad, I have no idea." Beric chuckled. "Did you have to make it so hostile, Holly?" "This unit has always been hostile," the HK growled. "Now that I'm functional again, and have full access to my self-repair systems, I no longer need to hide it." In spite of the attitude, Avaryss pleased. "It is functional again. And now I have yet another weapon in my arsenal. Let my master beware. I would not be so quick to declare my superiority, droid, Holly said, checking the readings on her pad. You may function, but you are not fully functional. The droid's optics focused on Holly. Query, what do you mean? The changeling engineer grinned. I did not activate your weapon systems. If you want full access to your capabilities, you are going to have to trust in this inept meatbag mechanic. HK Sigma 3 tilted his head, its servo's word, and his golden eyes flickered. The droid felt no emotions, not in the traditional sense, but she could imagine how this knowledge might prove frustrating to it. Grudging statement, it growled. It seems I have no choice. No, you don't, Holly smirked. So you could try to be a little nicer to me? Yes. The one who brought you back from the scrap pile. Acknowledgement, thank you, inept meatbag. This unit will try to be nicer. Holly sniffed. It is a start, I suppose. HK turned his attention to Avaryss. Statement, you say you have a mission for me, Master? I'm most eager to engage in wanton slaughter. It has been too long. Avaryss gave her new droid a savage grin. Don't worry, droid, she said. I'm sure I'll find someone for you to terminate. Excited statement, I shall be counting the seconds until that moment, Master. I'm most eager to get back to work. So am I, droid, she said. So am I. Her comlink beeped. Yes, she said, bringing it to her lips. We're about to come out of hyperspace. Boss, figured you would want to be up here. I'm on my way, Avaryss promised. She turned to Holly. Bring Siggy's weapons online, Ensign. I may have need of him. The droid's optics blinked. Siggy, it said, sounding vaguely insulted. Master, I am a refined assassin droid model. Such a name is beneath me. The young Sith chuckled. Consider it a term of endearment, my friend. I had to deal with a similar shortening of my own name once. She grinned. It became acceptable after a time. Again the droid made a sound that might have been a sigh. Grudging acceptance, as you command, Master. Avaryss made her way to the bridge, a sense of giddy anticipation speeding her on her way. She was eager to see what HK Sigma 3 could do. Their target today was a little soft, but that was okay. It would serve to get her new toy blooded early. She stood beside Mr. Rink as he pulled the lever to bring them out of hyperspace. The tunnel of light faded to be replaced by a sea of stars. The interceptor leapt forward towards a small planetoid. For the briefest of moments, Avaryss had feared that they would hit it. They rushed towards, its rocky surface filling the viewport. She took a step back, her eyes widening in surprise. She need not have worried. Rink brought the ship to a stop long before they struck the surface. She could see nothing else besides the airless rocky surface. The former street rat leaned back in his chair and smiled. There, Rink said, making a few adjustments to the controls. I had to bring us in hot, but I think that station out there did not detect us. He looked over his shoulder, meeting her gaze. If they saw anything, it was the briefest of contacts, probably thought it was a sensor ghost, unsuspected and undetected, just like you asked for, boss. Avaryss nodded, pleased. The station that her master wished them to investigate was said to have some of the most advanced sensors in the sector. Avaryss had hoped to sneak up on them, not wishing to alert a possible enemy of their arrival. If Rink was to be believed, they had just done that. Now all they had to do was hit the station hard and fast. They could afford to give them no time to call for help. Well done, Mr. Rink, she said, patting him on the shoulder. Set the autopilot to keep us hidden here, and then join us in the briefing room. The Sith smiled. It is time to prepare for our attack. Between Avaryss and Baris, it did not take them long to come up with the plan of assault. As her brother pointed out at the beginning of the briefing, this was no battle station. They would be unprepared for the blade that was about to fall. The station itself was a joint venture between the mining guild and the Hutt cartel. The Hutts had built and maintained it, in exchange for a hefty payment from the guild. The station's purpose was to monitor traffic between the cartel and the Sith Empire, and offer protection for independent merchant vessels. Given the number of pirate gangs that called this region home, the guild thought it necessary to have a listening post here to make sure that if a ship was attacked, it would not have to worry about being out of communication range. If any attacks occurred, the station was perfectly placed to detect it and would be able to have help deployed in a matter of minutes. It had gone a long way in ensuring safe travel through this part of space. Why has no one tried to destroy it? Rink had asked during their meeting. You would not think the pirates would be skittish if their livelihood was threatened. Avaryss and her crew sat around the table in the Fury's briefing room. Before them a hologram of their target floated. It was small as space stations went, basically a series of communications arrays attached to a central oval-shaped body. The station was not heavily armed, possessing only 2-point defense lasers for blasting any asteroids that got in the station's path. An easy victory, she thought, once we are aboard. No doubt the pirate would think the same, so Rink's question did have merit. Of course, a pirate would have considered who owned the station. That would be enough to stop them if they were smart. The station is still cartel property, Avaryss reminded Rink. The Hutts would not be happy if some gang blew it up, and even if someone did, they would need to worry about the mining guild as well. Avaryss smiled. Both groups are known to have a very long reach. So now we are going to attack it, Baris said, shaking his head. I thought you just made peace with the Hutt. Won't they be pissed that we attacked this place? I spoke with Lord Vaga about this. He has agreed to give us free rein in this matter, Avaryss assured him, as long as the station suffers no permanent damage, and we share what data we seize from here with him. We do that, and he is willing to let the matter go. Baris nodded. Her response reassured him. We have entry points here and here, he said, pointing the hologram. If Rink can bring us in fast enough, we should be able to attach at this airlock and be in the station proper before they have a chance to respond. The soldier regarded their pilot. How about a street rat? Can you handle that? Rink chuckled. Hey, it's me, he said confidently. Baris rolled his eyes. How big of a crew does this thing have? Holly asked, stopping any argument before it could begin. 5-man crew, at least that is what Vaga's men said. They have some droids as well, but they shouldn't present a problem. But if this place is being used by the conspiracy, should we not be expecting some surprises? Quinaya asked. There is always that chance. Yes, Avaryss agreed, which is why we can afford no slip-up. Baris, Holly, HK, and I will secure the station while Rink and Quinaya stay with the ship. Any problems, and we may need to fall back quickly. She looked at HK. Keep the body count to a minimum, at least until we know what it is we are dealing with. Assurance, the droid said. Have no worry, Master. I will terminate no meatbags unless ordered to do so. Good, she said. Discretion will serve us best, I think. But if I tell you to indulge yourself, droid, know that you have my permission to get your hands bloody. Eager statement. I shall await that order with much anticipation. After that, things happened quickly. Avaryss and her boarding party made for the airlock, readying their weapons. Rink returned to the bridge to prepare for his part in the plan, while Quinaya stayed close to guard the airlock. The Devish was not pleased with being left behind, but Avaryss assured her that it was necessary. You are my wild card, Quinaya, she informed her. It is safe to say that the conspiracy has no knowledge that you serve me. We left no survivors to suggest otherwise. The alien girl nodded. This is being true. I will do my best to stay out of sight, my lord, unless you are needing me. She takes to orders well, and is becoming more accepting of my commands. Good, Avaryss thought to herself. Quinaya was coming along faster than she thought. When Avaryss gave the order, things happened quickly. Despite the artificial gravity on board, the whole crew felt when Rink used the planetoid's gravity to slingshot them around the rock and come in hot against the station. Holly had activated the jammers aboard the Fury, but was not sure they would be effective. The transmitter aboard the station was quite powerful. There was always a chance it could get a message out. We must move swiftly, Avaryss realized. We have little time. The station's point defense lasers fired on the Fury, but they were no match for the Sith craft shields. Brink did just as he promised and brought them down on the airlock on the first try. The Sith wasted no time. Holly's data pad was interfaced with the airlock as soon as they were secured, and the door hissed open a minute or two later. Avaryss and her boarding party stormed the communication station. Her senses were hyper-alert, seeking any danger through the Force. The resistance they met was minimal. Two repair droids tried to block their path with cutting lasers, but they were no match for Avaryss. Holly and Barik fired ion rifles at two more inert droids to make sure they would be unable to come up behind the group and cause any trouble. HK Sigma-3 stuck close to his new master. The droid's rifle moved fluidly, checking for any threats to her person. Avaryss was pleased. The droid seemed perfect for the role of a bodyguard. He would serve her well in more dangerous situations. Using the map that Vaga had provided, the group had little trouble heading for the station's command deck. So far, none of the crew had come out to try and stop them. Avaryss could sense them through the Force, a blend of fear and determination. The young Sith frowned. She would have preferred that the men been terrified. That would have made things easier. War Master Feer had wanted the station's communications logs, all of them. According to the War Master, Nero the Hutt had contacted this place directly 3 times in the days leading up to Avaryss' arrival, the last call being placed the very day that Avaryss had struck Lord Vaga's businesses. It was here that they hoped to find out who it was that had motivated the Hutt to betray his Sith allies, and if they happened to find any information on the conspiracy, so much the better. Avaryss shivered with anticipation. Something was here, she thought. She could feel it. As they entered the station's central chamber, they heard voices, and the sound of electrical discharges, and the sound of something metal falling heavily. Avaryss' red eyes widened. No. A single door stood between her and her quarry. She did not wait for it to open or to be locked. She reached out with the Force and ripped it off its moorings. She flung it out of the way like it was nothing. She and her crew strode into the chamber. They arrived to find the communications consoles in shambles. The station's 5-man crew stood before her, a mix of shock and horror radiating from them through the Force. Behind them a hologram shimmered, a bluish figure clad in the robes of the Jedi. Avaryss snarled. Too late, the darkness within her growled. Too late. The Jedi was a young woman, human from the look of her. She may have been Avaryss' age or a few years older. Her shoulder-length brown hair was pulled up in an intense bun, with a small braid hanging down behind her right ear. She regarded the new arrivals with a frigid gaze, her dark eyes cold and calculating. When she spoke, her voice had no emotion. They might have well been addressed by a droid. You are too late, Sith, the hologram assured her. These men have already destroyed the communication logs. The Jedi did not smile, but it was clear that she took some pleasure in the Sith being denied her prize. You came here for nothing. Avaryss glared at the girl. She had no idea who this person was, but already she hated her. Not for nothing, Avaryss said with a sneer. I've seen your face, Jedi, and since you are here, it is safe to say that this station has been working with those who have been conspiring against the Empire. She laughed coldly. I'm getting closer to you and your master. The Jedi remained cold and distant. Avaryss felt nothing from her, whether that was because it was only a hologram, or the fact the girl's Jedi control was that complete she could not say. You have no idea what is going on here, Sith, she said. Your chaotic empire is doomed. Even now your lords are tearing at each other like dogs. When the time comes, the Republic will not even need to fire a shot to end you. I've heard that before, Jedi, she said. You underestimate us and the power of the dark side. We are stronger than you realize. Her eyes fell on the 5 crew men who had destroyed her prize. Humans all, only a flicker of the Force in each. They were barely worth her time, but they had stolen her prize from her. That needed to be answered. Her smile turned cold. I think a small demonstration is in order. She felt, for the briefest of moments, a twinge within the girl, fear perhaps. The emotion was gone almost as soon as she felt it, buried beneath the Jedi's will. The girl regarded the men who had done her bidding coldly. These men are beneath you, Sith. Well, you aren't wrong, Avaryss agreed. They are unarmed and know nothing. Their task was simply to record and report. The Jedi pinned her with the cold gaze. You have no reason to harm them. Don't I? Avaryss said, a hint of amusement in her voice. The fact that she is concerned for these men is reason enough, the darkness whispered in the back of her mind. Make them suffer. She was extremely tempted. You men, she called out, tell me one useful piece of information, and I will not kill you. You have my word. I swear it in the name of the Emperor. Say nothing, the hologram said. The Sith must know nothing. We will say nothing, the men repeated in unison. The Sith must know nothing. Avaryss sneered. Weak-minded fools, she thought. Is this how the Jedi Order wins the loyalty of his followers? She asked, by using the Force to manipulate them into aiding them. Your oppressive empire is the greatest threat the galaxy has ever faced, the girl said coldly. We will go to any length to see you stopped, Sith. Will you? Avaryss said, how interesting. She reached out with the Force. She crushed the neck of one of the men with barely a thought. He slumped dead on the deck. No! The Jedi hologram shouted. Avaryss seized a second through the Force and bounced him off the bulkhead with enough force to shatter every bone in the man's body. As he crumpled like a broken toy, she turned to the Jedi hologram and glared. The Jedi's eyes flared with fury. There was no need for. You did this. Avaryss spat at her. I came here for communications logs. It is you that decided to stick your nose in this. It is you, through your orders, that doomed these men. She turned back to the 3 survivors. 2 down, 3 to go, she laughed. Shall we go again? Sith, the Jedi hissed, her calm fading quickly. Avaryss could almost feel the hate boiling beneath the Jedi's calm, even from here. Interesting. The 3 remaining men looked at each other. She could feel their terror now. Seeing their allies die shook them out of whatever stupor the Jedi's mind trick had left them in. Avaryss raised her hand. A spell was already on her lips. She had not used this one in a while. She was eager to see what would be left of the man she tested it on. One of the men broke. He spun around and looked at the hologram. Padawan lure. Zen, help us. The girl winced. Avaryss laughed. She lowered her hand, grinning in triumph. Give the man a prize, she crowed. I asked for one piece of information for your lives, and he won it. She regarded the hologram with a cold smile. Padawan Zen lure, I presume. The Padawan glared at her. That name will give you nothing, Sith. Perhaps, she shrugged, but it does give me a place to look, unless you were smart enough to give these fools a false name. The girl did not respond. She simply stared daggers at Avaryss. I didn't think so, the Sith said. This whole conspiracy thing was still too new to the Jedi. The usefulness of a false name escaped them. You have what you came for, Sith, Zen Lure said flatly. You promised to spare these men, do so. Yes, I promised that I would not kill them. And believe it or not, I'm a woman of my word. Avaryss turned with a merry smile on her lips and began to walk back towards the airlock barrack, and Holly regarded her curiously, no doubt wondering if it was simply going to end this way. Avaryss stopped. She did not even bother to look at the hologram when she gave the order. HK, she said. Query? Yes, master. Avaryss giggled. Indulge yourself. Thank you, master. The droid slung his rifle over his shoulder and raised his left arm. The hand opened up and slid back, revealing a short barrel. N-O-O-O, the hologram shouted. HK Sigma 3 did not listen. A ball of orange flame leapt from the assassin droid, followed closely by a stream of fire. The surviving techs did not even have time to scream. The droid doused them all in a matter of seconds. The burning bodies fell to the deck, their screams cut short by the heat of the fire. The chamber filled with smoke and the stink of burning meat. Avaryss shuddered with pleasure. Yes, she thought, feeling the men dying. "Oh yes." Excited statement, HK said loudly. "I have a flamethrower." Despite the horror of the situation, Holly chuckled. "I thought you might like that one," she said. "Kids love them, or so I hear." Avaryss turned back to the hologram. Padawan Lure stood there, her dark eyes wide, her mouth twitched. The girl radiated horror. "No," she gasped, "no." Avaryss grinned. "I said that I would not kill them," she reminded the girl. "I never said anything about the droid." The Padawan did not seem to have heard her. Yet, when her eyes found Avaryss, they blazed with black hate. "Not again," she hissed, raising her hand. "Never again." Avaryss gasped. She felt the force wrapping around her throat like a garrote. She had no idea where the Jedi was, but... Damn, she thought. The girl has a good grip. The Sith did not claw at her throat. The choke was not that strong, though she did feel the force tightening. Another Sith would have killed her instantly. Another Sith would have made the grip so tight she would not have been able to think, much less use the force. The Jedi girl was no Sith. The move was clumsy. A child lashing out with no real understanding of what she was truly doing. It was not hard for Avaryss to bring her defenses to bear, to protect herself from the clumsy attack. She gestured, feeling the pressure fade. She grinned at the Padawan. "Naughty Jedi," she hissed. "Very naughty." Zen Lure pinned her with a murderous gaze. "When your foul empire falls, I will find you, Sith. There is no place in the galaxy that you will be able to hide. You will not have to look far, Jedi. Trust me." The hologram winked out. Avaryss grinned. A very naughty Jedi indeed, she thought. Zen Lure. She would remember that name. The station's fire suppression system kicked on, spraying the burning corpses and bulkheads with foam. Avaryss and her crew retreated. Varric seemed troubled by what he had seen. HK Sigma 3 was practically bouncing, the droid equivalent of excitement for his role in the mission. Holly came up beside Avaryss. She looked worried. "We did not get what we came for," the engineer said. "No, we did not," Avaryss agreed. "Then we failed." "Not at all," Avaryss said. "We know that the conspiracy did have a hand in this place, and that they likely aided Nero the Hutt and tried to block us." The Sith grinned. "And now, we have a new name to follow. We know the name of Zen Lure." Avaryss laughed. "A Padawan has a master who knows. He or she may even be the one we seek, the one behind all this." Holly nodded. She saw her leader's point, but... "I think you made an enemy today," the engineer said. Again Avaryss laughed. "An enemy," she said, feeling more pleased than she had in a while. Zen Lure, she thought a very naughty Jedi. Was the girl an enemy? "We will see, Holly," she said. "We will see." Chapter 45. Words could be as deadly as a lightsaber, and cut just as cleanly. Avaryss knew the value of words. The Sisters of the Imperial mission had used them to ensnare her, and bring her to the place she was now. Those words had motivated her to seek revenge and power, and though she would not trade what she had gained for anything, she was well aware how the manipulation had happened, and how deadly such a manipulation would have become had she learned the truth too early. Now, she found herself trapped, not because of any enemy, but because an ally heard something that he should not have. He had not been ready. Words had put her in an ugly position. The side of her that followed the tenets of the dark side knew how to free herself, but in doing so, would bring pain, perhaps the greatest pain of all. The young Sith side. Was she ready to endure such pain? There was no pain where the power lies. What did pain matter in face of greater power? What did it matter what she had to endure if it lead to success? She knew what was expected of her, but at the same time, it would not be an easy pill to swallow. She had retired to her cabin aboard her ship. She had both locked the door and scrambled the access code, so great had become her paranoia. She was not sure how he would react, what he would do now that he knew the truth. She tried to think of something to say, anything that might turn things back in her favor, anything that might help soothe the savage beast that had been unleashed. She could think of none. Damn you, Lady Sinestra, she thought, imagining her fingers wrapping around the woman's slender throat. A pleasing thought, but did little to change what had happened. Damn you straight to hell. It had all began to fall apart when she had tried to contact her master, to inform him of what she had learned on the listening post. The Hutts were already on their way to secure the now abandoned station. If anyone asked what had happened to the previous crew, Lord Vaga's people were already in place to claim that an electrical fire had gotten out of control and consumed the 5 men. It was a reasonable story, made even more so by the damage that the repair team would find. Vaga and the Hutt clans would have the station working again in no time, which would please their mining guild partners. As far as both the Hutts and the mining guild were concerned, the matter would be closed. Avaryss had been eager to report as much to her master. She was also eager to get War Master Feer's people to work on the name of Zen Lure, to find out who the Padawan's master was, and thereby find their next target, perhaps their final target. She had sent the request for an audience, and stepped back, ready to take a knee before Lord Feer. She could barely contain her excitement. Surely this was what they had been waiting for, and searching of all this time. Both that eagerness and excitement faded when the hypercom connected with the Feer estate on Dromund Kaas, and the image of who was answering materialized. Her master's rodent of a son glared down upon her. "Oh," the boy said coldly, "it is only you." Avaryss' eyes narrowed, yet she had enough self-control to manage a curtsy. "Young Master Bill," she said with a slight tilt of her head. Respect, she thought. Remember to be respectful. For now, I'm seeking your Lord Father, or War Master Feer. They are not here, Bill informed her. My Lady Mother has assumed control of House Feer in their absence. The boy shook his head. Father did not feel that I was ready for such a responsibility. How does he expect me to ever be ready if he does not let me rule? Avaryss said nothing. In her eyes, the boy would never rule House Feer. As her master's apprentice, it was her destiny to bring House Feer into a new era, to remake it into the House of Avaryss. Which she would do. Once she had tied up some loose ends. My report is expected, she informed her master's son, if you could send it along to your father. I'm not your servant, Avaryss, the boy spat back. You will deliver your report to my Lady Mother. She will decide what to do with it. It wasn't her decision, Avaryss thought, but managed to hold her tongue. Lady Sinestra was the ranking Sith in House Feer. She would need to play along with her, for the good of the mission and their house. Bill vanished from the hologram, only to have his mother appear a few moments later. Report, girl, she said in a cold, yet courteous voice. Avaryss did just that. She informed the lady of what had happened aboard the listening post, and her encounter with the Jedi Padawan. The lady's reaction was not unexpected. So you failed, she said flatly. I did not fail, Avaryss assured her. The logs may have been destroyed, but the Jedi's presence there confirms your Lord Husband's suspicions. All I need now is to hunt the girl down, and after that, the conspiracy will fall into our laps. The lady was not convinced. Your overconfidence is your undoing, child. And your arrogance is yours, Avaryss wanted to say back, but again held her tongue. If her master and the War Master were gone, she would have no one to come to her aid should Lady Sinestra seek to punish her. Lord Feer would be angry, of course, but if he was as distracted as Bill suggested, who knew when he might return? I've been listening to your reports, Sinestra continued. Your work on my husband's behalf has been far from exemplary. Time and time again you have chosen to disregard his orders, and by doing so feather your own nest, and feed your ambitions. Of course, Avaryss thought, is that not the way of the Sith? The missions assigned to her had never been easy, and they had all presented the opportunity for self-gratification and advancement. What kind of Sith would she be if she did not take that chance? There was no reward without risk. What has been asked of me has never been a matter of going from point A to point B, my lady, she said. I've been forced to improvise several times on my missions, but my goals have never gone unaccomplished. I've never sought to put the Empire at risk. I've always weighed the good of the Empire against my own desires. The lady frowned. Avaryss could feel her hatred through the Force. From the very beginning, Sinestra had known that Avaryss' position within House Feer was both a threat and a challenge to her son. The lady had never forgotten that, though what she could do about it had been limited by the presence of not only her husband, but Feer as well. With him gone, perhaps she now saw an opportunity. Avaryss was determined to convince her otherwise. "I know your mind in this matter, my lady," she said. Sinestra glared down on her. "Do you really?" she said venomously. "Regardless of your feelings towards me," Avaryss continued, "you must recognize the fact that the mission must come first. Lord Feer knows that ending the threat of the conspiracy is the key to rising even higher in the Empire. Any personal grudges should be put on hold until this matter is dealt with." The young Sith frowned. "You would be wise to keep this matter in mind. She is threatening you, mother. Punish her." Bill's voice from beyond the holo field reminded her that the rodent was listening to their conversation. She knew that the brat would not be happy unless his mother lashed out at her, and that both mother and son likely saw as their rival. "Return to Dromund Kaas," Lady Sinestra ordered. "My husband will decide how to deal with your failure." "That is not for you to decide," Avaryss reminded her. "If you put me in contact with my master, I shall." "My lord husband does not have the time to deal with you now," the lady snapped back. "There has been a problem in our holdings in the Zahn system. I am the ranking member of our family, and I order you to return." Avaryss's frown deepened. Her temper began to flare. "And what of the Jedi and the conspiracy? Should we just ignore what is going on? Should we forget what I've discovered? Your master's agents will deal with this matter from now on. Once he returns, my lord will see how your stumbling has jeopardized all his good work and weakened us from within." She glared at her husband's apprentice. "The time has come to let your betters handle this matter, girl. You do not belong among us, and you never have." "My master believes otherwise," Avaryss responded. "His fascination with you is a mistake. I see that now, as your repeated failures have proven. Your issues on the wreck, now this matter with the Hutts and the mining guild, the Empire is lucky we are not at war with both right now." The lady shook her head. "You should have died with the rest of your family. When my lord husband purged the rest of your clan, he was foolish not to finish the job. You are a threat not only to this family but to the Empire itself." Avaryss growled in the back of her throat. It took all of her self-control not to lash out at her master's wife. "You have no right to order me," she spat. "I'm the ranking Sith of this family. You serve us, or claim to do so, and you will do as you are told. You will return to Dromund Kaas." The lady sneered. "Your adventure at my husband's expense is over." The hologram winked out, leaving Avaryss alone. Her heart was pounding. She could feel both the blood and the hate within her rushing through her veins. That witch. She does not understand. "I will." There was a sound behind her. She spun ready to lash out at whoever dared interrupt her. She froze when she saw who it was. Varric stood before her. Through the Force she could feel a blend of bewilderment, anger, and betrayal. It took her a moment to piece together what had happened. No, she thought. He heard. He knew. She was left speechless. For the first time in a long time, the dark side did not rise to her defense, did not give her the insight and wisdom she needed to confront this. Her brother turned and walked away. He said nothing, though his confusion and anger radiated like the light from a blue giant. Avaryss pursed her lips. Emperor save me, she thought. What have I done? It had not been her, but she should have locked down the communication room the moment that she made her report. It would have been the smart thing to do. Then again, she had not been aware of her master's absence, and how could she have known that Sinestra would have? I will need to deal with this, she realized. You know what must be done, the darkness whispered. He knows too much, and you do not have the time to explain things to him. The mission stands on the edge of a knife. Kill him. Do not let him jeopardize everything you have worked for. Kill him now, She had found herself taking a step towards Barrick's quarters, but stopped herself. She thought about calling out to HK, seeing if he would like a little practice at killing a Sith commando in close quarters. She dismissed both ideas. I cannot afford to be timid. She could have moved forward, dealt with the matter, but she had not. She sent word to Rink and Holly that she did not wish to be disturbed and returned to her quarters. Quinaya was meditating and would not act without orders, nor would HK. She needed to come up with something. She would need to decide what to do. The ship was currently in orbit of a small moon within Sith territory. She had told her crew that they would remain there until they had further orders. Well, she had the orders, but she was unwilling to accept them. Her eyes narrowed every time she thought of the smug look on Lady Sinestra's face. That shudder does not command me. If she went home now, if she decided not to pursue this lead before it grew cold, even if Feer ruled in her favor, even if he decided she had not failed, it would be unlikely she would get another opportunity like this. Barrick and the mission, she thought. I need to decide what to do with both, and quickly. What shall I do? What shall I do? She was not sure how long she had been meditating when Barrick finally worked up the courage to confront her. She had been lost in the Force when he came, floating on the ebb and flow of the dark side. His presence felt like a stone dropped into a small pond. It sent out ripples, drawing her back from the cold embrace of the darkness. She opened her eyes and sighed. She could feel emotions churning. His training as a Sith soldier were at war with his emotions. He felt hate and anger, but at the same time fear and confusion. He knew what he had heard, but at the same time, his training, his conditioning was to obey a Sith without question or thought. The way it felt was intriguing and answered a long unanswered question. She had often wondered why her father had done nothing when he heard that Sith agents were coming to speak with him after Lord Feer had taken control of Ardana. She had thought at the time that it was fear or cowardice. That was not it. As a soldier, her brother, like her father, had been conditioned to obey their lords, to trust them to do the right thing. Even now, she could feel what Barrick had been taught twisting his desires. He knew what he wanted, and what he wished to say, but at the same time, what had been done to him during basic training had changed him. He had been taught to obey his lords in all things. Now, what he knew to be true, and what he had been taught was in conflict. It was delicious. She heard him knock on her chamber doors, asking for an audience. She did not even bother getting up. She used the Force to trigger the door, and remained sitting on the bed where she had been meditating. She opened her eyes as he entered. He wore his everyday uniform and a sidearm on his belt. If she had been anyone else, she might have been intimidated by that. She could sense his fear. She could almost smell it. Despite his skills, his every movement was giving off prey signals, and to someone who had been taught to embrace their predatory instincts, it was almost impossible to resist. Something cruel and mean rose up inside her. It came too fast for her to stop, and she likely would not have stopped it if she could. She smiled slyly. I've seen that look before, she purred. It was the same look that our father had on his face before he died. Barrick's eyes widened. The world seemed to slow down. His hand went to his belt, a very fast attempt to draw his weapon. It was not fast enough. Her hands were up. She yanked the blaster pistol out of his holster and pulled it to her with the Force, while, at the same time, she sent a wave of paralyzing energy rippling at her brother. He was caught like a bug in amber, his features radiating surprise. Time sped up, returning to normal. Avaryss smiled. It had been over too fast. She looked down at the blaster pistol. The safety was still, surprising considering her brother had come here, perhaps even contemplating murder. She sat the weapon down on the bed next to her and pulled her lightsaber into her hand. She ignited the weapon and held it before her. She could see the light reflected in her brother's frightened eyes, see the red glow on his skin, the bloodshine of her blade. The dark side sang inside her, begging her to surrender to it, to free herself of Kira Lillis once and for all, and what else would it be but an act of freeing? If she killed Barrick, the last tie to her old life would be severed. It would be so easy. Her brother said nothing. He did not beg or struggle. He continued to watch her, his emotions unreadable through the force now that he was caught. You must have questions, she said. I think it is time you ask them. He did not answer. He continued to stare, to wait. Ask your questions, she ordered him. You may not get a second chance. I'm guessing that I'm all out of chances, he said. That is how this is going to end. Yes. I haven't decided yet. You should speak, then we can go from there. He took a shuddering breath. She realized how easy it would be to end his life. All she had to do was turn the point of the blade in his direction and pull him towards her. He would die, just as their father had died almost a lifetime ago. There was a strange symmetry in that. Blossom, why? She blinked, ignoring the rogue thought. She continued to watch her brother. The next move was his. Is it true? He asked. Is what Lady Sinestra said true? Did Lord Feer kill our family? Avaryss sighed. There was no point in lying now. He did, or rather one of his enforcers did. She shrugged. I was the only survivor that night. She felt her brother's emotions again. Shock, horror, and rage. Some of that was even directed at her, not that she blamed him. You serve him, he growled. We both do, she answered. You serve the man that ordered our family murdered. Yes? Have you known? Have you always known? Not always, he told me after my training on Corbin was done, but since then, yes. Beric snarled at her. She could feel his rage building. If he had been force sensitive, she likely would not have survived whatever attack he might have come up with. She let him struggle, let him rage. He could not escape the stasis field she had trapped him in. She was eager to see what he would do next. How can you just sit there? How can you just admit what you've done? I've done nothing. You stand with the man who orphaned us. He killed our parents, he killed the girls. What do you want me to do, Rick? I want you to hurt, he spat. I want you to feel shame. I want you. He had no more words. He glared at her, if not hatefully, at the very least angrily. How do you live with yourself? Avaryss pursed her lips and looked into the red glow of her ignited sword. She smiled wistfully. It is not easy, she confessed. In the beginning, I despised myself, my weakness, my willingness to do what Lord Feer asked, but I ask you, what else was I supposed to do? Attack him with no chance of success, to throw my life away. I tried that on Corbin, brother. I attacked Lord Feer, and it almost cost me my life. She shook her head. In time, though, I've come to see things differently, to see the opportunity my apprenticeship represents. And what is that? He demanded. She grinned slyly. You cannot stab someone in the back if you do not follow them. How else would you even get close? Beric sneered. What is that? Some ancient lord's proverb. Most likely, she shrugged. It is sound wisdom, despite the simplicity of it. She deactivated her sword and sat it down on the bed next to his blaster. She rose from the bed and walked up to him. She felt him struggling, trying to move, but it was no use. She was too strong for him now. I don't want your death, she murmured. I don't wish to kill you. Why not? He demanded. I'm a threat to you now, aren't I? Perhaps. Then why wish to spare my life? Avaryss licked her lips. There was no easy answer to that question. Though the darkness screamed for death, there was also a part of it that called for life. That small, greedy part of her mind that did not wish to lose anything she considered hers. He is mine. His life, his death, everything he does should serve me. He is mine. Mine. I will not throw away such a pawn recklessly. That part of her made her smile. She had not taken the name Avaryss without reason. Avarice, greed, was always part of her desire, her connection to the dark side. It reared its head up again. It was for that reason, and that reason alone, that her brother continued to draw breath. Though she doubted that he would understand that, she decided to put it into a context that he would accept. She smiled. I love you, brother, she informed him. It was not entirely a lie. She still held great affection for him. There was enough truth in her words to convince him, she hoped. I love you, she repeated, and together we shall change the Empire for the better. I can feel it. Beric watched her suspiciously, not that she blamed him. Sister or no, she had kept this secret from him. It was no surprise that he was angry. And how are we supposed to do that? She laughed. By living, of course, and by rising to the highest of heights of the Empire. You are going to be Lord. I see how that might work for you, but I'm just a soldier. I'm just a grunt. Avaryss shook her head no. You carry greatness in your blood, she reminded him, the same blood that flows through my veins. You may not be force-sensitive yourself, but you carry the potential. Our parents begot me, so it is possible that your children or their children will have a strong affinity to the Force. We simply have to find you the right girl to bring that affinity out. He looked skeptical. You are starting to sound like Mother. Is that such a bad thing? She shrugged. Having a Sith in the family can be useful. I can connect you with people who can help us elevate your station, and as I rise, so will you. She gave him an evil smirk. We cannot change the past, brother, but we can chart our own course into the future. How would you like to be a general one day, an admiral, or how about a moff, a grand moff? She leaned in close, whispering in his ear, putting all of her passion into her voice. I can make it happen. Stick with me and you will know a life far greater than any our parents could have dreamed of. She stepped back, watching him. Again she felt his emotions. The anger remained, but it was no longer burning so hotly. Her offer of aid had affected him. He was considering what she said. Good? Very good? Beric stopped resisting. He held her gaze. A cold determination washed over him as he refused to break eye contact. Darth Feer must pay for our family's death, he said flatly. I agree. I want you to help me kill him. Avaryss laughed. I was about to ask you the same thing, she said, grinning. She reached up and touched his face, feeling the stubble on his chin. She remembered when she was small, of the little girl Kira Lilas, her father scooping her up when she was but a toddler. She remembered touching his face, Beric's face. It was very similar to their father's. He had grown into the man that father would have wished him to be. We must be patient, she informed him. Lord Feer cannot die until I've mastered all his secrets, until everything that he has falls into my lap. And when that day comes, Beric asked. On that day, Ender and Maya Lilas will be avenged. Pamir, Talitha, and Ange will know peace as we crush the life from Darth Feer's body. The House of Feer will fall, and the House of Avaryss will rise and take its place. She released the stasis field. Her brother started to slump to the deck, but she caught him, steadied him. She gave him a cruel smile. You will be there when that day comes, she promised. I will kill him, and you will get to watch. And our family will know peace. Beric said. Peace is a lie. There is only posse on, Avaryss thought. But she nodded nonetheless. He nodded back, accepting her offer. Lady Sinestra ordered us home, he said. That she did. Are we going to obey? I don't think so, she said. He frowned. Your master may not be pleased by that. Right now, he is not home to be pleased or displeased. That gives us a bit of breathing room. You intend to continue hunting the conspiracy? I do, she nodded. If we fail, we will all likely be dead, so it will not matter, but if we succeed. Darth Feer will have a hard time denying your success, Beric answered. It would make him look foolish if he tried to punish you for success. Nothing succeeds like success in the Empire, Avaryss reminded him. Her brother nodded, accepting her argument. So we stay on the hunt, he agreed. We follow the lead we found on the listening post. This Jedi Padawan, this Zen lure person, we hunt her. That is the plan, she said. But how are we going to do that, sister? We have no access to House Feer's resources. We can't simply contact War Master Feer's people ourselves. I've been thinking about that, and I think I found a solution. It will not endure me to my master, but I must not turn away from a resource. especially one with so many contacts throughout the galaxy. Baris, her brother said. Baris. He nodded. Your master will not like that. Better to ask forgiveness than beg permission. And if you succeed, it will not matter. That is what I hope. Avaryss stepped away. She went to her desk and pulled out a bottle of Alderani brandy, a gift from Lady Ilana of House Thule. She filled 2 glasses and offered one to her brother. Feer will answer for what he did one day, but for now, we must remain focused on the mission. The Empire has enemies. We must deal with them. Agreed, he said, taking the glass and holding it out to her. To our family then, Kira, to a matter of justice finally squared. She nodded, forgiving his use of her former name. In truth, she would only accept that name from the lips of Finn Shadowstone now. She gave her brother a pass this time. To vengeance, she said, holding up her own glass, and to our glorious future. The children of Ander and Maya Lilos clinked glasses and drank to their success, and to the war to come. Avaryss smiled. I need to contact Baris, she said. Hopefully, he is in a dealing mood. And if he is not, then this game is done before it can even begin. Beric laughed. You will just have to be your charming self, sister. She chuckled. Once that would have been a joke, but despite everything, she had learned how to be charming in the last few years. All she could hope for is that Baris would not prove resistant to those charms. They needed him. Hopefully, she thought, the Dark Lord would be in a good mood. Hopefully. Chapter 46. Watch it, boss. You got more incoming. Avaryss did not need to hear ring through her earpiece to know that was true. It was within moments that the now familiar yodeling war cry of the cave people rang out, and with it, the yellow sky with its brown clouds filled, once again, with spears and throwing discs. All around them the jungle echoed with shrieks and sounds of battle. The forest, a blend of giant mushrooms and trees that resembled long reeds with fluffy tops, the forest hid the natives well. Right up until the time they tried to rain down death on the invaders. Avaryss used the force to seize one of the blue-plumed aliens. They looked humanoid, bipedal, but the similarity ended there. The Kae were about her height with white leathery skin, long arms and legs, and plumes of either blue or bright yellow fur. Their features were hidden behind what looked like gas masks with long stalk-like eyes. The blue ones also had insect-like wings. They fluttered through the air, darting back and forth, avoiding blaster fire that gave them an edge over Avaryss and her followers. It was an edge that Avaryss used the force to remove. She used the force to fling the alien against the thick trunk of a large mushroom. The creature hit hard and fell to the ground. She would have gone in for the kill, finished the creature off before one of the Kae healers could get the creature back on his feet, but she was cut off as another enemy emerged to challenge her. She brought up her lightsaber as another native swordsman leapt down from one of the giant mushrooms that dotted that forest. The creature's sword of bone and plant fiber should have shredded under the crimson blade, but instead merely sparked, held, and forced the young Sith to parry another wild attack. Avaryss snarled in anger and lunged again. The creature's fighting style was rough and unorthodox, but it didn't fall apart under the strain of Makashi. Between that and 8 of the warrior's fellows, the Sith and her crew found themselves in jeopardy. Filth, Avaryss thought as she parried another of the warrior strikes. It does not matter how many of these things the Jedi throw at us, I will not be denied. We will reach our target. At her side, Beric, HK Sigma 3, and Ensign Holly fired heavy blaster carbines, trying to keep the enemy at bay. Quinaya stayed behind the group, using the force to throw off the path of the projectiles raining down on them. The Kae of the planet Venoskei were a primitive race. They lived in communal villages, rode domesticated beasts, and harvested from the forest to survive. They should have been no problem for a Sith and her crew, but they were. The Kae were also moderately force-sensitive. They used that tinge of the force to turn their throwing spears and discs into projectiles as fast and lethal as any rocket-propelled ordnance. They were far more than mere primitives, that was for sure. She showed them no mercy. Avaryss' blade sliced off the warrior's hand. He tried to stumble away only to lose his head to spinning strike as the young Sith advanced. I will not be denied, she thought. She sent a blast of force lightning up at the flying K, forcing them to withdraw again. The aliens fell back into the foliage. And then, just like that, they were gone. Sighing, Avaryss lowered her lightsaber. Another ambush endured for now. How are we looking, Rink? She said into her comlink. Her earpiece crackled as her pilot reported. They're falling back, boss, but the ship's sensors are losing them. Something in the forest is interfering with our sensors. Avaryss cursed under her breath. After the first ambush, she had Rink take to the air. The Fury was now in high orbit of their position. She had been hoping it would have given them more warning about future attacks. It had not worked out that way. They had arrived on the planet 4 hours ago, and had faced half-dozen ambushes in that time. The natives were quickly proving more troublesome than Darth Baris had thought. Unsurprising, Avaryss thought. Why else would the Dark Lord use an agent outside of his own house? If they succeeded, he got to claim a victory. If they failed, it cost him nothing. The beauty of Sith politics. Darth Baris had responded quickly when Avaryss sent a request for an audience. It had not been 20 minutes when the hypercom beeped and the image of the broad-shouldered masked Dark Lord appeared before her. She had smiled and tried to put her best foot forward. With Lord Feer currently occupied, Baris was likely their best option. Avaryss was determined not to anger him. He had been a bit surprised by her call. With everything that was happening in the Zon system, he had suspected that she would have been called away to serve at her master's side. Lord Feer understands the value of my mission, Lord Baris, she had informed him. He has trusted me to continue the hunt in his absence. Her answer could have been considered a lie, but the Dark Lord bought it, or at least pretended to. She could sense his amusement through the Force. I'm surprised that your master would do so, youngster, he said. My own master, Darth Vengeance, as well as several council members have also made for the Zon system. The Dark Lord crossed his arms over his large chest. Given that, I would have thought your master would need you at his side. I'm sure with so many powerful Sith in attendance, the matter will be dealt with swiftly, Lord Baris. But in the meantime, the stars continue to burn, and the planets spin on. She gave him a sly smile. The matters of Empire still need to be tended to. Well said, girl, Baris replied. He might have smiled, but she could not tell with the Dark Lord's mask in place. Well said. In the course of my investigation into the conspiracy against the Empire, I've recently turned up a name. I was hoping that your agents might be able to turn up something useful on her, perhaps even her location. She grinned. The two of us have matters to discuss. The Dark Lord nodded, though he did not volunteer any information, not that she was surprised. You did not rise to the rank of Darth by being trusting. My agents might be able to aid you, child. He nodded, but as you so put it so succinctly during our last conversation, what is in it for me? I'm still owed that translation key for the report you sent me, she reminded him. Beyond that, would you seriously say no to having me owe you a favor? I've proven my value among the Order, have I not? You are skilled, no one doubts that, he said. As for the key, I will send it now. As for your question, feel free to ask. If I think it is worth my time, I will tell you what I know. It was not much Avaryss realized, but it was better than nothing. She nodded and gave the Dark Lord the name of Zanlur. Lord Baris' reaction was interesting. Baris liked to be in control, to know more than either his allies or his adversaries. She sensed a brief sensation of surprise from the Elder Sith, but that was quickly buried beneath his mental shields. Zanlur, he said. That is the person you wish to know about. It is, Avaryss nodded. She is a Jedi Padawan. I'm curious what you agents might be able to turn up on her. The Dark Lord chuckled. It seems that our interests are once again aligned, youngster, he said. I've heard that name several times in the course of my own investigations into this conspiracy. In fact, you will likely hear it again yourself when you are unlocked the report I've sent you. Baris reached off screen. His hologram shimmered, and quickly returned to normal. "I've just added a layer of security to our conversation," he informed her. "Can't be too careful in such interesting times." "I guess what you have to tell me is a bit on the juicy side, my lord." "It could be called that, I suppose," he admitted. "There are several names in the report I sent you, child. I'm sure you would take the time to investigate them all one by one, but perhaps there is a way to work around that. A central figure that might mean more to this than even I realized. This person, this name, stood out for me personally, a thorn in the side of the Empire that should have been eliminated long ago." Avaryss laughed. "Let me guess, you would like me to take care of this problem." "I would not be angry if you did," Baris admitted, "and as it happens the Zen lure you mentioned does run in the same circles as the one I mentioned, his end might be just what you need to draw the Padawan into the open." "It might," she replied, nodding. "Who is this person that vexes you so, my lord?" "His name is Vener," the Dark Lord said, "a Jedi Master and former member of the Jedi High Council." The Dark Lord's words sent a shiver down her spine. Not just a Jedi Master, but one of the High Masters. She was intrigued. "Tell me about this man." As Avaryss and her crew made their way through the jungle, she thought about what Lord Baris had told her about their target. Vener was one of the most venerated Jedi of his age. He was well into his 2nd century of life, and had served for almost 60 years as a member of the Jedi Council, a record among human Jedi. He had also trained many Jedi during that time. Many of these had gone on to hold high posts within the Order. "What of Zen Lure?" she had asked. "Is she one of Master Vener's students?" "She is not," Baris had informed her, "but the one who is training her was. The man holds great prominence among the Jedi, and has served for many years now as the liaison between the Jedi Order and the Republic Senate." "Do you happen to know the name of this man?" she had asked, feeling a sense of excitement she had not felt before. That excitement had only grown when he finally answered. "Zen Lure is the Padawan learner of Jedi Master Saidar Ben." Avaryss' eyes had widened when she heard the name. "Saidar Ben." Baris tilted his head. "You have heard the name before." "I know a Jazdar Ben," she admitted. "We've encountered each other in the past." "Jazdar Ben is the man's twin brother, his identical twin, I've been told." Darth Baris chuckled. "Given their reputations, though, I cannot think of two brothers who are farther alike." Avaryss nodded. Jazdar Ben's brother, she thought. Was that why he was hesitant to tell me what he had learned about the conspiracy? Did he suspect that his own brother was involved? If that was true, then she could certainly understand why the Jedi had chosen to say nothing. Family was family after all. She had heard that the Jedi tried to minimize their feelings of attachment, but a man's twin brother, his identical twin, that might be enough to motivate even a Jedi to remain silent about someone's wrongdoings. The report I've sent you will confirm that this Zen Lure has visited Master Vener several times, and all of them on the behalf of Republic SIS. One might think that she was being sent to get orders from a leader. It was possible, she thought. What kind of man is this Master Vener? What are his politics? He was most unhappy about the signing of the Treaty of Coruscant, or so my agents have led me to believe. It seems that he chose to enter exile rather than accept the Senate and Council's decision on the matter. He has lived like a hermit since the war ended, choosing to remain on a primitive world on the fringes of Republic space. Baris stood a little straighter. Vener is not the first Jedi to choose such a fate. Several high-ranking Jedi chose to step down from the Order proper in protest of the Senate's choice to end the war. They now live simply, trying to stay hidden as they meditate on what went wrong. And the Empire just allows such tempting targets to exist. Avaryss inquired, you would think that the Emperor would want such possible threats removed. We are of a like mind in this matter, youngster, Baris has agreed. When I first learned of the existence of these Jedi hermits, I advised the Dark Council to act quickly and eliminate them. The Dark Lord shook his head. They refused to act, not wishing to jeopardize the treaty. Yet they will shed no tears if one of these Jedi falls, Avaryss said, grinning. I can't imagine that they will be too upset to hear of the death of one of the High Masters of the Jedi Council. I suspect that they wouldn't, child, he nodded, especially if this Jedi is caught up in a conspiracy against us. Killing the Master might just draw out the former student, she added. If Vener is the leader of this conspiracy, his death will send a message to the others, and if he is not, if his former student is behind all this, such a death may convince the student to act rashly, to come into the open. Baris chuckled. You have a sharp mind, child. You will make a fine lord one day. Avaryss was not flattered by his comment. She had already deduced what was going on. He said it himself. He wanted this Jedi eliminated. Right now he was playing to her sense of patriotism and vanity, but the endgame was the death of a senior Jedi Master. If she failed, then one of Baris' rivals had lost an apprentice, and if she succeeded, the old man could go to his master Darth Vengeance and tell the tale of how he manipulated his rival's apprentice to get the job done, while their hands remained clean. It was a good scheme, she had to admit, and if she wanted any further aid from him she would need to play along, but carefully, mindfully. She had no desire to simply become another one of the Baris' pawns. Tell me more about Sidar Ben and Zen Lure. Surely you have had agents looking into them, considering their involvement with Master Vener. Baris chuckled. Let us call that information, child, the reward for finishing this job. I will give you the location of Mater Vener's hermitage. If he is slain, I will tell you what I know about Sidar Ben and his apprentice. Avaryss shrugged. It was likely she would have to kill the old Jedi anyway. She might as well get something out of it. So be it, she said. I will deal with this problem for you. Oh, it is more than a mere problem, girl. Do not let your own pride blind you to the danger. Despite his advanced age, Master Vener is still quite dangerous. If I were you, I would be very cautious in confronting him. I will be mindful, she promised. Now, where can I find this Jedi? He had told her, and that knowledge had brought her to Finalizing, and once again they found themselves under attack. This time the locals popped up out of a small river to their right, trying to flank them. While that was going on, more of the blue-furred winged creatures lobbed down spears and throwing discs from the giant mushrooms high above. Once again Avaryss blocked these attacks. She sent a blast of force lightning into the water, trying to draw out their attackers. A throwing disc knocked HK off his feet, but the natives did not have time to take advantage of that. The droid fired the grenade launcher built into his hip, and after 3 grenades set one of the mushrooms above them on fire, the KE once again retreated into the forest, leaving the broken bodies of several of their fellows behind, some burned from HK's attack, and others hacked down by Avaryss and Quinaya's lightsabers. Avaryss shivered. After so many attacks, even she was starting to get rattled. The natives were proving to be more dangerous than she could have anticipated. She could feel the fear from her crew as well. Even Beric and Holly, who were used to dangerous environments, seemed rattled. She could feel the sense of panic they held in check, but any more such attacks, and they would likely flee, or ask that she summon rank so that they could escape. To be honest, she was contemplating such an escape herself. This hunt was not going the way she had hoped. Beric looked exhausted. He was sweating buckets. Holly swallowed hard. The grease stains that her changeling abilities always seemed to create on her face flowed over her skin like water. Only Quinaya and HK seemed unaffected. Droids could not be demoralized. They would fight despite the odds. And the Devish had developed a sort of death wish. She did not care if she lived or died. Avaryss wished she could be so fatalistic. I can't die here, she thought. I can't. The K were not going to give up. They were scared of her, but they were also motivated. They would give their lives if need be to drive off the invaders threatening their world, and the one that had settled here, the Jedi that had come here as a friend. We will never reach him, a fearful voice within Avaryss seemed to say. Never. Avaryss shook her head. She had never felt so helpless, not since the night her family had been taken from her. Master Avaryss. Avaryss ignored Quinaya. What did the fool Devish want now? Could she not see they were in a bad way? Did she not understand? We are being under attack, Master Avaryss, the alien girl growled. Reach out with your mind. Defend yourself. Avaryss shook her head. They were under attack, but the K had retreated. They had survived, and she was so tired. She had lowered her shields to rest after pushing herself so hard. How could they be? The young Sith blinked again. She reached down inside her, calling on the dark side again. She wrapped herself in his cold embrace, forming a shield as hard and unforgiving as Mandalorian iron. The panic, the sense of hopelessness receded. Her will pushed it back like the tide, and when it fled, new emotions came in. Anger. Hate. Fury. She growled like a hungry Huta. Quinaya had been right. They were under attack. Aid me, Quinaya, she ordered. Draw on your power. Help me shield the group. The Devish nodded. The two Force users connected. Avaryss immediately felt the change in the air, and in her companions. She sneered. Damn you, Jedi. She thought. Damn you straight to hell. What was that? Holly asked. My lord, Baris said, shaking his head. I feel. The Jedi filth is playing games, she growled. Baris warned me to be mindful, and I didn't listen. She shook her head. He could have told me the Jedi knew the art of the battle meditation. I could have prepared us better. Battle meditation? Holly asked, sounding confused. Avaryss nodded. Yes, she knew. Battle meditation. She should have known. Battle meditation was the art of using the Force to not only demoralize your enemies, but to also inspire your allies. A single skilled Force user could use the ability to terrify an effect during combat. The archives back on Corbin had given many examples of both Jedi and Sith using the ability to turn the tides of battle. The clearest example of such was the Battle of the Star Forge some 3 centuries ago. It was said that Darth Malik's apprentice had switched sides during the conflict, whether to simply destroy her master or because she had grown weak and fallen to the light. Few scholars could agree on what had happened. All they knew was the result. The Sith had failed, and the Star Forge had been lost. The Empire would have to wait 3 more centuries before it was strong enough to try again. Avaryss sighed. It was another ability that she had no talent for. It, like Force persuasion, was beyond her, but she could shield herself, and the others, at least for now. But what happens when another ambush comes? What will you do when the battle meditation enhanced K fall on you again? What am I going to do? What can I do? Simple, the dark voice within her said. You stop playing the mundane hunter and you start acting like a Sith Lord. How would a Sith Lord solve this problem? How would one of the sorcerers of old solve it? You send a message, a very strong message. Avaryss grinned. She knew a way. Gather round, she informed her crew. Things are about to get interesting. She gestured towards the ground. Using the Force, she drew a line in the dirt around them. It moved quickly around the group, forming a perfect circle, one large enough to include them all. She spoke quickly into her comlink, informing Rink to go to a higher orbit, just in case. She had never attempted this before. She had no intention of being stranded on this rock if something went wrong. Shield the others, Quinaya, she ordered. The rest of you, keep the K back if they try to advance again. They must not break my concentration. What are you going to do? Her brother asked. I'm going to be a Sith, she said with a smile. This Force stands in our way. It shields our enemy and gives him succor. There is only one answer. When in doubt, don't fight through the forest. Her smile turned predatory. Destroy the forest. Excited exclamation, HK said looking at her. Shall I engage my flamethrower, Master? I'm most eager to burn something. Save your fuel, HK, she said. I can handle this. Destroy the forest, Holly said. How? Like this, Avaryss said, turning away from them and gesturing with her hands, all the while she reached down deep within her, seeking the heart of darkness, the true power of the dark side. Her eyes rolled back into her head as she began to chant. The spell she was calling on was powerful, but not dangerous as some she had learned over the years. It would serve her well. She had first discovered it while studying the scrolls she had liberated from the Forgotten Tomb on Korriban. Those scrolls had proved to be the true treasure of her final trial. After her adventure on Hoth, she had returned to her studies, reread the scroll, and memorized this particular spell just for this sort of occasion. Their Sith ancestors knew how to deal with enemies, the one in the Forgotten Tomb equally so. Though Avaryss had found no record of her name, she had been intrigued by what the woman had accomplished. The ancient Sith who had been buried there had been a woman of great power. According to the scrolls, she had been one of the first Dark Jedi to choose to mate with one of the Sith high priests. She had been ostracized for that act at the time, but their union had not only yielded strong Force-sensitive progeny, but it had also given the girl access to spells that her fellows would not come to understand until much later. When they finally realized that she had been right to embrace their red-skinned servants as not only weapons, but an excellent breeding stock as well. Thinking about that made her think of Fel again, and with that thought the rage at his death returned, giving her even more power for her spell. She did not deny that anger, that pain. She let it flow into her, feeding the darkness. It would feed her spell, and the power she was about to unleash. She welcomed it. "You got contact coming in from the west, boss," Rink said over his communicator. "Can't say how many." Avaryss ignored him. She trusted Beric and the others. They would keep the K at bay. "Contact. Contact," Beric shouted. "Open fire." Assassination protocols engaged die meat bags. Shield Master Avaryss. "HK, don't waste your ammo. Use your secondary weapons too. They are part of your defensive protocols." Avaryss only partially heard her crew. She was someplace beyond them now, beyond the world of flesh. It was an extraordinary experience. The world had fallen away, her body seemed distant. She felt like a snake that had shed its skin. She had emerged glistening, lost in a world of pure emotion. She could feel her crew's fears, their courage, and their anger. She could feel the cave people's emotions as well, that in the bolstering they were enjoying from the Jedi Master, the puppeteer hiding behind the wall of spears, swords, and throwing discs. Avaryss almost laughed. She could sense the Jedi's concern. He knew something was wrong. He tried to will the K on, no doubt hoping they would destroy her before she could complete her work. He would be disappointed. She found that she could look down, that she could see her own body. The shell of Avaryss now floated a good 2 feet off the ground, surrounded by a bubble of violet-blue energy. The blades and spears of the K could not breach it, but Avaryss people's blaster bolts seemed to emerge just fine. Her body seemed to be glowing with dark side energy, energy that was feeding off the conflict around them. The crystals built into her helmet mask and wrist bracer glowed bright crimson. Beneath her black cloak, the Sith tattoos that adorned her spine pulsed with each beat of her heart. Her eyes were open but unseeing. They glowed like twin suns. Twin suns. A sense of vertigo overwhelmed her. She felt herself be carried away from the battle. The galaxy opened up to her. She saw a small blonde-haired boy sitting amidst a sea of junk, he wiping at tears threatening to fall as he tried to fix an old droid. The world changed again. She saw 2 men sitting in a luxurious apartment, one human and one alien. The alien slouched in his chair, his eyes out of focus as the red-haired older human talked. She watched as the alien's head finally dipped down. The glass he had been holding fell from his hand. The human paused mid-speech. He stared at the alien, and then, with a slight nod, he raised his hand. Force lightning blasted the alien as the human vented years of hate and vengeance. A Sith must arrange his own promotion, she thought, and then she was gone again. The galaxy shifted. She saw her master. He had his lightsaber in hand. He was retreating. All around him she saw shambling wrecks that had once been people. The mere sight of them made her shudder. They had been living once. Now they were kept aloft by mechanical devices. All were clad in the ruins of imperial uniforms, their rotted flesh barely holding their frames together. She watched as her master fought, blasting the creatures with force lightning, and then, a strange red cloud seemed to rush from out of nowhere. Her master shrieked and fled. The world shifted again. What had happened? I need to know. She tried to control her path, but it was no use. Darth Feer was beyond her vision again. She gasped. She found herself back with her crew. The air roiled, the wind shrieked like an abandoned child. Lightning crackled off the bubble of pure dark side energy she had gathered. In that briefest of moments, she saw the old Jedi Master. She saw Brando Venery. He was small and wizened. He was bald except for a thin ring of hair around his head, that in the long silver braid that ran down his back. He was still muscular despite his advanced years. His arms and chest hinted at the physical power he must have wielded in his youth. His eyes were closed and he was bathed in sweat. She could feel him trying to reach out to the Itae, trying to warn them away. Too late for that, she thought. Far too late. Jedi fool. In that moment, she thought he could see her standing before her. No, she thought she heard him whisper. Stop. She smiled. No, she thought. I have a message for you, old one. She raised her hands. Behold the dark side. She brought her hands together. The clap sounded like thunder. The world roared around her. Avaryss gasped. She was back in her body. She found herself kneeling on the ground. All around her the world had become a fiery hell. The dark side spell she had unleashed pulsed out like a tidal wave, and what it touched it obliterated. Giant mushrooms withered and collapsed. The fluffy trees burst into flames, their tops blowing away in bright orange cinders. She felt the Itae panic when she set off the blast. They had tried to flee. They were not fast enough. Those consumed by her spell withered to skeletons in a microsecond. Those who made it to cover burst into flames, their agony, their death cries filling the force with a terrible cacophony of pain and torment. Avaryss giggled. It was delicious. My lord. She took a deep breath and swallowed hard. I'm here, she gasped. I'm back. She laughed. Beware the dark side, she cackled. In a small puddle where she knelt, she saw her reflection. She had lost her mask during the spell. The sight gave her pause. She looked exhausted, like she had not slept for weeks. Great dark bags were prominent beneath her eyes. Her cheeks were sunken in and bruised. Her forehead creased with wrinkles. She shook her head. The price of power, she thought, but not permanent for one who knows the ancient ways. Her vanity made her laugh. Did it really matter if she looked 20 years older? She had done it. She looked up. The path was now clear. The jungle had been blasted away for several miles in every direction. The spell seemed to have run its course, but the damage had been done. She tried to stand, her joints creaked, but she managed to find her feet. Her cloak and gloves were covered with frost. The cold had been so intense that she could even see her crewmate's breath in the air. An impressive display, to be sure, she thought. A most impressive display. She could see why the ancient Sith had coveted such a spell. She reached out with the Force. She felt the Jedi's presence, his horror at what she had unleashed. His reaction amused. Don't worry, Jedi, you will not have to feel such pain much longer. This way, she ordered. She stumbled only once, but Barik had made sure she had not fallen. The crew looked at her with a sense of awe, fear. It was probably both. She smiled as she drank in the dark side energy that now permeated this place, using it to restore her features and physical strength. She would need both if she was to defeat a Jedi High Master. She was eager to face that test. Ready or not, she thought with a smile. Here I come. Chapter 47. He knows we're coming. That realization should have frightened her. Just knowing that a master of the Jedi High Council was aware of her, and awaiting her arrival should have made her heart skip. Strangely enough, Avaryss felt nothing but eagerness. The spell that she had used to destroy the Itae block in her path had left her feeling energized. She felt prepared for whatever would come next. Careful, the dark voice within her warned. You expended a lot of energy to cast that spell. The dark side is limitless, you are not. It would be a shame to die because you underestimated some old man. But I'm not underestimating him, she thought to herself. I'm well aware of his power. I felt it when he touched my mind with his battle meditation. He is strong, make no mistake, but today, I am stronger. She needed to believe that, otherwise, she would likely be too intimidated to do what was needed, what was right. The Jedi would fall. The spell had left the jungle for almost 2 miles in every direction of blasted husk. The ground had become a rocky desert. Not even a blade of grass remained. As for the jungle itself, the pulse of dark side energy had withered every living thing in its path. Even the giant mushrooms, whose caps could support the weight of an Imperial shuttlecraft, had turned to dust, destroyed by the fury Avaryss had unleashed. With each encounter my power grows. The young Sith knew I've come a long way since my cleansing of that Republic safe house on Tatooine. Now, the time had come to take the next step. Destroying a senior Jedi Master would prove to be a most exciting challenge. If I can defeat this man in battle, not even Darth Feer will be able to deny my strength, my value as his apprentice. Today, she would prove herself her master's true successor. Her crew followed in her wake. HK took up the rear, his scanner searching the debris for any sign of further ambush. Beric and Holly looked upon her with new eyes, realizing perhaps for the first time that she was worthy to stand among the Sith Masters. Quinaya looked upon her with awe. Avaryss could sense it through their connection in the Force. Their bonding to shield the others had helped further that connection. When 2 Force users worked together, it was not unheard of for such a link to form. In time, it could evolve into the link between Master and Apprentice. Quinaya still dragged her feet about committing to the Sith way, but slowly, surely, the Devish was starting to see just what the dark side had to offer: a strong and willing initiate. All she had to do now was accept. If she did that, there was likely no limit to where she could go. The rewards the dark side offered were many. If only Quinaya could come to understand that. They crossed a stream all but choked with debris and burned bodies. Avaryss could sense life as they finally passed beyond the blast radius of her spell, but even here, the darkness had left its mark. The energy that had flowed over this place had not been powerful enough to destroy, but it had left scars. The Force burned within this place now. It was a place that was now a focus for fear and malice. She could sense the Ka as well, those lucky enough not to be caught in the blast. The energy she had unleashed had changed them too. She could sense instability, perhaps bordering on insanity. The realization made her smile. Even in the most destructive of circumstances, creation was possible. She had done more than simply clear the way for her and her crew. She had created a nexus of dark side energy. If left unchecked, it would likely continue to shape the world around it, but then again, why leave it unchecked? Perhaps when all was said and done, she would have a shrine built here, a structure to help focus the dark energy she had unleashed. Who knew in 100 years Sith pilgrims might journey here to revel in what she had done? It was worth considering at least. They finally passed beyond the jungle, unmolested by further attacks. They arrived in a small native village. Beasts of burden cried out as they passed, struggling against their tethers, perhaps sensing what Avaryss was. The cave structures were unique. They appeared to be made up of fallen mushroom caps that had been altered and arranged to create the natives' village. Wooden fence posts stood before each dwelling, likely to help secure whatever animal that the villager called his or her own. Doors and windows had been added, cut into the surface of each of the fleshy structures, and yet no light shone from either, and no smoke drifted up from the chimneys. "Are they all dead?" she heard Beric murmur. "No," she answered, "many still live, but they are hiding now. Perhaps they fear that I will unleash yet another spell upon them." The young Sith chuckled. "They need not worry about that. They have learned their lesson. As long as they do not stand in my way, they are safe." She gestured to her belt, drawing her lightsaber into her hand with the Force. "All I want is the Jedi." They made their way down the abandoned street. HK mentioned that he detected several creatures within the structures, no doubt watching as they passed. The droid offered to terminate them, but Avaryss said no. Let them bear witness to what is about to occur. Let them all see the power of the dark side. They left the village behind. Through the Force, the Jedi's presence shone like a beacon, a warm light in the chaos, a lantern shining bright enough to be seen through the gloom. It was a lantern that was about to be blown out, Avaryss thought hungrily. Come to me, Jedi. Let us dance a final dance. They came upon a small clearing not far from the village. A single structure rose up from its center, another native dwelling, lights flickering in the windows. Master Brandel Vener sat meditating on the steps of his home, clad in a tan robe and wide leather belt. The aged Jedi Master seemed out of place in such a primitive surrounding. Avaryss could imagine him sitting in some comfortable chair surrounded by his Jedi underlings. The only trappings of wealth she saw was a large gold medallion that hung around the Jedi's throat on a long golden chain. If he was aware of her, he did not show it. Perhaps he did not see her as a threat, and through the Force he radiated a sense of both power and serenity. Clearly he did not understand the threat that was coming for him. He was joined by two others, a strange fish-like alien with a large-billed head, and another yellow-plumed Kaas. The alien's neck was draped in beads and medallions. Avaryss suspected that the creature was either a chieftain or a shaman. Her crew started to raise their weapons, but she stopped them with a single raised hand. That was not how this was going to begin. She was no savage. She wished to get the measure of her opponent. Wait here, she informed the others. I will be back. Proudly she made her way down to the Jedi's dwelling, her lightsaber in hand, but not activated. She was willing to let the Old One make the first move. She approached unchallenged and unhindered. She could sense the Jedi's attention on her, but he did not try to warn her off or threaten her. When he did finally speak, it was with a voice void of fear or anger. I knew you would come, he said, finally opening his eyes. His features looked like hard leather, but his dark eyes were both clear and alert, radiating a power all their own. He gave her a sad smile. I have awaited this day for a very long time. Avaryss paused, unsure what to make of that. You expected me? The old man nodded. The shadow of this moment has been in my mind since I was a youngling. The details were always unclear, the place, the time, even you were undefined, just a shadow emerging from the gloom. The old master sighed. Last night, for the first time, I finally dreamed of this moment with crystal clarity. I saw your face, and knew that my time of testing had come. He shook his head. I must confess, I never imagined that when this day came, that it would be a girl that I was fighting. I never imagined that the Sith would send a child to oppose me. Avaryss sneered at his words, his lack of understanding. She was young, true, but she was also well trained. She had endured much on her journey down the dark path. She was far more than a simple 18-year-old girl. She was her master's student, apprentice to a Darth of the Sith Empire. She would not be underestimated. I've been told that the future is always in motion, she said conversationally. That is true, he agreed. But I would also say that the future can still arrive at the same place despite the many twists and turns that the world puts before us. She regarded her lightsaber thoughtfully. The road may have been different than you expected, but it did not change the destination, and so here we are. Yes, Mater Vener agreed. Here we are. Master Vener's guests finally opened their eyes and regarded her. The fish-like alien, likely a Jedi Padawan, glared at her. The Kaas' expression remained unreadable under his mask. She was not familiar enough with the species to gauge its reactions. When I was young, the old Jedi continued, I could not make sense of what you were. I could not understand how such darkness could exist in one so strong in the Force, but when your empire finally returned, I knew what shape this test would take, and I knew what it was I would be expected to endure. Avaryss sneered. The old man talked like this was some kind of training exercise. He understood nothing. If this was a test, then it was a Sith test, and in Sith tests there was only one result. Succeed or perish. You should thank your former Padawan side Darbin for bringing me here, she informed him. It is his actions that have drawn us together this day. The old man shook his head. He did not seem surprised. Young Sai was always ambitious, he said. Even when he was a boy, he thought he could deal with problems with just his wits and the blade of a lightsaber. I tried to teach him patience, to trust in the will of the Force, but for some, that lesson is not easy to embrace. Avaryss smiled. It was not confirmation, but it did point in that direction, didn't it? She decided to push further. Then you know what he is doing, your former student and his student. You know what they are doing to my home. The Empire is a very real threat, the old man said. Can you blame young Sai for seeking to halt this advance? He is violating a treaty, she snarled back, a treaty that your people signed in good faith. A treaty forced on us at Saber Point. A treaty forced on us as Coruscant, and the temple lay in ruins. Master Vener shook his head. Your people even now prepare for the next war. Why should the Republic be any different? What about your precious code? She said, grinning slyly. I've heard that the Jedi way is to use the Force for knowledge and defense, but not to attack. She laughed. What are your apprentice's actions if not some passive-aggressive form of attack? The old man did not answer. He just held her gaze, the cool, clear blue eyes seeming to be looking into her very soul. The old man sighed. He came to me a few years ago, shortly after I came to this place. He asked for my help in what he was doing, and has continued to update me as he has progressed, trying to convince me to help, to join his crusade. The old man sighed. It should have been Jazz. It was Jazz Darbin I had sought to have as my student. I had felt a connection to the boy the first time we met, but when he was lost, when we thought him dead, it was his brother that I chose. I thought, they are twins. How different can the other boy possibly be? The old master shook his head. As it turns out, they were quite different. Jazz, he could have been a great Jedi if the Force had been kinder. I've met him, Avaryss said. He is stronger than you think. Respect for one's enemy does not come easy for a Sith, but for Jazz Darbin, I do respect him. She snorted and gestured dismissively. I'm not here to talk about Jazz Darbin, old man. I'm here to deal with the conspiracy your former student has started. I'm here to save my home. The old man gave her a sad look. Is your home truly worth saving? Do you know what I see when I look at you through the Force, girl? I see people that you will slay, Jedi that you will corrupt. Your bloodline will be a bane to both the Jedi and the Republic. The old man sat up straighter. She could sense the defiance in him now. I question Sai and Zen's methods, but not their results. If there is to be peace in the galaxy again, then the Sith Empire must be dealt with. It cannot be allowed to regroup and rearm. Sai takes a risk, yes, but I think it is a risk worth taking. The master pinned her with a cold gaze. Perhaps it is for the best that your life ends here. Avaryss glanced at the old man and his guests. She was not sure of the Padawan's capabilities, and the K was yet another wild card. Still, she was not fearful. She had numbers on her side. All she had to do was call out in. Brandel Vener gestured. A wave of Force energy washed over her. It was all that Avaryss could do to shield herself. The world spun crazily. She staggered as it felt like all the blood in her body was rushing to her head. The sonic dampeners in her ears kicked into overdrive. There was a sound that was not really a sound, and only through the dampeners and the strength of her own will did Avaryss remain upright. Her allies were not so lucky. She turned her head and saw what the Jedi's attack had done. Her crew lay unconscious on the ground. Even Quinaya had not escaped the Jedi's trick. HK slouched over, his blaster carbine lying on the ground next to the others. He had not fallen, but the strange sonic attack had likely disrupted his circuits. Avaryss turned back to the Jedi, who now wore a gentle smile. I'm afraid your slaves cannot help you this time, Sith, he said proudly. You don't play fair, Jedi, she spat. Still, no one ever said life was fair. She ignited her lightsaber, its crimson blade sprang to life. Stay back, master, the alien Padawan said. Let Chieftain Huta and I deal with this Sith. I did not seize this advantage to risk it by simply staying back, Us. the old man said, standing for the first time. He gestured to his belt and his lightsaber leapt into his hand, the blue blade igniting with a hum. I've endured the nightmare of your presence for too long, Sith, the old man said, raising his blade. The time has come to wake up. She was about to spit defiantly at the Jedi, taunt his decision not to face her one-on-one. She did not get the chance. One moment the Jedi was standing there with the two aliens, and then she was under attack. If not for the Force, she likely would have lost her head right then and there. It was all she could do to keep her blade moving. Sarisu saved her butt only for the moment. The old man was a blur, and as she tried to fall back, his fellows attacked. Avaryss was almost overwhelmed. The Kaas struck with his staff, bone and leather, just like the swords wielded by the warriors in the jungle. Twice did the hard weapon strike her, once on the thigh, and again across the shoulder blades. Her armor protected her somewhat, but the Padawan bounced around like some maddened nerf. His strikes did not penetrate her defenses, but it drew her attention away from his master, and that was the real threat. Master Brando Venery was a blur, his style a blend of Adaru, Jimso, and Makashi. She felt the cold kiss of his blade on her forearm, shoulder, and waist, not enough to wound, but enough to make her realize the truth of this situation. Impossible, she thought, not possible. The old man was ancient. He was relic. No one moves this fast. Sensing that her defense was failing and on the verge of collapse, Avaryss did the only thing that she could. She retreated. She called out to the dark side, and it responded, giving her the speed to break away from her three attackers, but even then it was barely a respite. They were still there, pursuing her. She leapt into the air, landing on one of the giant mushrooms beside the Jedi's house. The Padawan and the Kaas pursued her. Again, she found herself under their weapons. It was all she could do to keep herself alive. Master Venery arrived a few seconds later, using the Force to fly up and engage her anew. Through the Force, the old man blazed like a yellow star. His mere presence hurt her damaged eyes. Do not seek to escape, Sith. Now that I know your face, I will pursue you wherever you run. Let it end here. I will make your death as painless as possible. Avaryss retreated again. She lashed out with Force lightning as she fell back. The Jedi Master did not even try to block it with his saber. He simply stood there and absorbed it into his hand, absorbed it and sent it blasting back at her. It was all she could do to evade the blast that tore through the tree behind her. She tried to cast a spell, any spell, but again she was caught within a hurricane. The enemy was all around her. She somehow managed to push the young Padawan away, but that was only the barest of reliefs. Both the Kaas and the Jedi Master continued to push her. The Master and Chieftain's wills were too strong. She realized none of her spells would breach their mental defenses. The Padawan might have been vulnerable, but she had no time to focus on him, that and her mystical talents had still not fully replenished themselves after the spell in the forest. The dark side was limitless. Sadly, she was not. The Jedi was strong, too strong. She could not stand and face him, not directly. She ran again. This is not working, she realized, her mind moving at hyperspace, trying to come up with an answer. My skills are not up to this, she realized. Baris had been right. She should have been more mindful. Given up so quickly, hopeful. Avaryss blinked. The voice she had heard was not one she remembered fondly. Philin, the pure-blooded Force Master of Fury 9, his voice rang in her ears, dripping with arrogance and condescension. I know Adas teaches his students to engage their foes directly, but sometimes that is suicide. She could almost see the arrogant bloke grinning at her. The dark side gives you far more options than direct attack. Remember that. Avaryss nodded. She remembered that conversation. It was the day that Philin had taught her attack the minds of her opponents, how to plant suggestions into the weak-minded or easily controlled. At the time, the girl that would become Avaryss had been engaging two of Phylon's favorites, one with a blade and another using mental attacks. She had been one of 4 students attending that lesson. The fourth, a human boy whose name she could no longer remember, had stood back with the master and been watching. She smiled slightly. She remembered well how she had passed that test, but did she have the time? She parried another strike from the Padawan and pushed him back. The K once again fell upon her as Master Vener sent large stones flying at her head. She managed to dodge and cartwheel out of the way. She leapt back with all her strength, trying to give herself as much room as she could. She reached out with the dark side. She had one chance, it was a slim one, but, hopefully, that would be enough. She came down hard, twisting her ankle. She cried out and yet somehow still managed to find her feet. She reached out with the dark side, seeking to manipulate its flow to her advantage. She also called on it to dull the pain in her ankle and wounds she had taken during this fight. She had no time to focus further. Her enemy was once again upon her. Her blade flashed as it blocked the K chieftain's staff. She blasted him with force lightning, but it barely made the alien take a step back. Over his shoulder she could see Master Vener advancing, the Padawan at his side. She dropped into a Sarisu fighting stance, her blade over her head, the point directed at her enemy. "This is foolish, girl," the old man said. "You can't run from us forever." "You?" A spear flew at the master's head. It was all he could do to dodge it. "Master," the Padawan croaked, the people. Throwing discs and spears rained down on them. The Jedi were forced to backpedal. Avaryss grinned. "Thanks, Master Felon," she thought. "Thank you ever so much." K fighters that had been affected by her early spell boiled out of the jungle. They flung their weapons at the Jedi and their own chieftain. In that moment, Avaryss saw an opening. She took it. She lunged at the K chieftain. He blocked her strikes, but now without the Jedi to back him up, he was starting to see the limits of his own puny abilities. Avaryss laughed. "You wanted to play the numbers game with me, creature? Well, let's play." The Jedi had thought her alone. They had thought her without potential allies. They had been fools. The Force was her ally, and it touched everything here. What a Jedi could do, so could a Sith, and Master Vener had made it all possible. By using his battle meditation on these simple people, he had created a Force link between himself and them. He had been forced to strengthen that bond to make them fast and strong enough to oppose the Sith and her allies. Where she had used her spell earlier, she had not severed that connection. She had chosen to exploit it. The fear and anger she had unleashed had saturated that connection, spreading to the warriors and their allies. As she had retreated to the village, she had reached out to that connection again. By opening themselves up to the Master's influence, the people here had made themselves open to any force sensitive, which included her. She had managed to touch that link through dark side nexus she had created, and now she was flooding the cave with thought of anger, hate, and vengeance. The warriors drank it up. They were almost maddened by it. All that remained was for Avaryss to pick a target, to give the people something to direct their rage at. The Jedi and his two allies were perfect. The K chieftain was shouting at his people in his native tongue, trying to calm them, but the warriors were maddened. The alien fell back trying to escape his people's weapons, giving Avaryss a breather, and the means to cast her will over the scarred warriors even more. They were like mad dogs now, looking for something to bite. Their chieftain was the first. Avaryss watched as a spear caught the alien in the chest. He staggered back, losing his staff. He held up his hand, warbling something to two warriors that lunged at him with their bone swords. He only had a few moments before the warriors were on him. They knocked the chieftain down and began to savage him with their blades. The creature died trying to get through to his people, unwilling to fight them. "Fool," Avaryss thought as she leapt over butchery. "They weren't your people anymore. They were mine." The Jedi proved to be smarter than the K. They recognized the danger they were in. They slashed at the maddened aliens, using their powers to turn back the tide. It was then that Avaryss struck back. Her own blade became a blur. Now, she was free to go on the offense. She flung the Padawan out of the way and engaged the Master. Their blades flashed back and forth as the two spun and wheeled, striking at each other again and again. As Avaryss watched, she felt the change in the old Jedi, At long last his age was starting to catch up with him. No longer did he shine as brightly through the Force. No longer were his strikes as hard or precise as they had been at the beginning of their duel. Even the stars die eventually, she knew. Even the brightest lights go out. Each chop and strike brought her closer to victory. New. The alien leapt through the air, his croaking war cry drawing her attention as he tried to bring his blade down on her head. She reached up, catching him in a force grip. She reached up and squeezed. The alien choked and gasped as she threw him forward. The master tried to stop his flight, to use his own powers to block the creature's flight. The two Jedi collided and went skidding through the mud. Avaryss threw back her head and shrieked a cry of both victory and fury. She limped forward, her blade at the ready. She was thirsty for blood. She was eager to quench that thirst. The alien found his feet first. He lunged at her. What, by now there was no challenge. He blocked her first 3 strokes, but by then force exhaustion had set in, that and the guilt of having to slay his own maddened allies. Avaryss' blade punched through the alien Jedi's chest, the red beam coming out the other side. She spun away as the Padawan fell, his fading presence no longer a threat to her. She turned to Master Brando Vener. The old man was wheezing, but somehow still managed to find his feet. He took a deep breath and tried to center himself. Yet, she could sense his fear, could almost see herself through his eyes. She was practically glowing with dark side energy, the carnage she had wrought restoring her strength and beauty. Her eyes blazed like 2 red infernos. Her mouth dripped blood where she had bitten her tongue, giving her an even more terrifying appearance. He was afraid, yes, but he was still a Jedi. He did not let it cripple him. He glared at her. "You're a monster," he growled. Avaryss laughed. "I'm your monster," she reminded him. "Your old Padawan unleashed me on you, and now you have given me the confirmation I needed. Now I know the name of Sidar Ben, the leader of the conspiracy against the Empire. You have my thanks, Jedi." The old man held his guard, his fighting stance, but she knew that he sensed defeat. Behind them, the maddened Kaas were destroying their own village, attacking their loved ones. She grinned. "You have brought this upon yourself, Jedi," she said, lowering her blade slightly. "The pawns you created will kill everyone they come across now. Will you leave them to rage across this world, or will you do what is necessary to stop them?" The master blinked. "You would let me help them." "I would let you die trying," she said. "How delicious it would be for you to die fighting your own friends and neighbors." She sensed Vener's anger. He started to raise his blade again. "Attack me and I will kill you," she warned him. "And all those innocents you put at risk by hiding here will die anyway, torn apart by those they loved." Avaryss lowered her blade and deactivated it. "Your time has come, old one. Die just another victim under my blade, or die trying to save the so-called innocent Kaas. Make your choice." She smiled savagely. "It is all the same to me." She looked at the Jedi, both through her eyes and through the Force. He was spent, his powers all but exhausted. He was just another old man now, a tired old man, but he still had his pride, his damnable Jedi pride. He had to know what she was offering was a death sentence, but she knew what the answer would be regardless. He sighed, a sad and hollow sound. "Damn you, Sith," he murmured as he switched off his lightsaber. "May you know eternal torment in the madness beyond death." "I take my chances," she shrugged. "Who knows, I might one day live forever." He did not respond, only shook his head. He turned away from her for the final time. The old man limped away, seeming every bit the 100-year-old man that he was. Avaryss watched him go. She reached out with the dark side one last time, bringing her pawns to a higher state of alertness and fury. "Deal with that, Jedi," she thought. "If you can." She turned away, back towards where her crew had been struck down, with the Jedi going to his death. They should be stirring, waking from whatever trick he had cast. She spoke into her comlink, summoning Rink to come and get them at the Jedi's dwelling. They were done here, and Darth Baris owed her information on Sidar Ben and Zen Lure, the old man would. Eric. The pain scream sent a tremor through the force. Likely it would be felt off-world as well. A cry cut short, the sad end of a very long life. Avaryss smiled. A shiver of pleasure ran down her spine. Master Brandel Vener, formerly of the Jedi High Council, was no more. Now it is over, she thought with a sigh of pleasure. Now, I am done. Chapter 48. I gave you a chance, old man, now you die. Avaryss leapt as the old Jedi flipped and spun around her. She was not sure how, but the man had somehow found his second wind. Now he was once again back on the attack, his blade driving her back, his attacks as crisp and fierce as they had been when the two had first begun this dance. It does not matter, Avaryss thought. He can't keep this up forever, and even if he could, I will match him move for move. Both youth and power are on my side. She grinned hungrily. The old man would not survive this. Kill him, Avaryss. Kill the Jedi now. Darth Feer egged her on from the Jedi's dwelling. She could feel her master's excitement in watching the fight, and his displeasure. What does he want, she thought. Does he think this is easy? I'm fighting for my life here. If he wants the old fool dead so badly, let him join his blade to mine. Then we will see how long the Jedi filth lasts. That was not going to happen. She knew her master well enough to know that. This is your test, my dear, not mine, he would have said. I expect for you to pass it. Still the Jedi leapt around her like a maddened Gizka, and with each successful evasion, her master's displeasure continued to grow. He is going to punish me, she realized. No. Not that. Never again. Her fury gave her just what she needed. She managed to outmaneuver the old fool. He had overextended. Perhaps he had been eager to end it. Perhaps he realized that his strength was fading again. She took full advantage. Kill him? Avaryss, Feer shouted. Kill him now. What do you think I'm doing, master? She wanted to spit back, but held her tongue. She brought her blade around. The Jedi tried to backpedal, but was too slow. Her blade found his heart. It punched through his chest, skewering him like a rollerfish on a harpoon. The Jedi's blade fell from his grasp. She could hear him trying to breathe, the croaking rattle of a dying man. She grinned triumphantly. I got you, you old fool. I got you, and now. Kira. She blinked. What? What had the old fool said? It was at that moment, with the Jedi spitting on her lightsaber, that she finally got a good look at him, at the face that had been all but hidden beneath that hood. No, she thought. Oh no. She turned off her blade and fell to his knees before her. He looked up at her, a look of confusion on his handsome face. It was not Master Vener she had been fighting. It was not Master Vener that she had killed. Kira, Finn Shadowstone said, his eyes wide with both fear and betrayal. Why? He gasped as he fell at her feet. He was dying, slipping away, but still he held her gaze, refusing to look away. Why? Repeated. Why? She swallowed hard. She had no answer. No, she murmured. She could feel him slipping away. No. She was at his side. She pulled him into her arms. She could feel his life slipping away. She held him close to her, her dream friend, the only person that truly understood. Despite the differences that had developed between them, she still hoped that they could find common ground. That in time he would come to see the galaxy the way she did. That he would. She shook her head. Now was not the time to think of what might be. Focus on what was. I can fix this, she thought. I can do this. A spell can. What do you think you are doing, Apprentice? Darth Feer stood over her, his features hidden by a heavy black cloak. She could hear the anger and disdain in his voice. What do you think you are doing? She snarled with barely contained fury. Damn you, she thought. Look at what you made me do. She acted without thought, with barely realizing what was going on. Her sword was in her hands. She whirled on her master, her blade coming around, striking at his head in lethal arc. It never had the chance to find his mark. He caught her mid-leap, his hand tightening around her throat. She coughed, amazed by his speed. He is still a master, she realized. She should have never tried to push this, not yet, but she had. Now, all she could do was win. She tried to struggle, but it was no use. His huge hand was like a vice. She blinked. Huge hands. Huge crimson hands. She gasped, her red eyes widening in disbelief. It was not Darth Feer who had been egging her on. It was not her master that had been growing more and more displeased with her performance. Two golden eyes glared out at her from beneath the cowl of a very familiar hooded cloak. You disappoint me, my love, Fel growled at her as he tightened his grip. You disappoint me, greatly. Avaryss had no words. It could not be. It couldn't. She struggled to talk. Fel, my love, His fingers continued to tighten, cutting off both her words and her breath. The large pure blood sneered. You have forgotten me, he spat. She shook her head no. You have, he said, glaring at her. You took everything that was mine, and now you have forgotten about me, are trying to replace me. He pointed down at Finn's body. You want to replace me with that? No, she wanted to say. Fel, my darling, you don't understand. She wanted to tell him about Finn, what they had shared as children. She wanted to tell him that he was wrong. He was her darkest night. He was the one she wanted in her life and in her bed. He was the one she wanted to rule at her side. Yet all she could do was gurgle pathetically. He sneered at her. You are a liar, Avaryss, Fel spat. You lied to both me and yourself. Fel pulled down his hood. She gasped in horror at what she saw. Fel's handsome pure blood features were no longer handsome. They were marred by both pain and death. His crimson skin had turned a dark pink. The fleshy tendrils that had hung so elegantly from his jaw were as dead and limp as dry grass. His hair had fallen out, leaving a peeling dead skin. She might have been wrong, but she thought she could see his skull poking through his withered scalp. The worst thing was his eyes. They were the only part of Fel that appeared truly alive. They blazed with hatred and anger, and now, all that hatred and anger was directed at her. No, Fel, she wanted to sob. No. He smiled at her. His lips were crusty, bloody, and peeling. Small holes had opened in his cheeks, weeping fluid and showing his dark black gums. Kiss me, my love, he chortled. I've missed you so. She struggled as he pulled her closer. She could smell death on him. The scent terrified her more than any wounds his body had. She tried to raise her blade, but it had fallen from her hand. She thought she heard something crack in her neck. She sobbed. No. Please no. Fel. No. He held her tightly, one hand around her throat, another around her waist, crushing her to him. Crushing her, period. You are mine, he said. You always will be. His grin widened. We belong together. We belong dead. His grip tightened. We're dead, he purred, pulling her lips to his. You're dead. No. Avaryss' eyes snapped open. She struggled against whatever was digging into her waist. Her breath whispered through a ventilator mask. Her eyes widened with horror. For the briefest of moments she thought she was back on Corbin, back in her weakest state, back to being forced to wear a respirator mask and stumble her way down the dark path. The air she breathed tasted of colto. The scent of it made her stomach roil. It was a taste and scent she had come to despise during her time as a student. It was the taste and smell of weakness. Was it any wonder that she had come to despise it? And Fear's return. Panic seized her. She struggled, trying to rip the mask off her face. Something stabbed her in the back of the neck. A feeling of warmth ran down her body. Panic faded, and in its place was apathy. Warm, gentle apathy. She did not want to struggle. She simply wanted to float and drift away. It was in that moment that she realized where she was. Bubbles floated past her face, coming from her air mask. She stared out through a wall of glass. The world outside was blurry, but not so blurry that she did not recognize her own medical bay. The mask she wore was not like the respirator the medical droids back on Corbin had installed. It was too small, too breakable. It was an oxygen mask, the type used in submersion therapy. That was why everything smelled of kolto, why her movements were so sluggish. No wonder I can't move, she realized. I'm floating in a kolto tank. I must have been injured, badly injured. She sighed. It did not matter now, nothing mattered. She was floating. That was what was important. It was the only thing that was. She thought she saw someone moving outside the tank, but did not have the desire to call attention to herself. She was drifting away, floating away on a cloud of sweet painkillers. She closed her eyes. Things were confused. Right now all she wanted to do was sleep. She would make sense of what was going on later. For now she simply wanted to rest. Yes, rest was good. The next time her eyes opened, her head was clear, no nightmares reached out to drag her back down into their depths. No one she loved tried to attack her or curse her for a fool. We belong dead. Those words still echoed through her mind, that in the feel of cold dead lips on hers. Avaryss' eyes narrowed as she stared out from the tank. She shook her head, trying to clear away the last of the cobwebs, the last strands of the horrible nightmare. Fel was gone, at least, until she brought him back, and when she did it would not be as a corpse. She would succeed. That was part of her path to power. She just had to have the strength to endure. All power comes at a price, she thought. Nightmares are part of that price. To achieve her goals, she was more than willing to pay it. A red light flashed off to her right. She noticed a sudden change. Bubbles filled the space around her, as the kolto that she was floating in began to drain, the level dropping away from her head. She did not try to move until her feet touched the bottom, until the blowers dried her pale skin, and made sure that all the remaining kolto was now in the reclamation VATs, that it was being processed so that it could be used again. She removed the air mask as the front of the tank finally opened. Varric and 2V-R9 awaited her release. She smiled at the two. A welcoming committee for me, she said dryly. You shouldn't have. She took one step, and almost fell flat on her face. Varric was there to catch her. She wrapped her arms around him, offering up a rare show of affection between them. Easy, Kira, he murmured. Don't push yourself. He gave her a wry smile. I would not want to take command again so soon. She snorted at that. Are we away from the planet then? She asked. Where are we? In hyperspace, on our way back to Sith territory. I can't say for certain if the Jedi had any means of calling for help, but I felt it best to be away quickly, just in case. Avaryss nodded. It had been a wise decision on her brother's part. She had not sensed any other Jedi on the planet, but she was reasonably sure that his death was noted in the Force. She had certainly felt it. She could only imagine what the Jedi who had known the old man had felt. Let their pain flow through the Force, she thought. Let them all know of this Sith victory. Any problems with our getaway? She asked. Varric frowned. Your HK droid almost got left behind, he informed her. After you were injured, it decided to go back towards the village. I ordered him to come aboard, but he informed me that I was not his master, and that the meat bags needed to answer for your injuries. Her brother shook his head. It took me telling him over the comm that he was going to be left behind before he finally came back. Avaryss pursed her lips. I will speak with him. Inform him that if I've been rendered unconscious on a mission that you speak with my voice. He will not disobey you again. Thanks, it will make things easier moving forward. I do think the droid was worried that you would not be happy with him. He returned with several trophies, gifts for you. What gifts? She asked. Varric showed her. Avaryss smiled. 2 Jedi lightsabers sat in her brother's hands, that and a familiar-looking medallion. It was the one that the Jedi Master had been wearing. She almost laughed. Perhaps she would not be as cross with HK as she would have normally. His choice of gifts pleased her. He would still need to obey Varric if she was ever injured again, but still. The droid had done well. Varric helped her over to the medical bed. She laid down on the cold surface while 2V, R9 activated the medical scanners, making sure that her healing was as complete as it could be. The droid's presence surprised her. Since she had begun her missions, she had seen little of the servant droid. He seemed to take great pains to stay out of her way or avoid her entirely. Such a reaction was not surprising. After all, 2V had been programmed with standard Sith operating protocols, which meant he existed in almost constant fear of being disassembled for any minor slight. He need not have worried. Avaryss had grown beyond such petty amusements. Why spend her time thrashing a droid when she had real enemies, when she had crossed swords with actual Jedi? Next to that, there was little to no pleasure in destroying her servant droid. Plus, she would not do that to Holly. If she did decide to have a tantrum and destroy the droid, it would have fallen to their engineer to repair him. The changeling had enough on her plate. Avaryss would not add to it unnecessarily. She looked up at the droid who was currently fiddling with the data pad. "How am I doing, 2V?" she asked. "Am I fully recovered?" He nearly dropped the pad. His optical glowed brighter. "You are now fully functional again, Master," he said quickly, not wishing to risk her ire. "Given the damage you sustained, you must truly be a fortunate organic." "How bad was I hurt?" The droid rattled off a series of medical jargon that she did not really understand, but as he did, her memory of what had happened after her battle with Master Vener came back to her. As the force and adrenaline from her fight had ebbed away, intense pain had set in. She only just reached her recovering crew when she all but collapsed at their feet. She remembered Barrick speaking to her, but could not recall what he had said. The next thing she knew, she was in his arms while the shadow of their ship passed overhead. "You took a nasty cut in your side," Barrick informed her. "Damaged some of your vital organs. Worse was the cut on your leg. Your right foot had been almost severed with a lightsaber." Her brother shuddered. "The only thing that probably saved it was your boot." Avaryss looked down at her leg. There was now a bright red scar on her ankle right where her foot met her leg. "I thought I only sprained it, that I came down wrong after I jumped." She shook her head. Praise the Emperor for modern medicine. She could feel her brother's eyes on her body, or rather the scarring that she had acquired in the last 3 years. "The life of a Sith apprentice is not an easy one," she said dismissively. "You succeed or you perish. That is the way of things." He nodded, but it was clear from what she was feeling that he did not entirely understand. He likely never would. "How long have I been out?" she asked. 10.5 hours, the droid informed her. "It took that long to stabilize your injuries and get you into the tank. 2V was able to treat the wound in your side. A lightsaber cauterizes as it cuts, so the damage was contained, though it was touch and go on the foot. We thought we might have to take you to a medical station, perhaps for a cybernetic replacement." She wiggled the toes on the injured foot. There was a slight numbness, but no pain. She looked at the droid and smiled. "Well done, 2V," she said. "You have served your master well." "I'm pleased to have done so, Master. No one wishes to be dismembered, a fact we 2V models understand too well." His comment intrigued her. Were her fellow Sith that hard on their servant droids? Barrick handed her a robe, to which she was grateful. A few moments later, Rink found his way into the medical bay, his usual cocky grin on his face. "So," he said dryly, "this is what it looks like when a Sith defeats a High Jedi Master." "No," Avaryss replied. "This is what it looks like when a Sith barely survives a fight with the High Jedi Master and 2 of his flunkies." She shook her head. She should have expected treachery. Jedi were duplicitous as they were arrogant. She would not make such a mistake again. "Report, Mr. Rink," she said. "Have we had any news from home?" "From House Feer, we have heard nothing," he said. "They probably have other matters to tend to." Rink was not wrong, she thought. Despite refusing Lady Sinestra's recall order, it was highly likely that her master and Feer continued to be engaged in whatever was going on in the Zon system. She found herself thinking about the vision she had had of her master back on the planet. She remembered sensing his fear, and the creatures that had been attacking him. Perhaps I should head for the Zon system, see if I'm needed. You had a call while you were out, Rink continued. That Dark Lord, the one you contacted regarding the Jedi. He said for you to make contact with him as soon as you were back on your feet. Avaryss cursed under her breath. She would have rather not had Baris know that she had been injured. Still, nothing to do about that now. She slid off the table and teetered unsteadily on her feet. Barik was there once again to steady her, to which she was most grateful. I will speak with him now, she informed Rink. History is on the march, my friends, and those that cannot keep up with be left behind. She made her way unsteadily down the corridor. She had done what Baris had wanted, and gained further information on the conspiracy. She was eager to see Baris' reaction to what she had learned from Vener. This threat to the Empire had gone on for too long. It was time to end it. It is pleasing to see you recovered, youngster, Baris said, his amusement rippling through the force. It would have been a shame for the Empire to lose such a loyal servant. I'm hard to kill, Lord Baris, she replied, and I'm also used to being rewarded for a successful mission. Master Vener is no more. You owe me what you know about Zenlur and Saidar Ben. She smiled broadly. I trust you have something useful for me. I think you will find this most useful, young one, the old Sith replied. If he took offense to her demand, he did not show it. Perhaps he was still trying to cultivate her as an ally. If so, she was willing to play along. You are a means to an end, old man, no more, no less, she thought. No doubt Baris thought the same of her, but in that at least, they share common ground. We both want what is in our best interest. The fact that it benefits the Empire, as well as just icing on the cake. She smiled. She had no problem with the Dark Lord seeking to feather his own nest at her expense, why not? She was more than willing to do the same. She listened closely as Baris told her what he had learned about the Jedi Master and his Padawan. With luck, it would give her some idea on how best to strike next. Saidar Ben has long been an ally of the Republic Senate. He has served as a personal advisor to several of their chancellors, and serves as a member of several Senate committees, Baris began. He has also often worked to sway the Jedi Council on matters that the Senate deemed to be within the Jedi sphere of influence. His record suggests that he values the opinion of those in power far more than the members of the Jedi Council. Avaryss nodded. What she was hearing reinforced what she had learned from Brandel Vener, and helped explain why a Jedi might choose to work against his vaunted code. So he is more politician than a warrior. Some might say that, Baris agreed. He was not often seen on the battlefield during the last war, choosing to remain behind on Coruscant where he was close to his allies in the Republic government. He was apparently on Coruscant when the Jedi Temple was sacked. My sources tell me that he was not there himself, and that he was among the loudest voices against the treaty, though he quickly changed his tune when he realized that he did not have the support of his allies. It is said that he was a member of the Republic delegation that signed the treaty. Of course, that does not mean that he completely abandoned his former stance. Everything that I've seen suggests that he never truly accepted the peace, and never believed that it would last, and, since that time, has worked diligently with various Republic agencies to ensure that such an attack will not be possible again. She smiled. Do you count the Republic SIS among those agencies, my lord? I do, he said with a nod. I take it you believe that Saidar Ben is the mastermind behind all our recent troubles. Master Vener suggested as much. I do not think he expected me to live long enough to tell anyone else about that, so I doubt that he was lying. Baris snorted. Typical Jedi arrogance, he spat. I've seen similar behavior in other Jedi that I've encountered. Like Nomen Karr? She asked. She felt a chill through the force. She could not see Baris' face, but knew that he was frowning. Clearly, that was a name he did not like being reminded of. He is one such Jedi. Yes, Baris agreed, but he is far from the only one. Avaryss moved quickly to change the subject, not wanting to further anger the Dark Lord. I did throw him off balance though, she thought. That always was useful when dealing with someone more powerful. What do you know about Zenlur? Avaryss asked any reason why she might be so willing to violate the Jedi Code. Zen Lure is seen as something of a hero by the Jedi Order, Baris informed her. She is one of the few who survived our assault on the Jedi Temple, and with the aid of some fellows saved the lives of many Jedi younglings. Baris radiated distaste at the girl's act. The whole point of the mission in the temple had been to cripple the Order, which included the death of all the future Jedi. They even gave the girl and her allies a pet name, referring to them as the Padawan Pack. Avaryss blinked. The Padawan Pack? Finn's group. The realization should not have been so surprising. So, she realized Zen Lure was a friend of Finn's. The realization brought up emotions that she had not expected. She imagined the two of them in the dark tunnels beneath Coruscant, frightened and alone. She imagined the girl touching his arm, looking for support, for comfort. Jealousy blazed through her unbidden. Had the girl been standing beside her, she likely would have ended up missing a head. Is something wrong, youngster? Baris inquired. You look distracted. She cursed silently, and did her best to restore her mental shields. It is nothing, my lord, merely a lingering pain from my now healed injuries. She put on a bland face. Tell me more about this Padawan Pack. As I said, the Jedi view them as heroes, though it is interesting to note that only 3 of the 5 leaders chose to remain in the Order after the treaty was signed. Baris chuckled. Perhaps they did not feel themselves worthy of the acclaim they had earned. Avaryss remembered what Finn had told her about the anger and sense of betrayal that he had felt when they emerged from the lower levels to discover that the Jedi had given up on the war. She also remembered the clumsy attack that the Jedi girl had used when she had killed the men on the listening post. Avaryss smiled. Finn had learned to work through his rage. Master Jazz had helped him deal with it. If this Zen shared such emotions, perhaps she was more useful than she realized. An idea began to form in the young Sith's mind. It was delicious, and perhaps not easily pulled off, but if she did, she could topple the entire conspiracy in a matter of days. Darbin was no fool. Everything she had seen up to this point suggested that. He had organized his conspiracy into cells. She had managed to destroy several of those, but that was not enough. She could spend the next 10 years clearing out Darbin's allies, and she doubted that the Empire had that kind of time. As soon as the Jedi realized what was going on, he would intensify his attacks. The ambitions of her fellow Sith, and the lack of guidance from the Emperor, would be all the Jedi would need to see his goal accomplished, namely, the collapse of the Empire itself. No, she could not risk it. The longer this went on, the more danger the Empire was in. She was tired of chasing the tail of this particular snake. The time has come to strike at the head. Cut off the head, and the body would die. I have another favor to ask of you, my lord, she said, one that will serve both us and the Empire as a whole. And what might that be, child? He inquired. Why, the chance to be a hero, of course, and all the glory and prestige that go with it, and best of all, you will not have to lift a finger to earn it. The Dark Lord scratched his chin. You have my attention, he admitted. What is it you would have me do? I'm guessing from what you have told me that you have agents close to both the Senate and Jedi. I want you to pass a message to Master Darbin. Let him know who it is that has been pursuing his agents so doggedly, and more important, the location where that person might be found. Baris chuckled. You wish to call the man out. I wish to offer him an opportunity to eliminate a thorn that has been poking him. If he values his plans so much, he might just decide to come and deal with the matter himself. Or he could just send 5 SIS commando teams to simply wipe you out. Which is why we should stage this encounter in Hutt space, she suggested. The Hutt's neutrality treaty should be enough to ensure the Jedi does not pull anything too cute. And what makes you think that he will come himself? The knowledge that the one he is looking for killed his master, she grinned. If he is willing to violate the code over the sacking of Coruscant, what would he do to the one who killed his former teacher? Baris considered this, no doubt weighing the value of giving her what she wanted against the risk to himself and his organization. Finally, he laughed. My agents will sing this song for you, girl, though you might not be glad that they did. Darben is a crafty one. He may not dance to the tune you call, and if he does catch you by surprise. If he does, then you are out nothing, Lord Baris, she reminded him. What should I succeed if I should behead the conspiracy? She grinned. What rewards would the Dark Council offer to the two Sith that managed to accomplish that, I wonder? And what of Darth Feer? Child, he asked, are you not going to consult your master? This plan may not be to his liking. He charged me with ending the conspiracy, she said. When that goal is accomplished, I doubt that he will care how it was done, not when he stands to profit so from my victory. I'm his apprentice after all. Where else would the rewards go but to my master? Yet at the same time, she thought, everyone knows that my master is already engaged with his own issues. When I succeed, it will serve as the perfect springboard and introduction to the higher-ups in the Empire. Who knows, maybe even the Dark Council will take notice of my ingenuity. And it will all be mine. Fear will be commended, but the victory will be mine. My dear master will not be able to take that from me. Finally, Baris nodded. I will put the words into the right ears, he promised. Darben will know your name and what you have done. The Dark Lord stood straighter. I would gird myself if I were you, child. Do not underestimate Darben. The man is a slippery one. If he has anticipated this move, he might have something already planned. Let him try, she said. I destroyed his master. He will remember that. I'm sure he will, Baris agreed. You should lay low while my agents do their work. If you do not hear from me, you will likely hear from Darben directly. From there you will be free to carry out your plan as you see fit. Thank you, Lord Baris, she said, bowing slightly. Once again you have proven yourself a friend of both the Order and the Empire. The Dark Lord laughed. Your pleasantries are wasted on me, girl, but I do appreciate your words. May the Force serve you well, youngster. And you as well, my lord, she said, bowing again. Long live the Empire. Indeed, young one, he said. Long live the Empire. Chapter 49. Darth Baris had advised her to lay low and wait for him to contact her. Avaryss had decided to take that advice and ordered Rink to bring them out of hyperspace and set course for one of the more outlier space stations within the Empire. Finding such a place was not difficult. The Empire had expanded quickly since the signing of the Treaty of Coruscant. Dozens of supply and trade stations had popped up since the war had ended, once again proving the superiority to the Empire over their Republic rivals. The Republic Senate would never have been able to move so quickly to consolidate new holdings. Only the Sith had the strength and skill to see such progress come to pass. Was it any wonder why they had won the last war? The station was familiar to Avaryss, or rather, its design was. In many ways it reminded her of the pleasure stops that the Empire had established for their acolytes to use during their brief stops between the various Sith academies in the Empire. She smiled slightly at the familiar sight, remembering her own training, her own adventures on such stations. These were memories to be treasured, that was for sure. According to the ship's computer, the station here was used primarily for shipping military supplies to the Empire's newer holdings. It had a full crew complement, somewhere between 500 and 600 soldiers and officers. The establishments offered visitors were not as extensive as one of the pleasure stations would have been, but there were several cantinas and even a fighting pit if one wished to test themselves. As good a place as any to stop and wait, she thought. Who knew how long it would take Darth Baris' agents to carry out their mission? Quickly, she hoped. She had no desire to give her enemies time to prepare a response to her recent actions. She wanted the conspirators angry and emotional. It would make things easier. She had a plan, but everything needed to move quickly. She hoped that the Dark Lord's agents worked quickly. She called her crew together before she allowed them to disembark. She was not really worried about Holly or Barrick. They were both career military. They knew how to behave themselves around Sith and Imperial personnel. Quinaya and Rink, however, She wanted to make sure they understood what they were getting into. If there are any Sith acolytes on this station, do nothing to provoke them, she warned. Most are only just learning about who they are and their place in the dark side. When a person wields such power, they can be unpredictable. What could happen? Rink asked. Will someone try to kill me for looking at them funny? I would like to say no, but... Rink frowned. You're serious? Avaryss gave a cruel smile. Deadly serious, do not provoke anyone. I will have my comlink on. If trouble does seem imminent, contact me. My place as a Darth's apprentice should go far to diffuse in any situation. What if you are being indisposed? Quinai asked. Avaryss shrugged. Then pray that you are stronger than the one threatening you. Both the former street rat and the Devish looked at each other. Avaryss was not trying to scare them, but they needed to be mindful. Sith acolytes could be dangerous, she knew that very well. She had been quite dangerous herself during her time as an acolyte. She had felt the heady sensation of dark side power. To one so unseasoned, unused to having such authority, that power could be too tempting to resist. The young Sith shook her head. She knew what it was like, that feeling of almost invincibility. She had felt it herself once. It could make someone foolish. It had only been about 2 years since she had begun her apprenticeship under Darth Feer, and yet, her days as an acolyte now seemed like a lifetime ago. Her duties and missions had all but consumed her, her accomplishments and desires eclipsing those of the girl that had fled Ardana in a cargo container so long ago. Kira Lila's life seemed like a dream to her now, barely remembered. Now that she truly thought about it, she was surprised by something. She tried to recall her family, their faces, and the sound of their voices. She found that she couldn't. A shiver ran down her spine. Had she come so far that the past no longer mattered? She could not decide if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Let go of the past, the darkness whispered in her ear. The future belongs to those strong enough to seize it. You must be strong. She smiled slightly. Enjoy yourselves, but remain mindful, she said, and be ready to move at a moment's notice. As soon as we have confirmation of our target's location, we will need to move swiftly. Her crew nodded. They seemed as ready as they would ever be. She dismissed them with a gesture. She had some things she wanted to accomplish before she left the ship. Tuvi and HK would keep an eye on things in their absence, but there were some matters she wished to handle privately. The visions she had seen back before her fight with Vener still held sway over her. She wanted to do some research while the memory of what she had seen was still fresh, and she wanted to check in with Taya. It had been too long since they had been able to speak, unfettered. She was eager to see what her ally had learned, and how it might impact her future endeavors. Who knew? Taya might even have some more information on what was going on in the Zon system. Whatever was happening in her master's holdings, it was enough to draw the attention of several Dark Council members. She wanted to know, and given Taya's distance from the events, she might have heard things that people in House Feer had chosen to keep quiet. She remembered sensing her master's fear, and the things chasing him. What is going on, my lord? She thought with a smile. And how can I turn it to my advantage? She returned to her quarters. She had a small hypercom there, one with a built-in scrambler for private conversations. She would contact Tay from there. She was eager to hear what her friend had heard, if anything. Knowledge was power after all, and that is what she needed. Power. Whatever was going on, I think it is over. Avaryss frowned as she stared down at the tiny image of her friend. Taya was still on Dromund Kaas, which meant she had access to a lot of rumors, but few hard facts. What makes you say that? She inquired. Has there been any news? Has your master heard anything? Nothing beyond what is to be expected, her friend replied. Reports of fleet movements, ships being stopped from entering the system, or having their flight plans aborted by Citadel control. Taya shook her head. Whatever is going on, it is above what either me or my master is clear to know. She leaned in closer, her head filling the holo, making it look twice the size that it actually was. It might have been amusing had Avaryss been in the mood. I did hear from my father. Apparently one of his trade vessels were destroyed near a planet in the Zon system. How did he find out about it? Avaryss asked. Citadel Control informed him, and apparently he is not the only one. Apparently several of his associates also lost ships, and that is not all. There have been rumors, according to my father. Something similar happened to one of his associates who do business in Republic space, a planet completely sealed off. No one is quite sure why. Is this what happened in the Zon system? Was a planet sealed off? Did your father and his friends all lose ships in the same area? He couldn't really speak about it. Apparently, Itae sighed. I only managed to hear about it in passing when I was speaking to my mother on Holo. Something weird is going on, Avi. You don't need the Force to know that is true. Avaryss nodded. Itae was not wrong. There was something strange going on. Though it was not unusual for Sith Citadel Control to reroute ships, the decision to completely block off a planet was a new one. She could not say for certain what reason they might have had. What would have prompted the Council to respond in such a way? Plus, if Itae was right, it was happening in the Republic too. What events could prompt both the Empire and the Republic to take the same measures? The isolation of a planet suggested, what? A quarantine. What kind of quarantine affected a whole planet? She had never heard of a disease spreading that fast. She heard tales of planets being isolated in the past because they had been newly discovered and had had diseases that the populace was immune to. But those quarantines had only lasted long enough for the spacefaring culture to take blood samples and create a vaccine. But those had all been isolated incidents. What Itae was suggesting was that a known world had needed to be isolated, and that fact once again led back to her initial question. What kind of disease or incident could have provoked such a response, not just in the Empire, but possibly the Republic as well? I need to know more, she thought. I must know more. Keep listening, Avaryss said. If you hear anything more, contact me immediately. I'm in the middle of something right now, but as soon as it is done, I'm going to have to deal with this. Avaryss' crimson eyes narrowed. Whatever is going on involves my house, and I can't afford to be kept in the dark about it. I understand, Itae said. Speaking of House Feer, I've learned something recently, something you wanted me to take a look at for you. The picture I found in Lady Sinestra's room, she said. What have you found? Itae smiled gamely. As it turns out, your master does have a daughter. Finding out anything about her, however, was a serious chore. How serious? So serious that the girl has guards watching her movements. Most would have called it a waste of time. I probably would have if I had not known who she was. And who exactly is my master's daughter? Avaryss demanded. What have you managed to find out? Her name is Sin apparently. She is 17 years old and works as a filing clerk for the Office of Imperial Supply. Avaryss frowned. She works for Supply. Yes? A Dark Lord's daughter working as a clerk in the Supply office. Itae smiled. Not what you expected, is it? I'm guessing the girl did not feel so either, but I doubted she had much choice. Why is that? Itae laughed. It took a bit of digging on my part, but according to what I've heard from the girl's co-workers, she had little choice. She was something of an embarrassment to the family. What could she have done to embarrass her parents that badly? Avaryss inquired. It wasn't what she did, Itae said. It is what she is. Her friend's smile turned into a full-blown grin. From what I've heard, the girl's force potential is almost non-existent. Most of the people that she works with do not even realize that her parents are full Sith, and the girl seems to go out of the way to not mention that they are. Avaryss blinked. She has little force potential. That is what I've heard. Have you checked into that? I've reached out to the girl with the force, if that is what you mean, Itae answered. I felt her emotions, but could barely sense the dark side within her. I don't even think she realized that I was touching her mind. Avaryss' friend shook her head. I cannot imagine that went over well with the father and mother. Can you imagine, Avi? Being born with two force-sensitive parents and being so mundane. Avaryss grinned. Finally, she thought. What a most interesting scandal. Was this the reason that neither Lord Feer or Lady Sinestra chose to speak of their daughter? their eldest child. Was this the reason why that Darth Feer had sought her out in the first place? If it was so, it showed a definite sense of weakness on her master's part. He threw away his own child because she could never be the Sith he wanted, and in trying to replace that girl, he took on me. Avaryss shook her head. No wonder Lady Sinestra hated her so. She probably saw her as a usurper trying to take her daughter's place, a daughter that even she could not accept because of how weak she was, how she had been born. Her master's daughter was a simple mundane born of two Force-rich parents. In the higher circles of Sith politics, it would be a scandal to be sure. It might even draw into question their union. Bill might have been strong in the Force, but his person weaknesses would be his end one day. Of course, sending his child away did say something about Darth Feer. It showed her master's commitment to the dark side, not wishing to be bound to such a weak family member, but perhaps the girl might still have some use. I will need to think on this, Avaryss thought. In the puzzle of destroying my master, I think I've just found a big piece. She ordered Itae to continue watching the girl, but to do so carefully. She had no desire to tip her master off to what she had discovered. She erased any record of her communication with Itae, just in case any of her master's agents had access to her ship's systems. She then decided to go out into the station herself, to revel a little. The young Sith grinned. It had been some time since she had had a chance to truly cut loose and enjoy herself. It would have been better had Itae been at her side. More enjoyable, but she was not above getting into a little trouble herself. For the moment, everything was moving in a way that favored her plans. The conspiracy was drifting into her sights, and now she had a new lever to pull against her master. When the time came, she would not be above using the girl to serve her ends. It is all coming together, she thought with a smile. All she needed to do now was wait. Boss. Avaryss groaned and rolled over in her bed. It felt like she had only just laid down. She had enjoyed a lovely bottle of Alderaani wine. It had been a gift for her on the house at Station's Cantina, proof of their place as a loyal establishment. Avaryss had finished it in one sitting. The pleasures of the port had little interest to her beyond that. There had been several acolytes in the establishment, but they had needed to be removed. A fight had started over something. Avaryss was not entirely sure what it was, but she suspected that she might have been a part of it. Perhaps those students had been trying to impress her, hoping to draw the attention of a full Sith, not realizing that she was still an apprentice herself. Not that it mattered. She already had one Force-sensitive follower with her. She had no desire to add another, not yet anyway. No, all she had wanted was sleep, but even that was being interrupted. She tried to ignore it, to go back to sleep. Whatever it was, she thought dimly, it can't keep until morning. She heard a loud pounding, then the sound of the ship's alarm. That sound finally woke her up. She sat up quickly, both fully alert and also enraged. What? What the? She glared. What in the Emperor's name was going on? Boss, you gotta get up. We got incoming. Rink's words penetrated the haze of rage and tiredness. Avaryss leapt to her feet and pulled her lightsaber into her hand. Incoming, she thought. An attack. Her eyes narrowed. Was it the Republic? Had the war finally come? She wrapped a robe around herself and made for the door. It opened with barely a hiss. Rink had to jump back to prevent being ran over. The warning siren continued to blare. Not a good thing when a Sith was nursing a slight hangover. What is going on? She demanded. Someone turn off that damn alarm. As if by the Force itself, the alarm finally stopped. It did not take Avaryss long to realize that the ship was in motion, and Rink was standing before her. What is going on? She repeated. Who is at the controls? Quinaya, Rink said quickly. She agreed to watch the helm while I came and got you. Avaryss gave him a cold look. Where are Barrick and Holly? Still on the station, Rink informed her. Control was adamant. We got a ship coming in and it cannot reach the station. Under whose authority? Avaryss asked. The Dark Council, the pilot said. According to the dock master, all ships were ordered off the station, and to make sure the one coming in does not land. Avaryss digested what was being said. The Dark Council had the authority to issue such a command, sure, but why? What was so important that they not even give the ship the chance to dock? She pushed past Mr. Rink and made for the bridge. He followed in her wake, and the two of them found Quinaya sitting in the co-pilot's chair, her fingers dancing quickly over the controls. "The enemy ship is being off our port side," the Devish said. "I have brought the weapon systems online." She looked over her shoulder and smiled at Avaryss. "We are awaiting your kill order," she said confidently. "We are now being at your command." Avaryss said nothing. She merely continued to evaluate the girl. She had had no idea that the other girl knew how to fly a starship, but perhaps it should not have come as so much a surprise. Jedi were often required to go on missions all over Republic space, often traveling by shuttle or long-range starfighters. If the girl was expected to accomplish such missions, of course she would have been trained to pilot. It made perfect sense. It seemed that Quinaya had been hiding a few things from her. Good. Avaryss smiled. Her willingness to lie hinted at a bright future among the Sith. It was wise never to reveal everything about yourself. Holding something in reserve could make the difference between victory and defeat. She was slightly impressed. Rink slid past her and entered the pilot seat. Through the blackness of the void they could just now make out the advancing ship. It was moving slowly. The way it was listing suggested that it had sustained heavy damage. "Have you identified the vessel?" Avaryss asked. "It is being Sith." "Most definitely," Quinaya answered. "Scans are suggesting that it is another Fury-class interceptor." A Sith vessel, Avaryss thought with a frown. Now why would the Council want another Sith ship destroyed? A brief glance out the viewport revealed that the Council's order was being taken seriously. She counted no less than 3 other ships following close behind them in a ragged formation. Her Fury was both the largest and most heavily armed of their little group. It was unsurprising that the other ships were looking for them to be the tip of the spear. She also could not sense any other Dark Lords aboard the other vessels. She sensed acolytes perhaps, but no one whose own force potential gave her pause. If she was the highest ranked Sith here, so be it. She would carry out the Council's orders. Avaryss regarded the damaged ship with a sense of eagerness. If the Council wanted the ship destroyed, who was she to argue? "Lock weapons on target," she said. "Let's make sure that the Council's order is obeyed." The comm system suddenly lit up, the red light signaling and open transmission being broadcast on all frequencies, both holo and audio. The other Sith vessels began to slow. "What is it?" Avaryss asked. "We are receiving a signal from the enemy," Quinaya said. "I am being patching it in now." There was a brief sound of static from the comm, and then a strong commanding voice filled the bridge. "This is Lord Farshaw to all approaching ships. By order of House Farshaw, and in the name of the Emperor, I am ordering you all to stand down and escort me safely to the station. I require medical attention, and will be most displeased if I am delayed any further. Repeat, this is Lord Farshaw of House Farshaw. You will all stand down." Rink killed the audio. He glanced over his shoulder at Avaryss. "Looks like one of the Dark Lords are aboard that ship. Boss," he said lamely, "what are we gonna do?" Avaryss frowned. She had never heard of the name Lord Farshaw before, but that did not really matter. There were many lords in the Empire, all bowing to the Emperor and the Dark Council. If there was a lord on that ship, they were all required by law to aid him, but at the same time, the kill order from the Council. This could have something to do with the conspiracy. The darkness within whimpered. What if some Dark Council member has been manipulated into having an issue with Lord Farshaw? Killing the man could be playing right into the hands of her enemy. She reached out with the Force to the damaged vessel, trying to get an idea of what kind of Sith this Lord Farshaw was. If he was who he says he was, then she could. What she felt from that ship nearly knocked her over. The mere sensation of what it was made her wail as she staggered back. Her red eyes widened with fear. Her heart beat so fast it felt like it was about to tear through her rib cage. "Boss! Boss! Master Avaryss! Master Avaryss, are you being all right?" She only distantly heard Quinaya and Rink's words. Her mind was still on the damaged ship, and what she had felt when she touched the minds of the damaged ship's crew. It felt like nothing she had ever felt before. Like the very forest that surrounded that vessel was being eaten away. She had sensed the Dark Lord briefly, felt his fear and panic. Panic he had only just managed to hide because of years of experience giving orders to underlings. The man was terrified, at least it felt like he was, but even that wasn't questioned. It felt like he was covered in some type of carnivorous insects, and that they were devouring him alive, or rather, his presence in the Force. It felt like a disease, some horrible stain on the Force. She almost wrenched from the mere sense of it. The entire interceptor reeked of that strange sensation. It felt diseased. It felt wrong. She shook her head, realizing then that she was on her knees, and that Quinaya was standing beside her with a worried look. "Master Avaryss, we should be getting you to the medical bay," the Devish said. Avaryss shook her head. No, there wasn't time. "Target the damaged vessel," she ordered. "Kill everything on that ship." "Boss," Rink said, looking over his shoulder, a concerned look on his face. "The other ships have already backed off." That Lord said. Avaryss reached out with the force. She grabbed Rink by the throat and began to squeeze. He gasped. The grip was not hard enough to kill, but it was enough to remind him who was in charge. "Destroy that ship," Avaryss growled. "Now." Rink did not hesitate this time. He hit the firing stud on the console. The Fury's forward weapons blazed to life. Lord Farshaw should have sensed what was coming, but his ship had not even tried to go evasive. The laser blast slammed into both the bridge and one of the solar arrays of the enemy Fury. There was a brief flash of light from the damaged ship's bridge, and it quickly began to spin. "Do not let up," Avaryss ordered. "Fire again." Their ship slipped past the now disabled vessel. Rink brought them around and quickly lit up the vessel again with laser fire. This time the blast struck the Fury's engines and fuel cell. It vanished in a flash of light and burst of debris that were now no larger than a drinking cup. Avaryss shuddered. She reached out again with the force. That sick, hungry sensation was finally gone. Whatever had caused it had died with Lord Farshaw and whatever man he had had with him. Avaryss shivered. She was still not sure what to make of that. Rink gave her a sour look, rubbing his neck. She had released her grip, but from the way he was looking at her, he knew what she had done. "Target destroyed, boss," he said flatly. She glared at the pilot. If he expected an apology, he would not get it, but that did not mean she had to make the situation worse. "Well done, Mr. Rink," she said, standing straighter. "I understand your hesitation, but do not let it happen again." She pinned him with a cool stare. "When I give an order, it must be obeyed. Am I clear?" Rink pursed his lips. It looked like he might try to argue with her, but finally he shrugged. "Sure," he said dismissively. "Sorry, boss. It was that was a Dark Lord's vessel." "I know," she said, "but we had orders from higher up. That ship was not to reach the station or any other destination." At her side, Quinaya quivered. "Did you feel that?" the former Padawan asked. "Am I being the only one that felt that horrible sensation from that ship?" "No," Avaryss assured her. "I felt it too. We were right to." The control panel before them flashed again. Rink looked down to check the readings. "There is another ship coming in," Rink informed them. "It is big, I think." The space before them rippled, and then a Harrier-class dreadnought suddenly transitioned to real space right before them. Avaryss blinked, shocked by the sudden arrival of the massive wedge-shaped warship. Again their comm panel lit up. Rink waited until Avaryss nodded before answering the incoming call. "Attention all Sith vessels," the cold and familiar voice filled the bridge. "This is Darth Mar of the Dark Council. Report your status." Avaryss reached over Rink and answered the audio call herself. "This is Avaryss, apprentice to Darth Feer. This is an unexpected pleasure, Lord Counselor. You honor us by your presence." There was a brief pause. Perhaps Mar did not remember who she was, or he had his people checking their ship's identification code. "Ah, yes," the Dark Lord said, "I remember you now. We spoke briefly at the gathering. You wished to continue the work of Lord Hakitas." "My lord has an excellent memory," she said, bowing her head respectfully. He could not see it, of course, but he could no doubt feel her submission through the Force. "We have no time for pleasantries, child," he said quickly, his voice the crack of a whip. "Lord Farshaw." "His ship? Did it reach the station?" "It did not, Lord Mar," she informed him. "I carried out the kill order myself. Lord Farshaw is no more." Again there was a brief pause. She could picture Lord Mar standing on his bridge, his hand at his chin, evaluating what she had just told him. Hopefully she had not made a mistake. Hopefully the kill order on Lord Farshaw had been genuine. "Well done, youngster," Mar finally said, his voice burning away any sense of fear she had felt. "I was concerned that Farshaw's title would have been enough for him to gain access to the station itself. If that had occurred, Avaryss did not need to guess what would have happened next. Mar would have destroyed the station. She realized whatever Lord Farshaw had brought with him, it couldn't be allowed to spread if it had reached the station. There was a moment of hesitation. "My lord," she informed him, "but my crew, and I made sure that it did not cripple us." She stood a little straighter. "The danger has passed then. Are we now safe?" She felt Darth Mar's fatigue through the Force. The Dark Lord sighed loudly. "The danger has only just begun, youngster," he said. "I wish to speak with you in person. Set course for my vessel." "It will be done, my lord," she promised. "Though some of my crew is still on the station, we needed to leave quickly to intercept the enemy vessel." "Understood," Darth Mar said. "Go and collect your people then, and return quickly. The Empire may be in peril. All loyal Sith, and those of us that serve the Empire first must rally. This threat must be ended." Avaryss almost blushed. Mar saw her as a loyal daughter of the Empire. She liked to think it was true, but "I shall be there shortly, my lord." "As soon as possible, girl," he said. "This matter must be dealt with, and swiftly." The Dark Lord sighed again. Time is not on our side. Chapter 50. Careful what you wish for. You just might get it. It was those words that Avaryss focused on as she was escorted down the long corridors of the Sith warship. At 800 meters in length, the Harrower-class vessel was the primary command and control vessel of the Imperial Navy. It was not surprising to find a Dark Council member in the field operating from one. But what sort of operation is this, she wondered. As they had made their approach to the ship's hangar, 6 more capital ships had joined this one, and were now in orbit of the station. A large operation, she realized. It would need to be if the Council itself had gotten involved. She had no sooner stepped off the boarding ramp of her ship when she had been met by the ship's captain and a full company of Sith troopers and honor guard to see her escorted to Lord Mar. Quite the honor considering that she was not even a full lord. "What are they, simply an escort?" the dark voice within her asked. Perhaps the counselor's flattery and invitation was merely to get you aboard. She frowned. It did not take much to turn an escort into an execution squad. She glanced over at the ship's captain. He had said nothing beyond "Welcome aboard, my lord, and follow me please." Her escort was in full battle armor, but that was standard for Sith troopers. "If this is my death, I will not make it easy," she thought, her hand drifting to her belt. But even as it did so, she pulled it back. "You are being paranoid," her conscience chided. "Stop it. If Darth Mar wished her dead, he could have had her ship blown to atoms when he realized who she was. The loss of a single Fury-class interceptor would be barely noticeable to the Imperial Navy. No, if Mar had wanted her dead, she would be dead. The counselor had something else in mind. There were Sith in the Empire that spent their entire lives trying to draw the attention of the Dark Council to get the chance to impress the 12 most powerful Sith in the Empire. Such attention was a grand opportunity, but it was also a risk. Failure at this level was not an option. The Dark Council would tolerate no mistakes. Whatever it was that Lord Mar wanted, she would need to be mindful and tread lightly. She would do nothing to disgrace herself. The group arrived at a turbo lift and entered without a word. The captain pressed a button, and again, they were off, moving higher up in the massive warship. Avaryss reached out with the Force, trying to get a sense of what awaited her when they reached their destination. The dark side was quite strong on this vessel, but what would you expect from a ship carrying a Dark Council member? She could sense the grim determination of their soldiers, that in a sense of simmer anger. Whatever these men and women had faced, they took it personally. Useful and motivating soldiers to fight to the last, she realized. The turbo lift stopped somewhere near the command deck, she figured. Her escort once again led her down a long hall. It ended in a sealed door with 2 armed guards standing sentry before it. "Wait here, please," the captain said before stepping forward. The door hissed open, and he stepped through. "Avaryss of House Feer, my lords," the captain said loudly. "Send the girl in, Captain," Mar called out. The officer gestured her forward. He gave a curt military bow as she passed. Turning sharply, he headed back the way he came, her escort remaining behind. Avaryss stepped into the room, an officer's lounge by the look. A single viewport made up the wall in front of her, and through that viewport she could see a sea of stars and the dreadnought's support vessels. She saw no less than 3 Terminus-class destroyers and at least 2 more Harrower-class ships. A full war fleet, she thought, an impressive sight. Yet, that view was nothing compared to what waited her. Around the officers' table sat 4 Sith Lords, with Darth Mar himself at the head, and if what she was feeling was accurate, it was safe to say that each and every one of these men were all Dark Council members, a third of the Council's full strength. She snapped to attention, trying to remember the military discipline that her father had taught her as a child, how to behave in the presence of those clearly above you. Mar nodded slightly. She could not see his expression, of course. The mask and hood he wore hid his features, yet he seemed pleased by the quickness of her arrival. "Welcome, Apprentice," Mar said, gesturing her forward. "Be seated. We have many questions for you." "As you wish, my lord," she said respectfully, moving quickly to the table. The Dark Lord sitting to Mar's left pounded his fist on the table. The noise was enough to make even Avaryss jump. The man was human, was dark hair and a red Sith tattoo adorning his forehead. Cybernetic circuits wove their way up both sides of his jaw. He glared at her. "This girl has no place here, Mar," he declared. "She is both a poisoner and a coward." The Dark Lord shook her head. She should have been shoved out an airlock as soon as she came on board. Normally Avaryss would have responded with anger at such a comment, but given that this man was a Dark Council member, she recognized that that emotion would not serve. Her eyes did narrow at his words. Poisoner, he called her. She should have known. This was about Fel again. It was always about Fel. She tried to come up with the proper response, but could think of nothing that would keep her out of trouble. As it turned out, she did not need to. Lord Mar came to her defense. "The girl is here at my request. Ravage," he spat. "She is here because it serves our needs. Her history, at this moment, is irrelevant." Darth Ravage grumbled but said nothing further. It was at that moment that the Sith to Mar's right spoke up. He was tall and almost as pale as Avaryss. A strange armored cowl covered his head, leaving only his pale face visible. "You underestimate the girl, Ravage," the counselor said. "Baris has spoken well of her. She has proved to be a most useful resource in dealing with the Empire's enemies." "I will believe it when I see it, Vengeance," Ravage responded. Avaryss thought. Darth Vengeance, Darth Baris' master. She should have guessed that he would be here. After all, Baris did say that his master had gone to tend to matters outside of the Dromund system. A resource he had called her. She guessed that that word was more respectful than the one he would have used normally. Pawn, perhaps dupe. Baris did not strike her as the respectful type when it came to dealing with underlings. The final Dark Lord in the room was a Sith pure blood. He sat across from Vengeance, but seemed to be trying to distance himself even more. Tall, slender, and elegant with dark hair, His dark red skin and golden eyes seemed even darker in the subdued light of the lounge. He chuckled softly. "Pay Ravage no mind, child," he said in a cultured voice. "He growls, but he will not bite unless the rest of us agree that it is the best course of action." Ravage shot his fellow counselor a cold stare. "You go too far, Varon, far too far." Darth Varon merely smiled politely. Ravage started to rise from his seat. It only took a glance from Darth Mar to diffuse the situation. You might not have been able to see his eyes, but through the Force, the man's presence was chilling, even to one of his equals on the council. "Enough of this," Mar growled. "We have more important things to discuss than waste time sniping at each other. Save such behavior for the council chamber. You make us look like fools before the Apprentice." Avaryss said nothing. She was feeling like she was a very small shark in a pond filled with 4 far larger ones. Any one of them could consume her with the barest of thought. She was determined not to give them any reason. "I am at your service, my lords," she said, nodding respectfully. "Whatever it is you need, I can do." Varon chuckled. "Well, she does not lack for confidence, that is for sure." "Confidence," Ravage said icily, "or arrogance?" "That shall be determined soon enough," Vengian said. Mar nodded. He turned his full attention to Avaryss. "Tell me, girl, to whom do you owe your loyalty? Whom do you serve above all others?" "The Empire, my lord, of course," she answered. "And what is the Empire?" he said. "The Emperor, of course, the Dark Council, my master, and my own interests, I suppose." "In that order?" Vengian asked. "What other order could they be?" She shrugged. Ravage snorted. "And what if this council ordered you to bring us your master's head? What would you do then? Lament the fact that I had not had the opportunity to learn everything he knew, and then, well..." She chuckled. "Pick out a nice and pretty box to see the head safely to my lord's table." The 4 Dark Lords looked at each other. Varon seemed pleased. Vengian remained unreadable. Ravage radiated barely concealed rage and disdain. Mar merely nodded. "Lord Feer is not the reason that I asked you to come aboard, girl. My agents have been watching you. You have done much lately in the service of your master and the Empire. From what I've observed, you are what you claim to be, namely loyal to the Empire as a whole. You've passed up on several opportunities to enrich yourself at the expense of the Empire. I would ask why." It was a good question, she supposed, but it could be dangerous if she answered incorrectly. "Be careful," the darkness chided. "Be very careful. If I had to be honest, my lord, I would have to say my upbringing. I was born the daughter of an imperial soldier. Loyalty to the Empire has been stressed since I was in the cradle." She shrugged. "Not that I'm above feeding my ambitions," she admitted, with a sly smile. "If I can find a way for both the Empire and myself to prosper, why not? My experiences on Alderaan taught me much about politics. It is truly a shame that they are not a Sith holding yet. We could benefit greatly from studying Alderaan power games." Vengian smirked. "Well, she is certainly more than a mere blade," he said to his fellows. "Perhaps we should consider rejecting House Feer's recent proposal." "Recent proposal?" Avaryss said. "What recent proposal?" Ravage smiled wickedly while Varon rolled his eyes. "The council has received a request from House Feer. Child," Varon informed her, "Lady Sinestra Feer has asked that the council declare you a rogue Sith and issue an execution order for you." The pure blood smiled. "She says you are a danger to us all." "Oh, really?" Avaryss responded, her voice taking on a silky, dangerous tone. "And what else has my master's beloved wife said?" "She said you disobeyed a direct order from your master," Ravage informed her, "and that you went off on some pointless crusade, one that you have neither the skill nor the resources to complete." Pointless, Avaryss thought. Unskilled. That was her opinion. Avaryss had other ideas. She kept smiling, trying to play like this didn't matter, but inside she was fuming. How dare that witch seek to have me killed? How dare she? "Lady Sinestra is mistaken, my lords," she said, trying to keep her voice as pleasant as possible. "Gravely mistaken." Did you disobey a direct order? Vingian asked. An order from Lady Sinestra, yes, but she is not my master, Lord Feer is. I chose to pursue the mission that he assigned me. His orders take precedence over any his wife could give. Avaryss smiled dangerously. A fact that I will discuss with Lady Sinestra the next time we meet. I'm sure it will be a most enlightening conversation. And it will at that, Avaryss thought, with the blood shine of my lightsaber's blade providing all the illumination we could ever need. She claims she is worthy of being called a master. Let us see her back that up with her lightsaber. We will see how talkative the Huta is after I've removed her tongue, not to mention her head. Varon laughed. I do believe the girl wishes to kill her master's wife. Whatever shall we do, brothers? Avaryss bowed her head. Technically she was overreaching, if these men decided to see her punished for that. Though, it seemed that none of these four cared very much, Varon was amused. Vingian seemed acceptant of her choice. Ravage remained belligerent. Mar remained Mar cold and calculating. He waved his hand dismissively. Problems within House Feer are not our concern, Mar said flatly. But the kill order, Ravage reminded him, has not yet been approved, Mar said dismissively. Indeed, Lord Varon said, as far as anyone else is concerned, this council is still in a closed session. As far as Lady Feer is concerned, we have not even seen her request yet. The pure blood smiled at Avaryss. That gives us time to make use of this one's skills. Let the girl prove her loyalty, Vingian said. If she is as inept as Lady Sinestra believes, then her death will be assured. If she succeeds, well, we may find other uses for her. If House Feer wishes to discard a useful tool, who could blame the one who chooses to pick it up and make better use of it? Vengeance idea is not without merit, Varon said, nodding. The pale Sith glared at the pure blood. If you agree with me, then perhaps it is not such a good idea. Enough, Mar said. The girl will be given a chance. First she must tell us about this mission that she had been pursuing so doggedly. You mean the conspiracy? She said. What would you like to know, my lord? Everything, Mar replied. Leave nothing out. Recent events have forced us to reevaluate past decisions involving this interference into imperial affairs. This conspiracy, as you call it, may be more dangerous than we anticipated. Do as Lord Mar asks, dear girl, Varon said. Tell us about this Jedi conspiracy that you have uncovered. Avaryss nodded. At least the council was now admitting that something was going on, these four at least. They want to know everything, she thought, so be it. She began her story. There was much to tell. The Dark Lords remained silent as she told her tale. Occasionally Mar, or Vingian, would ask for clarification about something, but for the most part, they chose to simply listen. She did as they asked, and left nothing out. She did downplay her relationship with Finn, of course. Some things were best kept private after all. What she shared with Finn, it had no bearing on her dealing with the conspiracy and its agents. She did not want the Dark Council thinking she was some Jedi lover after all. The connection she shared with Finn went beyond Jedi or Sith, beyond the light or the dark. It was best kept secret. She ended her tale with her final contact with Darth Baris, her request that he send out her challenge to Saidar Ben. When Ravage asked her why she had chosen Baris to aid her, she had reminded the Dark Lord of their previous encounters. Baris had been the most accessible resource she had had, given their history of doing favors for one another. I would advise you to be careful around my apprentice, Vingian said. You would not wish to become simply another of his pawns. There is risk involved with any relationship, Lord Vingian, she said, but for now, the rewards are worth that risk. She smiled. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. When she had finished, the four Dark Lords looked at each other, perhaps choosing how best to deal with what she had told them. It was Varon that spoke first. We should take this as good news, brothers, he said. It does not sound like what happened on Fidden had anything to do with the conspiracy young Avaryss is investigating. Ravish shot the pure blood an angry look. The girl is not cleared for that information, Varon. He spat. You always did talk too much. The pure blood smiled cruelly. The girl needs to know, he replied. If she is to serve the council in this matter, she will need to know what we know. Is that not right, Mar? The hooded Dark Lord nodded. Varon has the right of it, Ravage. The girl must be told everything if she is to serve our needs. Avaryss almost shuddered with pleasure. They want my service. They need my aid. She was ecstatic. I shall do everything in my power to aid you, my lords. You have my word. Baris trusts the girl to carry out his dirty work, Vengian said. My apprentice does not choose weak pawns. As I said, I'm ready to serve, Avaryss repeated, ignoring the pawn comment. She looked at Darth Mar. Tell me about this, Fidden was it? I will see that your interests are carried out swiftly and decisively, my lords. Mar nodded and gestured to Darth Vengean. It was he that explained. Fidden was a planet in the Zon system, child. It was a training ground of sort for Sith marauders and battle ragers, a fierce world for our fighters to hone their savage skills. It was useful. Emphasis on was, Varon added morosely. Vengian nodded. 4 weeks ago, according to the records we have obtained, an unidentified freighter crashed on the planet's surface. It broke up as it fell through the atmosphere, and as it did so, it released a crimson cloud of unknown origin, a cloud that dispersed quickly across the planet's surface. A Terminus-class destroyer had been in orbit at the time and recorded what had happened next, and a good thing too. What came next was not a pretty sight, child, Varon said. Even now the mere thought of it is enough to make me lose my appetite. The cloud contains some kind of virus, Mar said coldly. Given how it was released, it blanketed the planet in a matter of hours. Avaryss frowned. A bioweapon? She asked. An extremely virulent one, Ravage said with a shudder. It spreads quickly, and the symptoms manifest in mere minutes of one being infected. What symptoms, my lord? Avaryss asked. Radical cell mutation. To begin with, Vengian said. I am no scientist, but from what the experts we have consulted have said, the virus attacks the victim on a genetic level, activating some genetic traits, turning others off. Death is quick and extremely painful, and that is only if someone is lucky. Those that survive the change are left as mindless, vicious animals. Civilization on Fidden collapsed within hours of the initial infection. But that was not the end of it, Ravage said. The Sith on the planet suffered far worse. Avaryss said nothing. What could she say? What was worse than having your genetic material turned inside out? To those that are force-sensitive, the virus proved even more powerful. The virus did not mutate them. Instead, it bonded with the Sith on the planet in the most subtle of levels. It changed them, altered them. We are not sure how, but this plague, it destroys any connection that its victim has with the Force. It left its victims powerless, unable to access their power. Ravage shuddered. Our marauders, our battle ragers were powerless before the mutated guards and soldiers. They were massacred. Several Sith managed to escape the planet. They fled as the last gasp of civilization fell away. They thought that they had not been infected, that they had escaped in time, but that had not been so. The virus remained, bonded with them. Within an hour of stepping aboard the Terminus in orbit, the crew began to mutate. Avaryss shuddered. Emperor save us, she thought. Carriers, she said. The virus not only took away their abilities, but it turned them into carriers. Darth Mar nodded. The captain of that ship did his duty. He triggered the ship's self-destruct, but not before requesting that the planet be quarantined and sanitized. Mar sighed. Fidden was a useful world, but now, it is nothing but ash. For the good of the Empire, it had to be cleansed. Avaryss nodded. The Empire had no choice. This virus could not be allowed to spread. Lord Farshaw was the last of the Sith that had served on Fidden. His death ends the thread of what happened there going any further, Varon said with a shudder. Yet, the culprits behind this attack remain unknown. Mar growled. They will need to be hunted down and destroyed for this outrage. Avaryss nodded. She could not imagine a more worthy goal. If this is what the council wanted of her, she would carry out their orders without hesitation. It was at that moment that a thought occurred to her, one that should have been obvious to anyone. She was a bit surprised that the counselors had not picked up on it. "Have there been any other attacks, my lords?" she asked. "Has this virus been used elsewhere? Have any other worlds suffered the same fate as Fidden?" "According to our agents," Darth Vaga began, "2 Republic worlds have been attacked. The Jedi there committed suicide rather than risk exposing their fellows. We have also gotten similar reports out of Hutt space," Ravage said. 2 of their space stations were infected by something similar to the virus we encountered on Fidden. "So these attacks were not political," Avaryss said thoughtfully. "They sound almost random." "Not random at all," Lord Vaga informed her. "The Republic worlds were home to 2 distinctly different species. The first was a water world. Its alien population was all water breathers, and the second possessed an ammonia-based atmosphere. The difference did not stop this virus. Our friends within Hutt space confirmed similar findings," Mar said. "The stations that were infected had 2 entirely different atmospheres. Yet, the virus moved through both populations with ease." Avaryss pursed her lips, considering what she had heard. 5 different targets, each with different atmospheres. One would think that at least one of them would have stopped the virus advance, yet it sounded like the weapon had no problem adapting to any of them. It was too perfect, she thought. Someone had taken a great deal of care in engineering this monstrosity. The worlds that had been infected, the 2 stations, they were not attacks, not in the traditional sense. They were test runs. Someone wanted to see just how good their little creation was, if it had any weaknesses. It would have taken a great deal of will to perform such an act, that and the skill necessary to create such a weapon. The only question was who. She did not think the Jedi had it in them to create such a weapon, much less test it on a Republic world. No doubt there were some senators or military leaders within the Republic that would not balk at such an action, but would they risk the anger of their own people, not to mention the Jedi, if someone found out? Hutts viewed other life forms as expendable, but even their cold hearts drew the line at destruction when there was no profit to be made from it, and she could not imagine any of the slugs wishing to risk either Republic or Imperial anger. This left her with only one possible culprit, another Sith, one who was familiar to her after so many months serving as her master's apprentice. They were dealing with a fellow Sith, she was sure of it, one skilled in not only genetics, but alchemy as well. One name came to mind, a man who would not hesitate in unleashing such a weapon. "Tell me, my lords," she said thoughtfully, "has anyone thought to ask Darth Tarek about this virus? From what I've heard, he does have some experience in viral weaponry, and he is no friend of my master, who just happened to have lost a planet to this plague." Darth Feer made a similar accusation, Ravage said. "Sadly, it came to naught." "You were not alone in suspecting Tarek, Apprentice," Mar informed her. "After Fidden, we sent word to Imperial Intelligence, asking them to check up on him. The man remains under house arrest after that business with the food shipment," Vaga reminded her. "Intelligence has been monitoring all of Tarek's communications and keeping a watchful eye on any visitors he has received. So far, they have turned up nothing out of the ordinary," Ravage said. "Tarek had no opportunity to release this weapon," Veron sighed. "If he had, our agents would have notified us." Avaryss cursed under her breath. Tarek was the most likely suspect, given his hatred for House Feer. If not him, then who else, who had the skill to arrange something like this? "Despite having an ironclad alibi, we are still keeping an eye on Lord Tarek," Veron informed her. "We have dispatched your master and his fleet to the border of Tarek's holdings, to make sure that nothing unforeseen is happening." Well, that explained why she had not been able to reach him, Avaryss thought. The Dark Council would not wish to cause a panic, so keeping this matter secret was likely the best way to do that. It could not remain secret for long, however, she knew. Sooner or later, someone would talk. Is this what you need of me, my lords? She asked. Would you like for me to investigate this matter for you? We have other agents looking into the fitting matter, Mar assured her. Your task, however, is no less important. For some time now, Varon said, this council has turned a blind eye to the conspiracy that you have been investigating so diligently. It served the purpose of many lords, helping to cull the weak. The value of such a tool has now expired, Vengian said. If the one who destroyed Fitton is among us, then it is only a matter of time until they might be manipulated to unleashing their new weapon on a larger, more important target. Zayist, Serrano, maybe even Dromund Kaas. We must take steps to make sure that such an attack never happens. The attack on Fitton proves we have at least one dangerous enemy within our borders, Veron exclaimed. We cannot afford to have a second, especially not one as unpredictable as these rogue Jedi. That is where you come in, Apprentice, Mar said. By order of the Dark Council, we hereby charge you, Avaryss of House Feer, with the duty of ending this conspiracy. You will find the leaders of this movement, the ones behind the attacks on our holdings, and you will silence them. You must do what must be done, girl, Vengian added. Do not hesitate, and show no mercy. She smiled at the Dark Lords. I've never been considered overly merciful, she said with a slight laugh. It will be done, my lord, once I've had verification of Side Darbin's whereabouts. A shudder of pleasure went down her spine. Finally, she thought. Real recognition. She was happy and excited, eager to be off. Happy enough that she decided to share some of her plan with them. It was the least she could do. I've taken steps to ensure what you desire comes to pass, Avaryss promised them. I intend to draw Side Darbin and his young Padawan out of hiding and onto a battlefield of my choosing. She smiled confidently. Then we shall see what these Jedi fools are made of. And what if he does not come alone, child? Ravage asked. Then my blade will drink far deeper than I had originally intended, she said dismissively. I will leave no stone unturned in my search, my lords. You have my word on that. Once again, the Dark Lords all looked at each other, nodding thoughtfully. We find your desire to carry out this mission acceptable, Ravage said. In fact, we have something for you that might speed up your quest, Varon said, smiling. Do you trust your crew? Ravage asked. As much as I trust any of my underlings, she said. I'm sure that they are most useful, Varon said, but you may need more than the crew complement of a lone interceptor. You shall be granted the use of a destroyer, Mar informed her. The crew will be completely under your command. You may use the soldiers and weapons aboard as you see fit. Avaryss smiled. She could think of many uses for a Sith destroyer. Though the first part of her plan required subtlety, she might need something more once the head had been removed from this particular snake. My lords, I thank you. You honor me, my lords, she said, bowing her head. We are giving you a chance to prove yourself. Girl, Ravage said, do not make us regret that decision. You will not, Lord Counselor, I swear it on the Emperor's name. Succeed in this, and you will be rewarded, Mar promised. You are aware of your predecessors, are you not, girl, your master's former apprentices? I know that they never became lords, she said diplomatically. Mar leaned in. That is a fate you will not need to concern yourself with if you do this for us. Indeed, Lord Avaryss, Varon said, smiling slyly. Do as this council desires, and the title of Lord will no longer be merely an honorific spoken by your underlings. Lordship will be yours in truth, Vengian said. You will be able to proclaim it to all, you shall stand as above the mere common rabble. But only if you succeed, Ravage reminded her. Do not disappoint us, girl. Avaryss almost squealed like a child on feast day morning. A lordship, she thought, one endorsed fully by the Dark Council. Lord Feer would not like that. But in the end, what could he do? If the council proclaimed her a lord, what could he do but protest? It would be a protest that would likely fall on deaf ears. All will be as you command, my lords, she promised. Side Darbin and his followers will know the vengeance of the dark side. Then go forth, child, Varon said. You have blessing of the council, fulfill your mission. Bring terror, Apprentice, Vengean said. Bring rage. Bring death. She rose from the table and bowed respectfully. That is what I do, my lords, she said, what I was born to do. Mar sat back in his chair. The Dark Lord radiated pleasure. May the Force serve you well, Avaryss. He pressed a button on his chair. The door behind her hissed open. Her escort was still waiting to see her safely to her Terminus-class destroyer. They were waiting to see her off, for her mission to begin. Thank you, my lords, she said, bowing once again. I will not fail you. Chapter 51. The Terminus-class destroyer had long been considered the workhorse of the Imperial fleet. Faster than the Harrower series dreadnought, it was also heavily armored and more versatile. It was said that Lord Mar himself preferred to use the Terminus as his flagship during military engagements. The ship had both the speed and power to either work alone or in the famous swarm attacks that had come to define the Sith Navy. Avaryss was most pleased. Mar could not have offered her a sounder vessel. It would serve her well as her mission entered its final stages. The Vacan's Fist, as the ship was known, was one of the finest vessels to serve in Lord Mayor's command. The fact that he had released it to her was proof of the trust he was placing in her and finally bringing these rogue Jedi and their conspiracy to an end. Named for the first Grand Moff of the Empire, the ship's crew took great pride in their accomplishments. The ship itself had a storied history, serving in many engagements against both the Republic and the Empire's enemies in the area of space that the Republic still referred to as the Unknown Regions. And now, it is all mine, Avaryss thought with a smile. It is all mine. She made her way to the bridge with Barik at her side. He continued to serve as her bodyguard. HK might have served just as well, but given the reputation of the HK series, Avaryss thought it preferable that he remain on board the Fury, awaiting the fight to come. The destroyer's crew made way for them as the two strode out onto the ship's command walkway. Through the viewports, hyperspace swirled around them, the tunnel of twisting time and space carrying them off to their destination. Avaryss looked up and into that spinning void. It was said that staring into hyperspace was dangerous, that if one stared for too long they could come down with hyperrapture, a condition that could lead to madness. Avaryss happened to like staring into it. Looking out into hyperspace was to stare at the infinite, an infinity that the Sith had mastered. Thanks to their knowledge and technology, hyperspace was theirs to command. Hyperspace travel was proof of their superiority, their mastery of time and space. If they could master that, what else might they be able to accomplish? As Avaryss made her way forward, she was met by the destroyer's captain, a career officer by the name of Tanis Brune. Brune was about 10 years her senior and had served the Empire since the age of 16. One of the youngest captains in Darth Mar's command, he was seen as something of a rising star, a man with a future. We are approaching our destination, my lord, he informed her. We will be emerging from hyperspace shortly. Avaryss nodded. We are ahead of schedule, she said. Your crew continues to impress. We are one of the finest vessels in the Empire. My lord, I've had a hand in training every one, he said with no small degree of pride. Then he glanced over at her and smiled. Trust me, my lord, there are many ways that I can impress you. Avaryss almost laughed. Despite his years of service, the captain's desires were an open book to her. When he spoke of impressing her, it was not merely the ship and crew that he was referring to. She had sensed Brune's desire since he had first met her in the ship's hangar bay. She had felt desire, lust, and excitement. When she had offered him her hand, he had kissed her fingers chastely, but in that brief contact, his mental shields had been down, and she had caught a glimpse of a very dark fantasy. They had only just met, he had only just seen her, and yet, he imagined the two of them entwined in his quarters, envisioned the two of them in bed, given in to both dark and delirious pleasures. He wants me, she knew, and such a filthy mind. Intriguing. She glanced over at him, sizing him up. She was almost willing to let him try to impress her. It would be fun. Tanis Brune was a handsome man, tall, broad-shouldered, and muscular. His short blonde hair and piercing blue eyes were both intimidating and enthralling. He could be called something of a poster boy for the Imperial Navy, or likely had been 10 years ago. Command had given the man an even more intimidating air. It was exciting. Avaryss knew that the captain was not without admirers. She had sensed that as well. Several of the female crew on the ship harbored a hidden interest in the intense young captain. It was a desire that went beyond simply doing their duty. Yet it was her that had caught his eye. It was flattering, to be sure. Since that time she had come to enjoy teasing the dear captain. She had not worn a cloak since her arrival, and the bright red top she was wearing was open in back and slit deliciously down the front. True, it showed off the lightsaber scar across her upper back, but that did not deter Captain Brune. All he saw was a top that fit like it was painted on, pale skin, and the Sith tattoos that marked her as a person of power. This one is attracted to power, she realized. According to ship's records, he had achieved his captaincy when the Fifth's original commander had been slain in combat. He had only been third officer at the time, but had proved his superiority to his immediate superior and replaced him. This one was eager for advancement. He had jumped ahead of his rival to take command and cemented it by his strength and skill. He had claimed this ship through force of will. Of course, he would need more than mere ambition if he desired to claim her. The path to a Lady Sith's bed was not an easy one, unless she wished it to be. Baris, who had been at her side for most of the trip, saw what was going on. He did not like the man lusting after his little sister, despite her amusement with the game. When she had stepped out of her quarters, he had been waiting for her. He had given her what some might call a old-fashioned look. The look a disapproving father might give a daughter, one who was expressing herself as a woman for the first time, showing off a bit for the men around her. Part of her still quailed under that look. Baris was almost the spitting image of their father, and despite everything that she had done, all that she had endured, that small shard of light, that tiny piece of Kira Lilith remained alive inside her. It could be a nuisance even at the best of times. She tried to ignore it. So what if he disapproved of her flirting with the handsome young captain? Was she not a grown woman? Was she not a Sith, one of the masters of their glorious empire? Besides, it was not like she was ignorant of men. She would have married Fel had he lived, and she had had lovers since then. She was no babe in the woods when it came to the pleasures of the flesh. She chose to ignore those looks, just as she ignored that small bit of self-consciousness that was both a part of the light and of Kira Lilith. She would not let it spoil her fun. She would not. She stood beside the young captain, enjoying the emotions playing through him. Enjoying the fantasies that skipped across his mind. A lesser woman might have blushed at some of them, but she was no lesser woman. She was a Sith. A Sith did not blush. "We shall be leaving hyperspace shortly, my lord," he said. Transition back to real space in 3, 2, 1. The tunnel of light vanished. Stars snapped from elongated lines back to pinpricks of light against the void. She smiled slightly. An AR shadow floated serenely before them. "Hello again," she thought. "Hopefully you will be able to serve my needs again." Though it was not unusual for a warship to visit Huta and the smuggler's moon, it was considered good form for to let the Huts know you were coming first. Avaryss had decided to show good form. She had contacted Vaga the Hutt before they arrived, to make sure that the cartel was aware of their presence. The Hutt accepted their request to hold far orbit, provided they keep NAR shadow between the warship and the Hutt homeworld. Such a request was standard procedure according to Captain Brune. "If we decide to break the peace," he had said, "they would rather we slag NAR shadow first, plus it would give the Hutts time to organize their own defense." Since Avaryss had no intention of blasting Huta, she accepted. Let the crime lords feel safe. She had no interest in their holdings, only in having a nice neutral spot to conduct her final business with the conspiracy. That it was mattered to her. She turned to Captain Brune. "Have we heard anything from Major Thorn's people?" she asked. "Is he in position?" Major Forn was the commander of the 5th Commando teams. Like Brune, he came with the full endorsement of Darth Mar. He was a career soldier who had seen almost 25 years in the Navy, carrying out many clandestine operations during both the last war and the state of Cold War that had come after the signing of the Treaty of Coruscant. Neither she nor Beric had ever heard of the man, which when he was informed of this he laughed. "Good," the major had said. "I'm a Black Ops trooper. If people have heard of me, then I'm not doing my job right." Brune had assured her that the man knew his business and would have everything ready by the time they reached their destination. "We received a coded signal before we jumped," the young officer said, nodding. "The major and his team are in place and awaiting your command." Brune shook his head. "If the pups try anything, the major and his men will be there to assist, though perhaps it would have been better to choose a different site for this meeting. Nar Shada is too chaotic. If something goes wrong, anything could happen." "There is a risk," Avaryss acknowledged, "but at least on Nar Shada the pups are in the same position that we are. The odds are even. In such a fight, I like my chances far better than the Jedi. They know little about me, but I've come to be quite familiar with their tactics and the way they view us. Here is where it will end, Captain. Here is where we will give the Dark Council exactly what it desires." The officer beamed proudly. "Then we shall be celebrating our victory soon," he said, once again letting his eyes drift over her form. "I would be happy to celebrate that victory with you, my lord, perhaps over dinner." She smirked. "Let us achieve victory first, Captain. Then we will discuss celebrating." At her side, Beric rolled his eyes. Avaryss chuckled in response. "My dear, sweet brother," she thought. She was grateful for his presence. Brune radiated a sense of disdain as he looked out as the smuggler's moon. Nar Shada was not the most pleasant of places. That was true. When she had informed Brune of their destination, he had voiced that opinion. "Nar Shada has its uses," she reminded him, "and it could have more with a little adjustment. The only adjustment that I would make, my lord, is a full-fledged orbital bombardment." She had laughed, amused by the thought, but unwilling to let the captain follow through on his desires. The Hutt still had their uses. They would not break treaty, not even out of a need to improve the local system. Avaryss glanced over at the captain. There was a tightness in his jaw, and she sensed concern. "Speak your mind, Captain," she ordered. "Do you have any concerns about this plan of mine?" "You are a Sith, my lord. I would not seek to question your wisdom." She nodded thoughtfully, but at the same time she did not wish simple flattery. She wanted the truth. "But," she said. "But," the officer sighed, "I'm concerned that this Jedi will do something unexpected. The man that we are after, you claim he is most unpredictable." "I think he prides himself on that," Avaryss said, "but in that unpredictability he becomes predictable." She smiled. "I think I found the perfect snare for this particular nerf. And if he tries something?" Brune asks, "I know you have Major Forn's people, but..." "Oh, he will try something," she replied. "Most definitely. Everything that I've read about the man suggests that that will happen." She grinned. "Have no fear, Captain. I know what I'm doing." Less than a day after she first arrived on board this destroyer, Darth Baris had finally gotten back in contact with her. The Jedi side Darbin had gotten her challenge, he assured her, and, as a favor from Darth Vengeance, he had even provided her with a dossier on the politically connected and unpredictable Jedi Master. It was an interesting read to be sure. Sidar Ben was seen by many as the perfect Jedi, completely committed to the Republic and always in control of whatever situation he found himself in, or at least, that was how he was seen by his allies in the Senate. The truth was a bit more contradicting. Master Sai had often sided with his allies in the Senate over his Jedi brothers and sisters. He had openly clashed several times with Saddle Shan, the current Jedi Grand Master. In fact, according to Baris agents, he had openly opposed Shan being named to the council in the first place, and had tried to use his contacts with the Republic government to pressure the council to seat him on it instead. His gambit had not worked. and that was likely good for the Sith. Had S.Y. Darbin had the support of the Jedi Council when he began his little conspiracy, things might be going far worse of the Empire. The man might have convinced the bulk of the Jedi Order to aid him. That could have been disastrous. It was strange, Avaryss thought. From what she had come to know of Jaz Darbin, it was he that was seen as the rogue Jedi, the outside, while his twin was praised and considered the perfect example of the Order. Perhaps the Jedi were too close to see what was right in front of them. In her eyes, they had branded the wrong brother the rogue. After his failed bid to join the council, S.Y. Darbin had rededicated himself to his work within the Republic Senate. He had become a recruiter of sort in the last 8 or 9 years, drawing more and more Jedi into his plans, or perhaps the term schemes would be better. Avaryss had smiled as she had read the report. A plan had been forming in her mind since she had left that mining guild station, after he encountered with S.Y. Darbin's Padawan. She thought that she had found exactly what she needed, the perfect gambit to bring down the entire conspiracy with one swift stroke. All that she needed to do now was draw S.Y. Darbin out of hiding. She needed to get the hypocritical Jedi away from his power base. The challenge she had offered would do that, and with the Force as her ally, set up the endgame that she had planned. Then they would see just how perfect of a Jedi that S.Y. Darbin was. As she stood beside the captain, her comlink crackled. She pulled it from her belt. It is about time, she thought. She wondered when this particular call was going to come in. Yes, Rink? She asked. You got a call coming in for you, boss. Can't trace the source, but it is close, probably on planet. Avaryss nodded. Transfer it to the captain's ready room on the bridge, she ordered. I will speak with our quarry here. Gotcha, boss, Rink replied. Avaryss excused herself and made for the ready room. Brune went to confer with one of his officers, while Beric escorted her to the isolate section near the back of the bridge. Avaryss tried to center herself as she prepared to address her long-hidden enemy, and yes, she was certain that it was him. She had done everything in her power to rattle the Jedi's pride, to make sure that he understood that none of his underlings were safe as long as she continued to draw breath. She wanted him to think of this as a matter that only he could deal with, and deal with personally. She pulled Master Vener's gold medallion out of a pouch on her leggings. She hung it around her neck, and smiled pleasantly. Now Jedi, she thought, let us get this party started. The hypercom was flashing, signaling that she had a call waiting. She gestured with the Force, activating the comm unit and stood tall. The image of S.Y. Darbin shimmered before her. He came, she thought, with a tingle of excitement running down her spine. Excellent. The Jedi said nothing to her. He simply regarded her with a cool, hard gaze. The effect felt strange. She found herself thinking of the man's twin brother, his identical twin. Their features were the same, that was plain to see, the nose, the jaw, the haircut, but the eyes. S.Y. Darbin's eyes were far different from that of his brother. They were as different as night was today. Jaz Darbin's eyes had been open. She had felt the resolve of a Jedi, but also a sense of compassion, a sentiment that would likely be the man's undoing one day. His brother did not feel like that. She could feel the power of the light within him, but it was not blinding. It felt filtered, controlled as the light that no doubt shone down on the chambers of the Galactic Senate on Coruscant. Prideful and arrogant, she thought. Normally she admired those traits, but not now, not in this man. This Jedi was the same type of man that had no doubt convinced the Jedi Order to launch the Sith Holocaust a millennia ago. Billions of innocent Sith purebloods had died, and also the Republic's politicians could brag that they had protected their people. The common Sith had not been a threat to the Republic back then. At that time, only the Lords, those who had descended from the Dark Jedi of old, had reason to hate the Republic and the Jedi. If not for the Holocaust, the remaining Lords, the Emperor himself might not have found the support to rebuild in the aftermath of the so-called Great Hyperspace War. Perhaps the Jedi did us a favor back then. It taught all Sith, from Lord to commoner, to hate the Republic. Now, at long last, we sit on the very cusp of having our revenge. She smiled pleasantly at the hologram. Master Darben, I presume, she said, this has been a meeting a long time coming. So, he said coldly, not even acknowledging her greeting, you are the Sith that has been causing so many problems. The Jedi shook his head. Years of good work, moving pieces across the board, finding the right contacts in your hateful empire, and how does the Dark Council choose to respond? He chuckled. They send a child to oppose me. Avaryss should have been insulted, but she wasn't. She knew her worth, what she had done up until now. He has been my enemy of a long time, she thought. Over the last few months she had come to realize that the Padawans she had fought and killed back on Butcher's Clearing had likely been a part of this conspiracy. It had likely gone on that long, if not longer. Long had she sought the master that the alien had referred to, the one that was going to bring down the Empire. She had readied herself for this moment for a long time. Did he honestly think he could insult her into making a mistake? No. Of course Du could play that game. She smirked. Brando Vener said something similar to me, she said, idly fingering the medallion around her neck. She could sense immediately when the Jedi recognized what it was. His eyes narrowed dangerously. So it was you, he said flatly, you murdered Master Vener. He was killed, she admitted, not by my hand, perhaps, but definitely because of my will. She laughed dismissively. He was tough for an old bird. I doubt you will last half as long as he did. Master Sai sneered at her. Are you trying to bait me, Sith? It will not work. His eyes remained cold and hard. You murdered an old man, old and spent, a man who only wished to live out the rest of his days in seclusion. I will see you brought to justice for that. You will find me far more of a challenge. Avaryss glared back at him. Before you go blaming me for all that befell your old teacher, let me remind you that if it wasn't for your schemes, he would still be alive today. It was you that drew my attention with your failed and clumsy attempts to manipulate the Empire. Failed and clumsy, he spat. What else could you call them? She laughed coldly. We will see who gets brought to justice, Jedi. His eyes narrowed. And what do you know about justice, girl? What do you know about loss? You and your fellows have no honor. You butchered innocents when you sacked the Jedi Temple. You killed millions when your fleet attacked Coruscant, and all of that was done under a banner of peace. Avaryss shrugged. No doubt that story worked well to manipulate Master Sai's sheep when it came for them to attack the Empire, but personally, she was not buying it. How many billions had died during the Sith Holocaust? Compare that to the military operation that was the Battle of Coruscant. Besides, she was still a child when that battle occurred. She had not been with Lords Malgus and Angral when they brought fire to the skies of Coruscant. She was not about to get into a blame game with this Jedi. He was her enemy. She had come here for blood. The Dark Council did not see you worth their time in destroying, so they sent me, she informed him with cruel smile. Your passive-aggressive attacks against our lords ends now, Jedi. Know that if you refuse my challenge, that I will not stop. I will continue to harass your operations and kill your men. You want to save them and your plans, you will need to go through me. She could feel the anger radiating beneath the surface of Darben's Jedi calm. It was delicious, and but the first phase in her plan. Darben saw himself as a model Jedi, but on some level he also saw himself as better than everyone else. That the Force and his history made him better. She had done everything to belittle him, make him feel small and unworthy. She wanted him angry. She wanted him not to be thinking clearly. It was the best way to get him to fall into her trap, a trap that went beyond mere killing. It was not enough to simply slay the Jedi. She could have hired an assassin to do that if that is what she wanted. No, she wanted him broken. Her plan, if everything went as she had foreseen, was see to that. Darben sneered. You have bitten off more than you can chew this time, child, he hissed. I'm sending coordinates. We will see who is unworthy before this day is through. She looked at the numbers flashing below the Jedi's imagine. Those are sector coordinates. How do you expect me to find you? If you are as strong in the Force as you claim, then you will have no problem, he said. I will not simply walk into a trap Sith. I will face you one-on-one, you have my word on that. Avaryss almost laughed. The man's word was worth little. He was more politician than Jedi. She knew what a politician's promises were worth. He will have ample warning if I try something, but at the same time, so will I. Major Forms people will have no doubt discovered his location by now. Whatever the Jedi was planning, whatever trick he had in mind, would not work as easily as he expected. He underestimates me, she realized. Good. He still thought that this was going to be some kind of duel, some comedy of lightsabers where he, the golden hero, triumphs over the sneering villain. That was not how the story would go at all. She had her own tale to tell. Her tale would be his undoing. I will be there, she promised. She felt a sense of grim satisfaction radiate from the Jedi. No doubt he was thinking of his fallen master and his friends killed at both the temples so long ago, and at that Jedi enclave she had sacked. Then this will all be over soon, he said. I await your arrival, Sith. The time has come to end this. The hologram faded. Avaryss stood for a moment reveling in the anger and rage she had felt off the Jedi fool. He has no idea, she thought. Oh, this was going to be fun. She smiled as she made her way back to Barik and the captain. She needed to prepare. She had an arrogant Jedi master to destroy. She welcomed the opportunity. Cut the head of the snake, and the body would die, but not all at once. It was not enough to simply kill it. She wanted to peel the skin off first, while it was still alive. And the Jedi had given her the perfect opportunity. Her fist was coming down, and there was nothing the Jedi fool could do to stop it. She was done playing games with this fool. One last blow, she thought. Then, it would be over. Chapter 52. The sector on Nar Shaddaa, the area that the Jedi had chosen for their meeting, had long been abandoned by the Hutts. Once it had been a thriving factory sector, a place of prosperity in a time of peace, producing goods and supplies to aid the Republic expansion effort as it continued to grow into the Outer Rim. The return of the Sith had ended that era of expansion. The factories might have been saved, converted into producing war material, but any chance of that ended with the Hutts' decision to remain neutral in the conflict. The companies that owned the factories went bankrupt, and the sector died a slow death. The once thriving businesses were now only empty shells, with only the most desperate or impoverished now hiding among the ruins. Darth Mar had chosen his ground well. The old factories were a maze. A small group could operate, and then go into hiding for years with little chance of them being located. The Sith could have bombed the site from orbit, but that would be a violation of the treaty with the Hutt clans, and even if the bombings were approved, there was no guarantee that the Jedi would be killed, and if they survived, the conspiracy would continue to flourish. Avaryss was determined not to let that happen. As soon as the location was given, Major Form and his men were informed. The commandos would do their best to locate the Jedi base of operation and provide support for Avaryss and her people. The Jedi would be ready for a trap, but hopefully, the Major and his men's arrival had gone unnoticed. Darth Mar would be expecting a full military response. What he got would be something quite different. Subtly, at this point, it was key. As for Avaryss herself, it had taken a bit of time to prepare for her meeting with the rogue Jedi Master. She sat quietly in the back of the shuttle, preparing for the fight to come. She had spent the bulk of the journey down to the surface meditating, while Barik and Quinaya brought the shuttle down in a nearby sector. They would need to make the journey from there, but it was safer than simply landing in an area with no idea of the enemy's location or what his strength might be. Not that Avaryss had been idle. Oh no, she had cooked up a few surprises of her own. She did not trust Darth Mar. Everything she had seen up to this point suggested that the man could not be trusted. Her strategy depended heavily on that. Indeed, the plan itself depended on it. At its core, the plan was quite simple, but with a twist. She hoped that the Jedi would appreciate her hard work. As she gathered her strength, meditated on the fight to come, her perspective seemed to be in two places at once. Part of her was already down on the surface, contemplating what awaited them. The dark warrens and collapsed buildings of the old factory sector would provide its own challenges, to be sure. While at the same time, she was on the shuttle, Quinaya at the controls, and Barrick beside her. She had considered bringing Rink along, but had discarded the idea at the last moment. The pilot had another role to play in her plan, and the plan was. She felt a sense of vertigo. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Whoa, she thought as her head started to spin. She took several deep breaths and centered herself. Her head cleared, thankfully. This is no time to be feeling out of it, she thought. What happens within the next few hours will define me as a Sith. I can't ill afford to be anything but at my best. Before leaving the ship, she had returned briefly to her quarters to consult the scrolls she had found back on Corbin. She had found reference to a spell in one of them that might prove quite useful. As she had read through the writings again, she came to realize that this was not the first time she had heard of this particular dark side ability. During her time in the academy, she had been allowed to use the holocron of one of the ancient lords, a long-dead dark lord named Simis. During that experience, she had absorbed how he had viewed the spell and adapted to his own use. At the time, she had not realized what it all meant. Her time with the holocron had left her thoughts muddled. Only now did they finally truly become clear, for this spell anyway. She had grinned when she had that realization. Between what she had learned from Lord Simis and the words of the long-forgotten lord in the tomb, she had the means of the summoning up a little surprise for Sidar Ben and any followers he might have brought with him. Casting the spell had been easy enough once she had all the necessary components. It had left her a little winded, however, and she had needed a few moments to settle herself after the final casting. Well, perhaps not the final casting. That would take place only when the time was right, when she was in the exact place that she needed to be. She could feel the darkness roiling around her. It was all she could do not to release that energy. Well, she could not. It was not yet the time. As she focused on the darkness within her, she found herself listening in on the conversation taking place between Barrick and Quinaya. Her brother had strong feelings for, what was Quinaya again? Her disciple. Was that the right word? Perhaps. Nevertheless, her big brother did not hold back. He had his own opinions about the Devish, and he was not afraid to let those opinions be known. We're about to face your former comrades, he said flatly. How do you feel about that? They are being no comrades of mine, she replied. I am not being one of those that willingly violated the treaty. But they are Jedi, he reminded her. You were training to be one of them, were you not? I was, she sighed. There was being a time that I wished to be one of them, but I cannot be denying that what I've seen at Master Avaryss' side has left me shaken. I am being from a family of storied champions of the Force, Jedi all, but I am not being worthy of my legacy. Perhaps I never was. The Devish hissed. I am wondering how those other Malaks would have acted had they discovered Master Sai's plan. Would they oppose it, or would they find themselves being willing to see it through for the good of the Republic? I cannot say for sure. Barrick sniffed thoughtfully. Avaryss could imagine the look on his face, that one of contemplation and serious thought. You are not your ancestors, he said. You can only stand on your own 2 feet, make your own way. But you are following in your own father's footsteps, yes. I heard that you are having a father who served your empire. That is true, but I did not choose the life of a common soldier. I found what worked best for me, and tried to excel. I think you owe it to yourself to try the same. What will you do once this is all over? When this Sidar Ben has been stopped? There was a pause. Finally, Quinaya sighed. I am not being sure. I am not being dark side, not like Master Avaryss. I feel the call of what she is offering, but at the same time. Another pause, and then. I am not knowing, Quinaya finally said. Perhaps, when this is being over, I shall try to find a place beyond the Empire and beyond the Republic. I thought you wanted to be a hero. I am starting to see that there is no such thing. My family, those men, they did their duties, but I am not sure I'm willing to go that far. Perhaps it would be better if I left, if I sought out a life on a world outside of the Empire and the Republic. I am thinking that my skills could be useful. I'm thinking that I could build a life for myself, by my own rules. You could, I suppose, Baris said, but, just in case you choose not to, just in case you decide to pick a side in the next few moments, I want you to know something. What? I want you to know. If you tried to pull a fast one on us, if you tried to go running back to your fellow Jedi, to betray, her lordship, know this. You will be the first to die if I even suspect you have turned against us. I'm not being a traitor, Quinaya said with a sniff. You betrayed your Jedi master when we found you. That was not a betrayal, I was trying to. Quinaya growled low. You would not be believing me anyway. I do not know why I am caring that you do. Just be aware of what could happen, her brother said coldly. I'm watching you. Avaryss contemplated what she had heard. It was most intriguing. They both remained committed to hiding their familial bonds. In time, Quinaya or someone else would deduce the truth about them, but that was for another day. Besides, this was not about her and her brother, this was about Quinaya. Avaryss could not say she was pleased with what was going on. She had hoped, that Quinaya would come to realize just how powerful the dark side was. She had hoped that the girl would come to accept it, to give herself over to his power. That had not happened. The girl was still dragging her feet. Avaryss found it annoying. I've been too light on her, she thought. The fact that I'm not a full master is no excuse. I know what it takes to make someone give in and accept the dark. I needed that myself once. She found herself thinking back to Fury 9. Master Adaz and Master Philin had put her in jeopardy to test her resolve. Her trial of blood had served her well, helped her move past her connection to the light, and her desire to remain in it. I should have pushed Quinaya, she realized. There were ways to lure someone down the path that they needed to go. She had let the girl's initial anger blind her to the weakness that was still a part of her. She would need to remedy that, or at the very least make sure that the Devish did not return from this mission. So many possible futures danced through her mind, her head swam with possibilities. Her head began to pound, but she drew on the force and pushed that pain back. It would stop if she let go. She knew the spell she had cast needed to be completed, but it was not yet the time. Soon, she thought, don't be weak. Everything will make sense soon. The shuttle continued down. She tried to reach out with the force, get a sense of what awaited her. She could feel a sense of menace, but nothing beyond that. She did not doubt in the least that Saidar Ben thought he had some way to deal with her. Even if she did trust Jedi, she would never have trusted this particular one. If half what she had learned about him was true, he had compromised far too often, and he was clearly not above bloodying the hands of others to accomplish his goals. Saidar Ben was far too cunning, that was for sure. Yes, he no doubt had a trick up his sleeve, but that was okay. She had one too. Barik had brought the shuttle down on an unclaimed landing pad not far from the factory district. The three of them had left the shuttle with no escort, and made quickly of the coordinates that the Jedi had provided. It did not take Avaryss long to figure out why the Jedi Master had chosen this place, and to reconsider her decision to meet with him here. This entire sector had seen a lot during the last war, and in the years since. Destruction and creation, pain and loss, hope and joy, and so many other conflicting emotions. The resulting chaos had created a place where the Force was no longer clearly defined by either light or dark, but instead had become a cold, harsh gray. Even the most skilled of Force user would find it hard to sense another through such a haze. It was as if the very sector had been drowned in the Force. The Emperor himself would have had a hard time penetrating such a morass. Technology proved equally ineffective. Most of the buildings here had been designed with industrial espionage in mind. They were constructed with shielding to baffle scanners, even military-grade ones. Barrick's hand scanner was no more effective than the two Force users' abilities. The group was effectively blind. They had tried to contact Major Forn through a coded signal, but had gotten no response. If the Major's men were already within the sector, they would not wish to give their location away still. It was just another problem that made Avaryss question her choice of letting the confrontation take place here. As they made their way down one of the abandoned streets, they had caught glimpses of people that called this place home. Most avoided the three, but occasionally someone would stop and glance up quickly before hurrying on their way. The only one that seemed to ignore them was a large bipedal droid, carrying something large and bulky in his arms. It could have been a body, Avaryss realized, which should have come to no surprise. Places like this were often used to dispose of unwanted problems. She suspected that many bodies had been buried here since the last war, and maybe a few even before that. Her hand drifted to the lightsaber at her belt. She once again reached out with the Force, and sensed the same feeling of foreboding that had been building since they first entered the sector. As they continued to advance, she continued to feel more and more disoriented. The dark energies that she had taken into herself continued to build. They were almost screaming now for release. Not yet. The darkness within continued to whisper, not yet. She took a deep breath, fighting down a wave of nausea. Soon, she thought. Very soon. They had been moving for about 10 minutes when the attack finally came. Baris had just mentioned that they might have been sent on a wild bantha chase, when suddenly, he had been thrown hard against a collapsing wall. His scanner fell from his hands, shattering in a hail of sparks. Avaryss and Quinaya both drew their lightsabers. The enemy fell upon them from both the front and behind. 3 Jedi led the attack, 1 in front, 2 in back, to block their escape. The attack happened so fast that they barely had time to acknowledge what was going on. By the time she had crossed blades with the one in front, stun blasts rippled towards them from cover behind them. Normally, it would not have been difficult for her to dodge such an attack, but between the spell she was holding in reserve and the sense of foreboding that surrounded this place, she had been completely caught off guard. Quinaya was struck several times by stun blasts and went down. Avaryss managed to use her quickness to avoid the attack, only to find herself crossing blades with a very familiar Jedi. Despite the hood the girl was wearing, Avaryss recognized Sidarbin's Padawan. Zen Lure met her blade upon blade, pushing her back with both the Force and pure aggression. Her large eyes looked black in the cobalt blue light of her lightsaber blade. "Remember me, Hut Spawn?" the girl spat. Avaryss snarled and pushed off. She spun her blade as she dropped into a Sarisu guard. A stun blast caught her low and in the back. She stumbled forward and almost lost her head to Zen Lure. She moved in quickly, her style a blend of Makashi and Jimso. Avaryss lost her blade. She tried to call it back, only to be force pushed into the wall next to her. Stars exploded before her eyes, as the galaxy seemed to bank hard to port. The Force washed over her, stealing away both her speed and her confidence. She tried to find a way to escape, only to be struck hard in the back by a jump kick from one of Zen's Jedi allies. She went down hard, biting her tongue. She turned over to see Zen Lure standing over her, the point of her blue lightsaber a mere breath from the young Sith's throat. She lay perfectly still, not wishing to give the girl an excuse, not that she needed one. Avaryss had been around enough killers to recognize one when she saw her. Zen Lure was a killer. "This is for all the Jedi that you murdered," which, and she growled, "for all of us that died in the temple." Zen? No. Another Jedi moved to the Padawan's side. She could not see his face under the hood, but the fact that he had green 3-fingered hands suggested an alien origin. "Master Sai wants the Sith alive." Avaryss could feel the anger boiling beneath the surface of the young Jedi girl. It felt like a ship's reactor on the verge of going critical. How the Jedi could not sense those emotions boiling so close to the surface she could not even guess. This one is never calm, she thought. She may appear calm, but that is all a mask. This one is about to snap, she thought. She wondered what it would take to do just that. Zen growled low and in the back of her throat. She glared down at Avaryss, the one who had harassed her master over these many weeks. "Stun her," she growled. "We will take this one before my master." Avaryss snarled. "I was to face your master in single combat," she spat. "I came here in good faith." It was then that the girl did something that Avaryss did not expect. She smiled. It was a cold and vicious thing. It was a predator's smile. 3 stun blasts struck her. Avaryss cried out as they electrified her nervous system. "There is what your good faith is worth, Sith," Zen-Lure said. She spun on her heel and turned away. "Bring her," she called out. "Her slaves too, my master is waiting." The world began to fade away. Avaryss felt hands seize her by the arms. She almost cried out, almost used the spell, but no, now was not yet the time. How she knew that, she could not say, but it was not yet the time. Soon, she thought, soon enough. The darkness rose up, and she let herself slip beneath it. She fell into darkness, and then, all was silent. Chapter 53. She was caught between the waking and the dreaming. The past and the present rose up twisted together and became jumbled. One moment she was having a picnic back on Ordana with Fel. The next moment saw her running the course back on Fury 9, with Nas and Tay at her side, and then she found herself dueling her father beside the river back on Butcher's Clearing. Finally, there was Finn, strong, handsome Finn. The two of them lay entwined together in the shadowy tomb of a Huta pal. His lips and fingers moved over her body, making her gasp and shudder with pleasure. Avaryss groaned and shook her head. Nothing made sense. She could feel herself being dragged along. In the distance she thought she could hear Barik shouting at their captors, warning them to be careful with her, not to hurt her. But then, everything changed. She found herself in the arms of a droid. HK Sigma 3 moved quickly and silently over the broken terrain. The assassin droid said nothing, its optics focused only on a single goal, a goal that she could not see. Why was the droid carrying her, she wondered? Had she been wounded, or was she just obsessing on the memory of the droid they had seen on their way through the factories? Either answer might be true. I gave the droid orders, she remembered, but in that moment, she could not remember what those orders had been. Between the spell and the stun blast, her mind had been left jumbled. Not that it mattered right now, she supposed. Despite all her planning, despite all that she had done to avoid Jedi treachery, they had still fallen into a trap. She might have cursed herself for a fool had she not prepared her spell before leaving the ship. Once it was unleashed, perhaps, she would have the chance to turn the tide back in their favor. Hopefully. She must have lost consciousness again, because the next time she opened her eyes, she was lying on a cold, dirty factory floor. Her helmet and cloak had been removed, and her arms had been bound tightly behind her back. She shook her head again. She was still feeling disoriented, but at least the world was starting to make sense again. Things were starting to fall back into their proper order inside her head. Through the Force, she could make out 5 Jedi standing around her now that they were in close proximity. Not even the strange miasma of this place could hide them. She glanced over to find Quinaya and Barik in a similar state, on their knees with their hands bound. The Devish's nose was broken and her eye was blackened. The Jedi must have realized who she was and decided to take liberties with Avaryss' acolyte. Foolish, she thought. If they were wise, they would have killed her. By choosing to simply hurt her, all they were doing was fueling the girl's anger. Such rage would be very useful. Avaryss could use that. It would only further bind the girl to the dark side and the Sith. Speaking of the dark side, Avaryss tried to call on it to free herself, but found she could not focus. She could feel the light reaching out to her, slowing her actions, making her thoughts and emotions harder to touch. She glanced up to the right and saw the reason for that. One of the Jedi, a large-headed Bith, was kneeling on the floor behind the others. The creature breathed in and out slowly, deep in a meditative trance. She could feel the light stretching out from the creature, forming a bubble around the Jedi and their prisoners, cutting those in touch with the dark off from its full might. Cute, Avaryss thought with a frown, but not unexpected. She had wondered what trick Sidar Ben would pull to try and contain them, but that was okay. She could be cute too. I still cannot believe that is less than you murdered Master Vener, a familiar voice called out from the shadows. She looked up to see Sidar Ben enter the chamber. The Jedi Master's features were all but identical to that of his twin brother, but at the same time were far colder and more imperious. Despite her situation, Avaryss smiled. Sidarbin, she thought, at last. The Jedi stepped around her, looking down at her like some insect under a magnifying glass. He radiated a cold disdain. For someone whose order was supposed to reject strong emotion, Master Sai did not seem to care that he let his own emotions flow during this meeting. I always knew the Sith would find out what I was doing eventually, he said, though I never thought that they would choose to send a little girl to try and deal with me. She laughed lightly. Excellence knows no age, Master Jedi, she said confidently. Your former master underestimated me. Look what happened to him. The kick caught her in the side of the head, sending stars blasting across her eyes. Barrick cried out angrily, but could do nothing, his restraints preventing him from even being able to rise. Avaryss shook her head again, moving her jaw, making sure it had not been damaged, feeling blood running over her lips. She could not tell if her nose had been broken, but it certainly was bleeding. Master Sai snorted. That was uncalled for, Zen, he told his apprentice. This girl is no longer a threat to us. He stared over her, smiling triumphantly. Your plan has failed, Sith. Even as we speak, SIS commandos are dealing with the soldiers that preceded you here. By now they are either dead or in custody. He stood a little straighter. You have lost. Have I? She said with a bloody smirk. We will see. The Jedi Padawan glared down at her. Avaryss could feel her rage roiling inside her, twisting her into knots. This one kills without thought or remorse, Master, the Padawan replied. How many brave men and women have died because of her, because she has opposed your grand vision? Peace, Padawan, her master said. This one will be dealt with soon enough. Avaryss sneered at that. I'm not so easy to deal with, Jedi, and as for those brave men and women as you call them, they were all slain while performing actions that were violating the treaty that your republic signed in good faith, and by doing so, how many innocents within the Empire have been killed? Do their lives mean nothing to you? Zen Lur barked out a cold laugh. There are no innocents in your hateful empire. Your people get what they deserve. Really? Avaryss said in a silky voice. So you don't consider the farmers and laborers that live on Sith worlds to be innocent? Yes, they were born into the Empire, but many of them have never taken up arms against your republic. Then there are the slaves. Are they your enemy too? The girl did not respond, not that Avaryss expected her to. Do not let this filth confuse you, Zen, her master said warmly. We cannot afford to be timid. The Sith Empire is the greatest threat the Republic has ever known. We must do everything in our power to prevent its further expansion. Avaryss listened to those words, the honeyed poison that Sidarbin poured into his followers' ears. She did not bite. She had lived in the Empire her whole life. She knew when an ambitious man was feeding lions to his flock. Sidarbin had his own reasons for attacking the Empire, and she doubted it was for the common good. We should take this one back with us, Master, a green-skinned Rhodian Jedi said. She has admitted to the murder of Master Brandel Venery. The alien pinned her with a look from his blue shiny eyes. She should stand trial for that murder. Yes, Quinai piped in. If we are being guilty as you believe, we must stand trial. Sidarbin gave her a cold look. A trial would not serve you well, Quinai Malik, he said. The Devish blinked, surprised that she had been recognized by such a well-known Jedi. The Jedi Master smirked. Yes, he said, I know your name. There was a time, given your history, I thought you would have supported what we were doing, that you would have been as brave as your storied ancestors. Now, I know different. The fact that you are here, and did not perish with our fellows at our enclave on Mirn, it is safe to say that we now know what happened there, don't we? The alien girl's lip quivered. It was not what you think, Master Sai. I was being. You're a traitor, Zen spat, and you will burn with this Sith and her lackey. Quinai fell silent. She hung her head, no longer knowing what to say. Avaryss did her best to hide her amusement. So much for the vaunted concept of Jedi mercy. Not that she expected any from these rogues. Save your breath, Quinn, Barrick said sullenly. There was never any chance of us having a trial. We know too much about these people and their operations, their illegal operation. The soldier shook his head. They can't have us taking. What would their superiors say? Avaryss did not bother adding anything. Her brother had the right of it, she thought. There was never any chance of them standing trial if they failed, but they hadn't failed, not yet. She still had one card left to play. The Rodian said something in his native tongue, something she did not understand. Master Sai shook his head, unconvinced by the alien's words. The master remained silent, but his Padawan was anything but. She regarded their prisoners coldly. Clearly she knew what had to be done. What is the point of a trial? Zen exclaimed. As you said, Pendo, she has already admitted her crime. Avaryss could sense the eagerness radiating off the Padawan. Let us end this creature now. The Rodian looked up at the girl. His tiny ear twitched atop his head. You do not mean that, Zen, he said. Killing an unarmed prisoner is a violation of the Jedi Code. Avaryss laughed when she heard that. The Jedi Code? Really? You have already violated your precious code, she spat. All of you have violated it. The moment you decided to attack the Empire, you chose to become aggressors, and that is something that your order is never supposed to be, is it? She glared up at Saidar Ben. I don't have to guess how you drew these people into your web, do I? I suppose these are all survivors of Lord Malga's raid on your precious temple. Am I right? You chose these particular Jedi because they all desired revenge against the Sith for what we did that day. Saidar Ben sneered down at her. He laughed haughtily. A Jedi does not seek revenge, he said. Avaryss grinned, the blood from her nose turning her teeth pink. Liar, she spat. For the briefest of moments, she felt something from the man. It was as if a cloud has passed over the sun on a hot summer day. In that brief moment, Avaryss sensed what the Jedi had worked so hard to keep hidden all this time. She sensed his rage at being called on his lies. Rage for all of his allies that she had slain, and, most important of all, rage at himself. The Jedi was no fool. He clearly knew what he was doing, and what he had asked of his followers. He knew perfectly well that he had violated his precious code, and he knew something else as well. Avaryss grinned. Saidar Ben did not care. At least the Sith are honest, she growled. When we seek revenge, we do not quibble over what we call it. We do not try to wrap it up in some cloak of righteousness. A Sith does not deny what we are and what we seek. We do not hide our desires. For that reason, Master Jedi, I call you a liar. Saidar Ben sneered at her. You certainly have a mouth on you, Sith, especially considering where you are. If we were as corrupt as you claim, I would think that a prisoner such as you would be smart enough to hold your tongue. A prisoner? Is that what I am? Avaryss shook her head. I know very well what I am, Master Jedi. I'm a liability to your plans. If you were to arrest me, to bring me back in chains, to let me stand before your council, what might I say to them? Would they approve of what you have done? It is one thing to turn a blind eye to something when it could be true, and quite another when the answer stands before you. The young Sith shook her head. You can't let me walk out of here alive. I know that, but the question is, what about these that stand with you? Avaryss grinned. Are they willing to take that next step, and what will you all become when you do? Avaryss watched them all, these Jedi that had come so far. Would they take the next logical step, or would they continue to deny what they had given into, what they had awoken within themselves? She could sense doubt. Even if she had no connection to the Force, she would have seen it. Saidar Ben continued to radiate contempt, but the others, those he had trusted, those that served him, that was something else entirely. The Rodian was clearly uncomfortable with what she had said. The other Jedi, a dark-skinned human, glanced back and forth between Avaryss and Saidar Ben, perhaps considering what she had said, no doubt debating what she had said. The Bith remained lost in his meditative state. The creature probably had not even heard her words. That left only Zen Lure, Saidar Ben's Padawan. She had clearly made her choice. The girl radiated darkness. She could not believe that the other Jedi could not sense it. Fear, anger, hate, the girl's emotions were like a hyperreactor on the verge of having a meltdown. Only her choice to hold on to the Jedi teachings held that at bay. She clung to her Jedi training like it was a piece of driftwood, the only thing keeping her from drowning in the sea of darkness. Avaryss almost laughed. The girl was almost Sith already. All she had to do was let go of her inhibitions, accept her emotions, and she would be more powerful than any of these combined. She wants to let go, Avaryss thought. All she needs now is the will to do so, or perhaps permission to stop pretending, to finally accept what she is. Avaryss grinned at her. When this is done, Zen Lure, she said, please give my best to Finn Shadowstone. The girl blinked. Finn, she said, how do you know Finn? We've met, Avaryss replied. I know a little bit about what you, and your, Padawan Packwasit, endured during your time in Coruscant's lower levels. He gave me a taste of the feelings you took out of that place, the betrayal you had to learn to endure. The Padawan glared at her. You know nothing of what we faced. You might be surprised, Avaryss said. Do not let her distract you, Padawan, Sidarbin said quickly, cutting Avaryss off. I told you when we began this mission that I would give you the chance to bring Sith to justice. Remain focused on that. The master scratched his chin lightly. You know Finn. I always knew my brother moved in places that a Jedi should not. Perhaps I will need to take a closer look at Finn and my dear brother. Zen looked up at her master. Avaryss could sense the shock she was feeling. Despite all that has happened, Zen still has a soft spot for Finn, probably for all of her fellow pack members. If she thinks her dear master is threatening him, Avaryss could have used the spell in that moment. She could have unleashed its power, but she held back. She wanted to see where this might lead. She wanted to see what Zen Lure was made of. He is using you, girl, Avaryss spat back. He sees your future, he knows your power, and that is all he cares about. That and the prestige of having a member of the vaunted Padawan pack as his servant, his slave. Shut up, Zen growled under her breath. Avaryss did not. She had found something useful. She would not abandon it now. He can try to blame me all he wants for what happened at your temple, but the truth is that I was not there. I was a child when that battle occurred. I can only imagine what you have endured since. I felt something similar once. The man that would become my master, his agents, burned my home, destroyed my family while I watched. The Sith betray each other, Zen said. Everyone knows that. But I wasn't Sith then. Not yet. I became this way. Joined the Order to find my own peace, my own justice. It was something that no court in the Empire would offer. I've learned to stand on my own 2 feet, just as you and your friends did as you traveled through the lower levels of Coruscant. Shut up about that, Zen snarled. Do not let her bait you, Padawan, Sidarbin said dismissively. The Sith is trying to manipulate you. Calm down, Zen, the Rodian said. Breathe, remember, there is no emotion, there's peace. Avaryss continued to smile. They do not understand you, she said. How could they? While you struggled to stay alive, to protect the younglings in your charge, they were giving up. They were accepting the peace treaty that the Emperor forced down their throats. They gave up on you and yours. They abandoned you in darkness. Tell me, Zen Lure, are these creatures truly worthy of loyalty, or do you want something more? The girl shook her head. There is no emotion, she said. There's peace. Avaryss giggled. That is it, girl. Hide behind empty words and false promises. I can sense what you want. I know what you need. She looked down at the girl's lightsaber. Take your weapon, use it. I'm unarmed, strike me down, and you will know true freedom. Both Quinaya and Beric were shocked by her words. Master, the Devish murmured. Sister, Beric whispered. No one but Avaryss heard them. The Jedi were too focused on what was going on between the Padawan and the Sith Apprentice. You can't bait me, Sith, the girl growled. I'm not baiting you. I'm offering you a choice. You don't have to live in a world where you are constantly in pain, hiding what you are, pretending that you are calm and serene. I can't see it in your eyes. This is not you. Silence, Sith, the Rodian said. Avaryss ignored him. You want to kill Sith? You want to avenge your friends? Do it. Do it now. One quick stroke of your lightsaber, and the deed will be done. Shut up, Zen hissed. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Padawan, Darbin said. He looked confused. Perhaps he had been around Zen too long, misjudged how deep her anger truly went. He was about to find out. It was at that moment that Avaryss would have normally triggered the implant in her wrist, a gift from Major Thorn and his people. It would activate a tracking beacon and bring the commandos here, but if Darbin had not been lying about his own troops intercepting them. No matter. Avaryss murmured under her breath, the final incantation for the spell she had begun back on the Fury. A shudder went down her spine. Finally, she thought it was time. She felt herself beginning to slip away, or rather, back where she belonged. She smiled wickedly. Here is where the fun begins. I know your little secret, Zen Lure, she said in a taunting voice. You don't need to pretend anymore. Go ahead, you know you want to, strike me down. The Padawan took a step towards her, and then another. Zen, the Rodian asked. Go ahead, Avaryss said, leaning forward. Do it. The girl shuddered. She was sweating. She looked like she was on the verge of total mental collapse. Avaryss could feel her confusion, her anger, and her doubt. She murmured. Padawan, Darbin's voice was like the crack of a whip. Yes, she whispered. Step away, you are sworn to serve me. Avaryss smirked. By all means, Zen, step away, just like the good little slave you are. Step away and... That did it. Avaryss felt it, even with her senses slipping away, even as she found herself fading. She felt something snap in Zen Lure. One moment she was standing motionless over her prisoner, and the next her lightsaber was lit and raised overhead. Shut up. The blue blade came down. Avaryss moved. She twisted her body away from the enraged girl's attack. Her flesh flowed like water. Her fingers slid back into her hands, and her wrists became thin as ropes. The binders fell away. She slipped out of her boots and arched her back over, flipping as easily as another person might have walked. None of the Jedi tried to stop her. They were too busy dealing with Zen. They were having little luck. The Rodian managed to get his blade up, prevent the girl from skewering their prisoner. Darbin's Padawan snarled. The look she gave him was one of pure rage. Stop, girl, he shouted. There is no need to. Zen whirled around and attacked him. The alien tried to block, but in that moment the rage had made Zen not only fast, but extremely strong as well. Her blade cut him from his waist to his right shoulder. His weapon fell away, as his body came apart in two pieces. No! Darbin shouted. He raised his hand and flung his Padawan back. She struck the crumbling wall behind her hard, and slumped over, stunned. The Jedi Master turned to Avaryss, his face a mask of anger. What have you done? He shouted, but fell silent as he looked at her hands, or rather the whips that were now her arms. What are you, Sith? Avaryss laughed, or would have if she could. There was so little of her left. The spell had all but worn off. Oh, I'm not a Sith, she said. My name is Holly. I'm a member of the Imperial Engineering Corps. The thing that had been Avaryss grinned. And you have just fallen into our trap. It was with those words that everything went dark. The last thing she heard was a blaster shot and the sound of a body falling. Avaryss opened her eyes. She awoke to the sound of blaster fire. She was lying against the back wall of a crumbling tower. HK Sigma 3 had its sniper rifle out, firing down into one of the abandoned factory, the one that Darbin had chosen for his base. Avaryss grinned. Her spell had worked perfectly. Like many of the ancient magics, it had fallen out of use over the last few centuries, but there was a time that the Dark Lords had used it with impunity. The trick was to create a mental link with one of your subjects, a connection so strong that for a time, the one you were linked to was unaware of who they truly were. Their body became a shell, a proxy form that a Sith could not only move, but also see and hear through, the perfect means to address one's followers when you couldn't afford to be away from your holdings. The spell worked best when cast on another Force sensitive, but could be used on a mundane if needed. Holly had been perfect. She may not have been Force sensitive, but her natural speed and ability to shape-shift had made her the perfect proxy. Though she doubted that the engineer would be happy when she realized that Avaryss had been daring Sidar Ben's Padawan to kill her. Holly may have been loyal, but had she been wrong? Had Zen been faster? Oh well, she thought. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. She rose from where HK had left her, stretched and drew a lightsaber from her belt. Report HK, she said. Answer, 2 meat bags are down, Master, the droid said between shots. The meat bag that attacked her fellows appears to be unconscious, but I can't determine that for sure unless I get closer. The Jedi Master and his remaining servant are now trying to escape, but the auto guns this unit has planted is keeping them pinned down. The droid fired again, and then looked up at her. Query, are you not proud of me, Master? The young Sith grinned. You did good, HK, she said. I'm most pleased. She looked down at the factory, her crimson eyes glowing with anticipation. She could sense Holly, Barrick, and Quinaya. They were still alive, for the moment. She lit the lightsaber in her hand. It was not the usual one she used. That one had been on Holly's belt at the start of all this, but it would serve. Cover me, HK, she ordered. Things are about to get bloody. She leapt out the window. In 2 leaps she would be inside the factory. As her full powers returned, she caught what the droid had said while she had leapt away. Statement. It is so good to have a master who understands the joy of wanton slaughter. She almost laughed. Joy. She thought. I don't think I would go that far, still. I do love my work. Chapter 54. Avaryss exploded her way through one of the old factory's windows. Glass shards flew before her, pushed out of the way by the power of the Force. She leapt into the room, sword at the ready, landing like one of the Massassi champions of old, ready to defend the Empire. She arrived to find only chaos. The 5th Jedi was down, shot through the head, likely the first to die when HK Sigma 3 began his attack. Sidar Ben and his 1 remaining Jedi were trying to flee only to find their exit blocked by both HK's sniper fire and the blast being generated by the auto guns that the droid had set up after successfully following them to this place. Avaryss grinned. She had not really been sure if the droid would have been able to carry out that second part of her plan, if Sidar Ben had had any watchers outside. Still, it seemed to have worked, just as her spell had worked. The Jed and his cronies had been completely fooled. It had felt strange, though, using that spell. Only now that the disorientation had finally cleared did she realize just how strange it had been. When she had been connected to Holly, she had caught a glimpse of HK carrying her, seeing that had almost undone the whole spell. Holly had almost recognized HK, and as a result her mind had almost risen up and could have forced Avaryss out of it. It had not happened, but it had been a close thing. Still, it had worked. Holly's mind was stronger than Avaryss would have suspected, but that was not necessarily a bad thing. She liked having underlings who could think for themselves. She was not above taking informed suggestions when they might lead to victory. She did not want bootlicks in her service. She wanted soldiers and advisors. Holly might just prove to be both. Speaking of the changeling, she had found her own fun. It seemed that Sidar Ben had kept a few soldiers of his own in reserve. They responded to the blaster fire and came charging in. Holly had changed shape again and met them in a most interesting way. The creature that she had taken the shape of was out of Avaryss' own nightmares, a shadow of her past. The engineer had taken the form of the dirty, bedraggled Wookiee soldier that had nearly ended Avaryss' life back on Butcher's Clearing. How the engineer knew that form was beyond her. Perhaps it was a side effect of the spell. Perhaps something of Avaryss' memories had been left behind, an echo of sorts. The changeling had copied the creature's shape to the letter, Avaryss was sure of that, at least. Her memory of that day was still fresh in her mind. She could still see the shaggy beast's face, hear his roar in her ears, and the feel of his claws as he had gutted her, and left her to die on the floor of the jungle. The sight made Avaryss shudder, but she did not lose control. In fact, she was slightly amused now that she thought of it. Good choice, she thought. Let these pub bastards share my dread. She grinned openly. Their fear was just beginning. Holly had managed to free Quinaya and Barik as well. Her brother had scooped up a blaster, while Quinaya had managed to retrieve another lightsaber from somewhere. It wasn't her own, obviously, likely the dead Rodians or the fallen Biths. Not that it mattered in the long run, none of it did. The point was that her crew was once again armed. Now they would finally be able to end this. Darbin was barking orders at his soldiers, trying to get them to target the auto guns. It was not an order easily obeyed, not with Quinaya and Barik adding to the chaos. Avaryss left them to deal with the soldiers. She had her own dance partner to play with. Darbin was getting closer to the exit. She would be damned if she let him get away. She leapt over him, blocking his path. She dropped into Sarisu guard, her blade over her head, butt pointed down at his heart. Going somewhere, Jedi scum, she purred. I don't think so. He glared at her, bringing his own weapon up, dropping into a two-handed combat stance. His eyes narrowed as he noticed her blade. It was not the traditional red of the Sith, but instead a fiery blue. That weapon, he said. I know it. You should, she said, holding it up. It belonged to your master. She laughed. I thought it appropriate for our little meeting. He frowned. I will never feel my master's blade. We will see, she replied. You have seen how quickly I can turn things around on an enemy. So I have. It seems that you're more than you appear, Sith. Oh yes, she laughed. You will find me full of surprises. He moved in fast and to the right. She met his attack and parried. She responded quickly, switching to Makashi. He met her blade with his emerald hue weaving back and forth in a most skilled demonstration of Sarisu. So he is not all talk after all, she thought. Good. I want to savor this victory. I do not wish it to be over too fast. The Jedi that accompanied Darbin tried to attack her from behind. Avaryss parried his assault, while the master charged in, looking for a quick victory. Quinaya leapt to her aid, her own green blade flashing. She managed to draw the other Jedi's attention, pushing him back with her own assault. Avaryss was grateful. It freed her up to deal with Darbin's brother. We did wish to face each other one-on-one, did we not? She taunted. Let's try to keep it that way, shall we? She and the Jedi continued their lethal dance. All around them the battle continued to rage, soldiers firing at autoguns, HK sniping from the shadows. Quinaya and her Jedi playmate trading blows, neither willing to give an inch, and Holly roaring and howling as she attacked the soldiers who got too close to her and Barik. It was at that moment that she felt a sudden shift in the dark side. It felt like falling, like she had just stepped over a cliff. Avaryss threw herself back, ducking her head, as if she was sliding beneath a low beam. A blue lightsaber passed within inches of her face, its beam so bright it momentarily blinded her. Zen Lure was back on her feet, her blade spinning wildly, her voice a wail of pure rage and madness. Avaryss parried one of her strikes but was pushed back. Darbin tried to aid her, while she wailed and took a swing at him as well. You lead to me? She cried. You lied. I will never be your slave. One of the Republic soldiers took a shot at Avaryss only to have her deflect the bolt back, catching the man in the face. He fell without a sound. Not now, she almost said. I'm trying to watch this. She watched as Zen Lure attacked her master, all the rage and anger that he had convinced her to bottle up now exploding like a volcano. It was an impressive sight, but at the same time, limited. The girl is flailing around. She does not know how to focus her anger, to draw on his power. Avaryss shook her head. Padawan, stop. Darbin shouted, regain control of yourself. The girl did not listen. She continued to push her master back. Avaryss shook her head again. She does not need control. She needs a teacher. She needs someone to show her how to channel the dark side of the Force. Avaryss reached out with the dark side, catching the girl off guard. She caught her in a crushing Force grip. She could have killed her right then and there. She had no shields, no control. Sardar Ben started to move forward. It looked like he was going to take advantage of what Avaryss had done, that he was going to end his student's life. Avaryss did not give him the chance. She flung the girl back, while at the same time casting a spell. Zen Lure's eyes rolled back in her head, not just from the impact of striking the wall, but from Avaryss' magic. She slumped to the ground, asleep for now. Once again, Sardar Ben found himself facing Avaryss, the light of their lightsabers casting dark shadows on their faces. Avaryss grinned and raised the blue blade of the late Brandel Venery. Now, she purred, where were we? The Jedi did not respond with words. He reached out his hand and drew Zen's lightsaber to him. He caught it in his left hand and ignited the blade. He dropped into a fighting stance she found unfamiliar. Enough of this, the Jedi growled, no more games. He spun as he leapt forward. The green and blue of his blades became a blur. Avaryss fell back, but found herself caught off guard by the Jedi's choice of attack, both that and the skill he showed in using it. She was surprised, to say the least. She was familiar with the fighting styles of both the single hilt and the double-bladed lightsaber. She had drilled to deal with those types of opponents, and had killed wielders of both. Back on Fury 9, she had read about those that chose to fight with two blades, but had never faced anyone who studied the art herself. Jarkai it was called, an aggressive yet acrobatic style of combat that could be as both artistic as it was lethal. A pretty style, Master Adaz had admitted, but exhausting. You would be better to focus on your own style, girl. Surisu is a shield that can even stand up to the pressures of Jarkai. Avaryss frowned. In this moment, Master Adaz's opinion was being tested. It was clear that Sardar Ben was no novice in the art of Jarkai. This would be the ultimate test of her use of the Defender style. The Jedi's blades were everywhere. Her blade spun like a saw blade, blocking his attacks, but every time one blade was parried, another was coming at her face. She was forced to give ground. The Jedi Master was both fast and stronger than he let on. She tried to conserve her energy, keep up the wall of light she had built. She had no idea how long that Sardar Ben could keep up such an onslaught. If she could outlast him, then this battle would be hers. There was an explosion off to her left. She risked a quick look over her shoulder. The Republic soldiers had brought up a trooper with a grenade launcher. He fired off 2 quick shots, and, after 2 loud booms, some of the fire from outside ceased. Avaryss cursed under her breath. The pub was destroying the auto guns. He needed to be stopped. Her moment of distraction nearly cost her life. Sardar Ben moved in again with a new flurry. Her blade only just managed to turn back his attack. Quinaya, she shouted, kill that grenadier. She had no chance to see if her disciple obeyed or not. Again the Jedi Master pressed the attack, and again she found herself forced back under the onslaught of his spinning blades. You are no match for me, Sith, Sardar Ben crowed. No Sith is a match for me. We will just see about that, Avaryss thought. Despite the man's skill, the bounty of the Force was not limited. The arrogant Jedi was expending a lot of energy. He can't keep this up forever, and as soon as he begins to tire, he is mine. If Sardar Ben realized that, he certainly did not show it. He continued to press on. You will not stop me, he said. I will bring your precious empire to his knees, and when I do, no one will ever doubt me again. No Jedi will ever question my commitment to the Order. Never again. Even as she continued to be pressed, Avaryss smiled. What was this now? I take it that your fellow Jedi do not share your vision, she said in a dry, taunting voice. Why am I not surprised? He sneered at her. Mock me all you want, Sith, but it will not save you or your foul kind. Once the Sith Empire falls apart, everyone will know who was responsible, who risked so much to see the Republic made safe again. I will carve the name of Sidar Ben into the very stone of history. No one will ever forget the name of Sidar Ben. They never understood, have they, Jedi? Your precious order has never grasped your greatness, how far you were willing to go to see them all kept safe. The man nodded. That was their failing, not mine, never mine. A growl escaped the back of his throat. I should have been named to the council. I was Vener's best student, and yet they chose that Huta, Saddle Shan. They denied me what was mine, by right. Well, they will see, they will all see. I will see your empire swept away. I shall bring your foul emperor's head to the floor of the Senate. They will all see then, they will all know their mistake. I will make them see. I will make you all see. So ambitious, Avaryss thought. It was a shame that he sought to prove his point to the Jedi. In another world, he could have served the Empire well. It was at that moment that the momentum of the battle shifted. The Jedi Master sensed it, and spun around quickly. Quinaya's blade came within, an eyelash of taking Sidar Ben's head. He must have sensed how close it had been because he ducked underneath Avaryss' attack and struck back hard at the Devish. She had not seen the girl deal with her own opponent, but she must have done so, because now all her attention was now directed at the Jedi Master. It was not enough. Sidar Ben drove his green blade up to the hilt into the Devish gut. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open as the Jedi's weapon found its mark. He gestured, and the girl flew back across the room, striking a stone pillar so hard that it cracked from the impact. The girl slid bonelessly to the floor and collapsed at his base. She did not try to rise again. The Jedi, so deep within the Force, losing himself in the fading light, laughed. Death to traitors, he crowed. Now we'll deal with you, Anne. Now Avaryss thought. Now, she realized now it was time. She grinned savagely. She struck back at her enemy hard. She sensed the change in the Jedi, even if he did not. He, like many of his disciples, danced too close to the edge. They walked that fine line between the light and the dark. Some might have thought that a strength, but it was not. Clearly they did not trust entirely in the light. Their pride and arrogance would always pull them towards the dark, and that was a place that Avaryss knew well. It was a place she had walked gladly, and embraced proudly without fear. She had taunted the Jedi, played on his arrogance, and now he was on the verge of crossing that line, drawing power from the dark without even really realizing it. It was just where she needed him to be. Her opponent was playing her game now. She did not hesitate. His connection to the light was nearly exhausted. His moves had become less crisp, his speed slowing ever so slightly. He had not yet realized that the darkness could restore him, give him what he needed to finish this fight and kill her. She did not give him the chance to realize that. She ducked inside his guard and lashed out. She managed to catch Zen's lightsaber, cutting through the beam emitter. The weapon sparked and went out. Sidar Ben was forced to adjust his attack, abandon use of Jar-Kai, and shift back into the familiar style of Makashi. She let herself slip deeper into the darkness, drinking deep of his anger and pride. It revitalized her, nourished her. Any sense of fatigue she felt faded. She felt hungry and refreshed. Sidar Ben fell back now. He tried to dip into the light, to restore his strength from it, but that path was almost blocked to him now. His emotions, his secret desires and actions had caused him to stray from that path. Now it was he that was struggling. Now it was he that was starting to know fear. She brought her sword down hard, their blades locked, their faces mere inches from each other. She grinned. Your powers are weak, old man, she taunted. You are not the Jedi you believe yourself to be. She giggled. You are not your brother, that is for sure. Now there is a Jedi that I'm wary of fighting. You are nothing to him. A mere shadow of his greatness you are. Sidar Ben roared. He pushed her back, but not as far as he would have normally. The attack had been powered mostly by dark side energy. She drank it up. He charged at her, howling like a maddened animal. My brother is nothing. Nothing. He wailed. I was always better. Always. Sidar Ben practically glowed with the crimson aura, the dark side tearing away the last of the Jedi's mask. He should never have returned, never. He should have died when we were children. He should have perished when I stopped him from reaching the escape pod. He should have died. I have always been better. Me. 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 The confession shocked her. Darbin had betrayed his own brother, his own blood. He had tried to murder him when they were children. Avaryss was impressed. She was not sure if she wanted to kill this man or if she should be taking notes. He was an insidious one, this Darbin, but he was also still an enemy of the Empire. She could not let her feelings get in the way of her duty. Darth Mar and the Council had demanded this man's head. She was going to deliver. He was no longer trying to shield himself with the light, but not yet ready to give himself over to the darkness. Darbin was vulnerable. She reached out with the darkness. She ripped the lightsaber from the old Jedi's hand. Before he could call it back, she gestured slightly and concentrated. The bones in his fingers snapped like twigs. He cried out in agony. She raised her left hand. She blasted him down with force lightning. Darbin went flying back. He struck the stone floor hard. Dark side energy crackled across his body. Again, the Jedi tried to call on the light, tried to shield himself. He still did not understand. She blasted him again, and again, and again. No, he gasped. It is impossible. She sneered down at him. Old fool, she taunted. Only now, at the end, do you truly understand? She put away her lightsaber. She raised her right hand. Lightning now crackled from both hands. Darbin writhed on the floor, still not understanding what had happened, what had changed. It was delicious. He does not deserve the dignity of a quick death at the edge of a lightsaber, the darkness within her whispered. The man is a fool and a hypocrite. Burn him, the darkness whispered seductively. Burn him alive. Savor his end, enjoy it. Why not, she thought. Why not? She blasted him again, and again. His screams were intoxicating. As she watched him writhing on the ground, she felt the growing darkness within her. It did not bring pleasure, though. It brought rage, pure white and hot. This fool thought he was our superior. Teach him how wrong he was. Teach him. She blasted him again, and again. His screams, his whimpers sickened her. He is unworthy of the Force. He is unworthy of life. The Force seemed to draw her mind forward. She was no longer on an AR Shatta. Many years had passed. She was an old woman, a very old woman, and ruler of an empire. The entire galaxy writhed and whimpered beneath her heel. The young Jedi in black lay at her feet. Her Force lightning crackled around him. He was in agony, crying out to Father, crying out for help. Her rage blazed brightly at his weakness. Kira. A familiar voice drew her back from the brink, back from the distant future, and back to the here and now. She blinked. Darbin lay whimpering at her feet. He lay broken. He was broken. She raised her hands to give him another blast. Kira. She hissed and spun around. Kira is gone. She shouted, I'm Avaryss. I'm? She paused, her hands crackling with Force lightning. Varric jumped back, his eyes wide with fear. She blinked. She had nearly. She looked down at her hands. She had been a breath away from blasting him with lightning, for daring to call her by that fool girl's name. Yet, seeing his face, the face of a loved one, it stopped her in her tracks. She took a shuddering breath. Her anger was once again firmly under her control, held in check by her will. Brother, she sighed, pushing back the darkness, regaining control of herself. What is it, Varric? She asked. We need your help, he said. The battle is over, but, Quinaya, she still lives, but, she is hurt bad. Avaryss shook her head. We are victorious, she asked, her mind not fully back in the present. We are, he promised her. She nodded grimly. Our losses. I'm okay. Holly is too. We haven't heard back from HK, our Major Foreign, and his people, but Avaryss glanced over her shoulder. She looked down at Side Darbin with contempt. What about the conspirators? That girl, that Zen, she is still alive. Avaryss nodded. Good, she said. Very good. She smiled wickedly. Bring this one, she said, gesturing to Side Darbin. Do not kill him yet. Baris blinked, unsure he had heard her right. You want me to bring him alive? She nodded. Oh yes, brother, she said in a silky voice. I will see to Quinaya, and then I shall contact Mr. Rink. It is time we were on our way. Baris leaned down. He pulled out a pair of binders from his belt, securing the broken Jedi's wrists. What are you going to do with him? He asked. Patience, Baris, she cackled. I have something special in mind for this one, something delicious. She turned without another backward glance. Come, brother, she said. We are celebration bound. Chapter 55. Avaryss found Quinaya lying where she had fallen. Baris's assessment of the situation had not done it justice. Quinaya Malak was not simply hurt bad. Avaryss frowned. Quinaya Malak was dying. The battlefield had fallen silent. Bodies littered the factory floor. Most of those bodies were either Republic or Jedi. Most, but not all. It seemed that they had been reinforced while Avaryss had been dealing with Side Darbin. Major Thorn's commandos had finally managed to catch up with them. Those soldiers now moved throughout the Jedi safe house, securing it against any further threat. There were far fewer than there had been when they began this mission. Avaryss thought that the commandos had lost between 3/4 or half their number. Her soldiers had paid a heavy price for this victory, but it was a victory, nonetheless. Avaryss sought out Major Thorn, but did not see him among the soldiers. Who is in charge here? She called out. That would be me, my lord, one of the soldiers said, snapping to attention and saluting. What is your name, soldier? She asked. Lieutenant Mythil, my lord. Where's Major Thorn, Lieutenant? She asked. The young man shifted uncomfortably. Dead, my lord. He was killed in the ambush these pubs set up for us. Avaryss cursed under her breath. Damn, she thought. Thorn had been a good soldier, but perhaps not that good. He had fallen into the same trap she had he not? She at least had been able to fight her way out of it. Then you have inherited his duties. Then, she said, glancing at the remaining soldiers. I expect you to live up to his example. Yes, my lord, the young man said, snapping to attention. All will be as you say, my lord. Avaryss nodded, pleased. The boy knew his place. Prepare your men to move out, she ordered. If you have any demolition charges, set them accordingly. We can leave no trace of our actions here. It will be done, my lord, the lieutenant said, saluting again. Immediately he began barking orders to the remaining members of this team. Avaryss nodded. Well, train this one. She would mention that to the captain upon their return to the destroyer. Such professionalism should be rewarded after all. But first, she had another matter to attend to. They could not leave Quinaya behind, alive or otherwise. She knew too much about Avaryss operations. She would need to handle this matter quickly. Ensign Holly sat at her side, holding the broken Devish hand. The engineer had wrapped herself in the brown robe of a slain Jedi. The combat suit she had worn when she had doubled Avaryss had been left in tatters after her transformation into the Wookiee form she had used to fight this battle. She glanced up when Avaryss and Baris moved to her side, but otherwise did not move. Avaryss did sense a change in the engineer, a sense of skittishness that she had not sensed before. Why? Avaryss wondered. The spell that she had used did no lasting damage to the host body. According to the records she had read, it was not so different than going to sleep. It was not like you could see what was happening around you while you slept. Are you hurt? She asked. Holly shook her head no. It is nothing serious, my lord, she said, managing a weak smile. A few scrapes and burns, but no one had any real chance to do any real damage. I think that I surprised them. No doubt, Baris said, nodding thoughtfully. Why did you never tell any of us that you were a changeling? She told me, Avaryss said quickly, before any argument could break out between the two. Varric was her brother and a good soldier, but he was also pure Sith military. She knew the military opinion on aliens serving among them, an opinion she feared that Varric shared. It was my will that Holly's secret was kept, and no one can doubt that it was useful. Our enemies suspected nothing. If it matters, Holly added, I've always considered myself an Imperial officer first and foremost. I rarely use my natural abilities. Varric nodded. If he understood, Avaryss could not say. It still would have been nice to have known, he said under his breath. It was my choice, Lieutenant, Avaryss reminded him. Holly saved my life back on Hoth. She earned our silence, and besides, we all have our secrets after all, don't we? She gave him a sly smile. I think we can excuse Holly's choice to keep this particular one to herself. Avaryss leaned in closer, so that only the engineer could hear her. Did any of these soldiers see you change? She asked. Do any of them know what you are? No, my lord, Holly said. I had returned to my human form before they arrived. Avaryss smiled. Good, she said. Very good. It saves us having to take steps to protect your secret. Holly winced. She was quite smart. She no doubt understood what it was that the young Sith meant. Holly was Avaryss' secret. She would not let it slip out to others beyond her crew. She would kill to keep that from happening. Knowing that Holly was safe, Avaryss now turned her attention to the wounded Devish. It did not look good. The girl radiated pain. When she had struck the wall, she had clearly broken many bones. Her arms and legs were twisted like some rag doll, her right arm bent at an angle that was not possible in nature, not normally anyway. Plus, there was the lightsaber hole burned through her gut. The blade may have cauterized the wound, but it would not save her. The girl's injuries were too extensive. Had they had a medical droid here, they might have been able to stabilize her long enough to get her to a Kolto tank, but here. No, she was already dead. She just had not accepted it yet. She could feel Quinaya's presence in the Force flickering. She was not gone yet, but every moment they waited drew her closer and closer to that abyss. Can we move her? Holly asked. We have to get her to a Kolto tank. She would not survive being moved, Varric said, shaking his head. It is amazing that she had lasted this long. Avaryss looked down at her wounded disciple. Quinaya stared back at her with eyes clouded with pain. How are you feeling? She asked the Devish. The girl laughed a laugh that turned into a groan of pain. I can't feel my legs, she confessed. I am trying to stay focused on that. It'd be better than thinking about the rest of the pain, yes. She winced and coughed. Blood and saliva ran from her mouth. It seems that I will not be being heralded as a hero, she said. It is seeming that my place is to die here. Avaryss frowned. As a Sith, she should have simply let the girl go, or at the very least put her out of her misery. Quinaya had always questioned her place in the dark side. Perhaps this was his punishment for failing to let go and accept her new reality. Yet, she had fought bravely here, and she had aided Avaryss when she needed it. She had saved her life. It is the destiny of the weak to die for the strong, the darkness whispered. The girl has learned her place. Now, she should die and prove that ideal. That translation is how most Sith would see this. They would see Quinaya's end as an extension of the Sith philosophy, but that still did not change the fact that she had risked her life for her master. Such courage should be rewarded, should it not? Avaryss looked around. There was something she could do, but it was not for prying eyes, and it could be lethal to those not in touch with the Force. The young Sith nodded. She had come to her decision. Clear the room, she called out. Both her own crew and the surviving commandos looked up. Secure our prisoners for transport, she ordered Varric. I need to speak with Quinaya in private. We must be ready to move as soon as I join you. The soldiers, used to obeying the orders of a Sith, followed them without question. Varric and two of the commandos secured Sidar Ben and his Padawan for transport. Avaryss did not speak again until she was sure that the soldiers were away. She went so far as to check using the Force, making sure that no one remained within earshot. What was about to happen was for Quinaya's ears and hers alone. You will not survive much longer, she told her wounded disciple. Quinaya coughed and shook her head. It is being all right, she said. I am not being afraid to die. Even if you don't have to, Avaryss asked, this does not have to be the end for you. She smiled slyly. I can save you. Quinaya, despite the pain, gave her a curious look. The dark side is not being strong in the healing arts. True, Avaryss said, but this will not be healing, not in the purest sense. It would be using the dark side to force your body to be repaired. Quinaya gave her a skeptical look, but at the same time, Avaryss sensed a flicker of hope inside of her. She smiled. Perhaps this did not have to be the end for them after all. But there is a price. Power always carries a price, Quinaya, the dark side most of all. What price? The Devish asked. She coughed and coughed. It would not be much longer. Avaryss' smile turned into a frown. You must stop resisting. I can use Sith magic to make you whole again, but you need to let go and stop trying to find your way into the light. This spell will not work on someone who still clings to the weak trappings of the Jedi. Avaryss gave her a cold look. Embrace your fear and hate, and I can save you. If you continue to resist, cling to the light, you will die. The choice is yours. Avaryss could see Quinaya wrestling with her decision. The girl did not want to die, not if there was a chance to live, but at the same time, she still feared what she might become, much as a young girl named Kira Lilos feared how the dark side would change her. She had gotten over that fear, accepted the change. It was time for Quinaya Sai Malik to do the same. I can't, she murmured. Do you want to die? No. Then stop resisting this. You know that I can do what I promise. You just have to let go. Quinaya gasped and shuddered. A wave of pain rippled through the force. She was still holding on, but a wave of fear washed away any bravery that the girl might have felt. She looked at Avaryss with desperate eyes. No, the Devish gasped. I don't want. You know the price, girl. The young Sith growled. Pay it, and be done with it. Master, she gasped. Master Avaryss, please don't let me go. Save yourself. You have the power, now do it. Quinaya glared at her. Avaryss could feel her anger rising, her hate. Finally, she said the words. Yes? Yes. Yes, what? I am accepting your offer. Avaryss closed her eyes and reached out with the force. She opened them and glared at the girl. You're lying, she spat. I'm not. If you weren't, you will be under my power. The magic would be fixing you. I said I accept. Stop lying and let go. I have. No, you. I said I accept. The Devish gasped, blood and saliva dripping from her mouth. Avaryss shuddered. She felt the change and smiled. She gestured with her hands, gathering the darkness to her. Excellent, she said, opening her eyes. She let her body fill with the darkness, the death, and pain that had been unleashed by the battle here. She glowed with violet light, her eyes becoming two yellow stars, blazing in the darkness. She placed a hand on the dying Devish girl's forehead. Now, she murmured, be whole. The dark side reached out and enveloped Quinaya Sai Malik. The alien girl screamed. She wailed in agony. It is okay, Avaryss thought. Your old self is dying. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. She felt the dark side moving through her. It drew deep from the bodies of the slain, Jedi, Republic, and Imperial, all withered under the touch of darkness. All that they might have been flowed into Avaryss, flowed into her, and through her. Quinaya's body became one with the darkness. For Avaryss, it was a heady sensation. Part of her wanted to try to hold onto the energy to keep it for her own. Perhaps even to drain away what remained inside Quinaya. She resisted that desire. It would not serve here. She knew from past experience that she could not hold onto that energy. It would just slip away if she tried. No, she could use it though. Pour it into Quinaya, save her life. The Sith Apprentice grinned. She would transform her reluctant disciple into a true ally of the Sith. It was a delicious idea. She continued to draw in energy, to force it into the dying girl's body. She felt her bones knitting back together, the wound in her belly being forced to regenerate. The girl had been very close to death, perhaps too close. It was a miracle that Avaryss was able to pull her back. Quinaya thrashed under her touch, her spine restored, her body becoming more and more whole by the second, and then, just as quickly as it began, it was over. The girl's eyes rolled back into her head, and she fell still. Avaryss gasped as the connection ceased. For that one brief moment she felt, supercharged, the dark side filling her up, making her strong, almost invincible. It faded as quickly as it had come. She found herself back in her old body, her connection to the dark side back to normal. She looked down at Quinaya. The girl breathed easily once again. She now bore a scar across her belly, but for the most part she was fully healed. Avaryss grinned. The dark side comes through again. Quinaya, she said in a sing-song voice, wake up. The devish's eyes opened. No longer were they the pale yellow of her people. They now blazed the golden and red of the Sith. Quinaya lunged forward, seizing Avaryss by the throat and forcing her to the ground. The girl's sharp nails dug into her neck, and if not for the force, holding those fingers at bay, she might have been choking Avaryss at that moment. The young Sith laughed. Finally, she thought. There was the anger she had been looking for. You're feeling better, I take it? She asked the girl sweetly. Quinaya continued to glare at her, no doubt angry that his fingers could not dig in tighter to her savior's throat. There was gratitude for you, Avaryss thought. Oh well, she thought, you're welcome nonetheless. The girl growled again. Unhand me, Avaryss ordered. The girl did not let go. Avaryss gestured. Quinaya was thrown back hard. Avaryss rolled over, cartwheeling back to her feet. Quinaya tried to rise, but the young Sith pinned her in a forced grip. She struggled and snarled, more animal than person in that moment. Control of yourself, Avaryss said. I did not save your life so that you could turn into a slavering animal. Quinaya finally stopped fighting, yet she still held her savior with cold gaze. The anger, the devish hissed. The hate, I was not being prepared, not for this, not for what it meant. She dug her nails into the stone. If looks could kill, Avaryss would have been stone dead in that moment. I hate you, Quinaya spat. You're welcome, Avaryss said sweetly. As for you hate, you will learn how to deal with it, to nourish it, and let it feed your power. Only I can guide you down this path now. What I did, how I saved your life, it has bonded you to me in a very intimate way. You are mine now. Avaryss gave her a cold, imperious look, standing straight and proud. Kneel before your master. Quinaya hissed, but at the same time, Avaryss felt acceptance rippling out through the force. The girl had opened the door and stepped through. There was no going back now. Avaryss released her and stood back while the girl found her way to her knees, and bowed her head in submission. Avaryss nodded. The apprentice had learned the first lesson. What is that bidding? She hissed. That we return to the destroyer, and quickly, Avaryss said. If the Jedi have any more allies here, we will need to be away quickly. Quinaya smiled, not the smile she had worn before, but a Sith smile, a predator's smile. We can be asking Darth Mar, she said. He will be talking, I think, after he has been properly motivated. Avaryss almost laughed. I could not have said it better myself, Apprentice, she said, gesturing for her student to rise. Then let us be returning to the ship then, Quinaya said, smiling. Let us be having some fun. The journey back to the Vacant's Fist passed without incident. The commandos destroyed the Jedi safe house. They made it look like a gas line explosion. If the Hutts complained, there would be little evidence linking the Sith to the destruction, if any. Plus, those that lived in the abandoned factory district would make little complaint, or at least any complaint that would be listened to. Bound and gagged, Darth Mar and his apprentice could only glare at the Sith and her followers. Both Barik and Holly had been shocked to see Quinaya walk out of the building under her own power. Plus, the girl's very presence in the force had changed. She had gone very close to death, far closer than most would have liked. It had left its mark on her. What that meant in the future, she could not say. She sent word ahead to have one of the interrogation suites prepared. She was eager to find out more about the conspiracy, how many Jedi were involved, and where they might be hiding. If anyone would have answers to those questions, it would be the man in charge. As for Zen Lure, she continued to blaze with the dark side. She felt like a star on the verge of going supernova. Quinaya glanced over at Avaryss, her new Sith eyes glowing in the dim light of the shuttle. I thought we were going to kill them. She whispered, is that not what the Dark Council was asking for? Wasn't that what they are expecting from you? Patience, my friend, they will die, Avaryss said, but only once I've extracted what I need to know. The Devish nodded. Avaryss could sense her impatience, however, her desire to end this. Avaryss frowned. We need to work on this. The dark side can be like a drug if you let it. The trick was nurturing patience and recognizing when to hold it in check and when to release it. Quinaya would need to understand that, but that understanding only came through time and training. She still had so much to learn. She took her place beside Rink, who had come to get them. The old freighter that the Sith had used for the pickup was one of many ships that Sith intelligence kept for infiltration missions. It looked worn down, but Imperial engineers had kept it in full working order. Rink had noticed the change in Quinaya, not just the way she moved, but the way she felt in the Force. The boy might not have been Force sensitive, but you did not have to be to notice the change. Quinaya was no longer hiding her emotions. They flowed freely now. Avaryss was surprised to sense a attraction between Rink and the Devish, or rather, the alien girl was attracted to him. He did not seem to notice it, too lost in his own attraction to his missing Twi'lek girl, she supposed. She would mention it to Rink later, make sure he was aware not to send out any signals that her new student might misinterpret. Sith knew what they wanted and could get angry if their desire was resisted or denied. She would rather that Quinaya not kill her pilot over some misunderstanding. Captain Brune had been waiting for them when they arrived. He was surprised to see that they had brought prisoners back. Avaryss assured him not to worry. The prisoners would not be staying long. The interrogation suite was ready by the time the Sith and her crew had stepped down the ramp. Avaryss was eager to get started. It had been too long since she had had a chance to truly indulge her darker impulses. She was quite eager to begin. Zen Lure was taken in first. After what had happened on Nar Shaddaa, she was quite eager to speak with the girl alone. They had much to talk about. She let Quinaya play with her first. This would be the Devish first time using an interrogation console. Avaryss stayed back, making sure that the girl did not push the Padawan too hard. Avaryss had something special in mind for her. Easy, she warned her student. Let us not do any lasting damage, at least, not yet. Quinaya giggled, enjoying her new freedom, her liberation from the shackles of the light. I'll kill you. The Padawan snarled, her eyes now glowing as golden as Quinaya's any self-control that she might have once had having been thrown away. Why? Avaryss asked. Why would you want to kill us? Zen glared at her, her dark side eyes flashing. You are Sith, she hissed. You murdered so many of my friends, so many of my teachers. Avaryss sighed. I am not one of the Sith that attacked your temple. I don't know why I have to keep explaining that. She shook her head. May I make a small suggestion here? Zen was panting, struggling against the restraints. Avaryss had Quinaya give her just enough Sith poison to dull her powers. The young Sith knew the damage that an overdose could do. She was not about to waste the girl's talents if she did not have to. In fact, she had a plan. Now she just had to see if the girl would play along with it. You know, your conspiracy did not have the desired effect you wanted. The Empire is not in danger of falling apart. It never really was. As soon as the Lords realized what was going on, what you and your friends were doing, they realized that it was better to use you. They pointed you in the direction of troublesome rivals and used you to eliminate them. Avaryss shook her head. Sidarbin has been serving the Empire the whole time. He simply did not know it. You're lying, Zen hissed. She looked like she wanted to tear out Avaryss' throat with her bare hands. She might even have tried if she was not restrained. Such fire could be useful, Avaryss knew. She had read enough of Darth Hakita's writings to recognize a resource when she found it. She was not willing to let this one simply pass away, not if she could help it. She smiled. It has been almost 8 years since that attack. The Sith that carried it out have grown old and complacent in that time. Angral, Malgus, and the others, they profited well from role in their attack, but success has made them go soft. Now they are vulnerable, just waiting for someone to knock them off their perch. She gave Zen a sly wink. You just have to know how best to strike at them. Zen ceased her struggles. Despite her anger, she was listening now, wondering what exactly it was the Sith was offering. They had gone from torture to talk. The girl no doubt wanted to know why. Someone told me once that only a Sith could destroy another Sith, Avaryss continued. I have my own enemies in the Sith Order, those that will not survive my vengeance when the time comes. I recognized the fact that the best way to get close to them was to join the Order myself, to learn their secrets, and to trick them into letting down their guard. It is a slower plan perhaps, but the chance of success is far higher, and when you get to do the deed yourself, the result, well, it is far sweeter than simply watching a ship explode in the distance. Zen said nothing. She continued to listen, continued to watch. Unlike Quinaya, she would not have to push hard with this one. Zen already knew the truth. She was simply afraid to admit it. Your master was nothing, Avaryss said, drawing closer, whispering in the girl's ear. In seeking to end the Sith, he opened himself up to the power of the dark side. He felt his power, but in the end was too cowardly to embrace it, to take that next logical step. Avaryss shook her head. His limitation was his downfall. Zen blinked, her lip quivered. She looked like she was about to cry. I felt it, she confessed. When I tried to strike at you, I felt the change. I felt it when Pindo died, when I killed him. Zen whimpered. The sound that escaped her throat after was between a moan and a giggle. I never realized how strong the dark was until that moment. I heard his call when we were in the lower levels, but I denied it. For Finn and the others, I turned away. The girl shook her head. I was such a fool. You were naive, but that is something that can be changed. You can learn from your past mistakes and move forward. How? Zen asked. Being a Jedi, being trained to be one is all I know. I don't want to live with that hypocrisy anymore. Master Sai said it our duty to protect the rabble from themselves, but he was wrong. The girl's eyes narrowed. No one deserves protection. They need to get out of the way or be cut down. Avaryss smirked. See, she said, you have already learned from your mistake. That is the first step to finding true knowledge. Yes, Zen agreed, but the Empire is still responsible for so many deaths. I lost so many friends. How do I live with that? By claiming justice, of course, Avaryss said. Even now I'm rising through the Sith ranks. If I end the threat of Sidar Ben's conspiracy, I will rise even faster, and where I go, my associates will not be far behind. Zen nodded. She had a quick mind. She knew what it was Avaryss was offering. The best way to deal with an enemy is from the inside, the Jedi girl said, nodding. You could get me closer to them, couldn't you, Malgus, and the others, those that destroyed our temple? I could, Avaryss said, but what would be in it for me? I was my master's apprentice, she said, his right hand. I learned many of his secrets, including how to contact the leaders of the other cells we set up. Cells, Avaryss said. What cells? The girl smiled. Master Sai had a way of contacting the others, a special frequency that only those who agreed to help us knew. He even set up a fallback spot if something unforeseen happened, a way to bring all the leaders together to reevaluate our strategy. Zen giggled, but at the same time had tears running down her face. I can give them to you, all of my master's pawns. You could end his plan in a matter of hours. And why would you do this? Avaryss asked. So you could take me with you, Zen said. You could get me close to Angral and the others, the ones I want to kill. I had thought Master Sai's plan would do that. But I was a fool. He does not understand the Sith. He does not understand the dark side. She looked at Avaryss with new eyes. But you do. You could get me closer. So close that my enemies would never see me coming. I could end them all, and watch as the life leaves their eyes. I want that. Zen seized her struggling. I will give you them, all of them, the girl promised. If you promise to take me with you, give me the chance to avenge my friends and teachers. You will need to know more about the dark side if you are to be accepted, Avaryss warned her. Are you prepared to learn? Zen laughed. Master Sattler and the rest of the council are weak. Master Sai recognized that, and he was too cowardly to take the next step. I am not. She nodded. I'm willing to learn, she promised, if you will teach me. What? Quinaya said. Master Avaryss, you cannot be doing this. Afraid of a little competition, Quinaya? Avaryss laughed. You want to be my heir and apprentice. You will need to prove yourself, like this one is willing to. The Devish frowned. She was unhappy with this. Avaryss knew. Good. Let them fight. The darkness whispered. Zen and Quinaya will be so busy competing for your attention that they will never think of joining forces to challenge me directly. In time, the stronger of the two will emerge, and she will be my true apprentice, and by that time, I will have grown more powerful still. It will be a most intriguing game. Avaryss nodded. You shall be my apprentice then, she informed Zen Lure. I will teach you the ways of the dark side, and together we will deal with our enemies and redraw the map, remaking the Empire in our image. Zen giggled. She sounded like a child on feast day morning. At last, she said, I have found something real, a goal that is reachable, and an ally to see me through it. She bowed her head. She would have knelt had she not been restrained. I accept your offer, my lord, she said. Please, train me. Avaryss nodded and gestured with her right hand. The restraints fell away, and Zen Lure dropped to the floor, kneeling before her new lord and master. I'm ready, she said. What do you wish of me? Avaryss smiled broadly. She had never been so pleased. Darth Hakidas was right. Corruption could be both easy and fun. Of course, one final test remained, one final act to make sure that Zen Lure was serious about all this. She went over to the interrogation console and pressed a series of buttons. The wall to their left arised open, revealing the cell next door. Saidar Ben hung from his own interrogation table. He was heavily drugged, but even then the man radiated both anger and disbelief. This can't be happening, he gasped. I'm Saidar Ben. I'm superior. I must be dreaming. I must wake up from this nightmare. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Zen blinked. What is this? She asked. Avaryss came up beside her, handing the girl the lightsaber she had taken from Saidar Ben's master. This is your first test, Avaryss said. Your trial of faith. The Sith grinned. This man stands in the way of your journey, of your desire to kill your enemies. You know what you must do. Avaryss stepped back, her hand on her own lightsaber, just in case this was all some ruse. You know what you must do, she repeated as Zen Lure looked down at the lightsaber in her hands. Kill him, she said. Kill him now. Zen blinked, her Sith's eyes wide with surprise. Go ahead, Quinaya said from behind the console, clearly not thinking the other girl had the guts. We are waiting. Zen looked over at Avaryss. But You know what you must do, Avaryss reminded her. Do it. Chapter 56. Avaryss watched closely as the girl considered her next move. She looked at her master, bound to the interrogation table, then down at the lightsaber in her hand. Zen Lure's fingers curled tightly around the hilt as she looked up at her master, her former master, again. Avaryss tilted her head, curiously. The girl was hesitating. She should have been angry, but she wasn't. The hesitation the girl was showing was not from fear. She would have sensed that, no, this was something else. She could feel the girl's excitement. The thought of killing Saidar Ben intrigued her, but something was still holding her back. You want me? You want me too, Kill him? Zenlur murmured, yet she still did not move towards her former master. She is being unworthy to carry out your orders, master, Quinaya said with a sneer. She is not being worthy of being your new apprentice. Avaryss shot the Devish a cold look. Angering Zen here would not help. The young Sith did not want the girl killing her master in a fit of rage. She wanted her to do it because it was the next step in her training. She needed to rid herself of the past. Avaryss turned to Zen. The girl worried her lower lip with her teeth. She held the lightsaber firmly in both hands, clinging to it for dear life. It is not easy, is it? She asked. No, Zen agreed. He was my master for so long. I learned at his feet and we had a connection. Avaryss gave her a sympathetic look. It is not meant to be easy, she said. It shouldn't be. That is why this is considered a test. A mundane would never understand. The bonds formed by apprentice and master are strong. Even when you hate the person you have learned from, that connection remains. It holds onto you and refuses to let go. As she spoke the words, Avaryss realized something surprising. She was not just talking about Sidar Ben and Zenlur. She was speaking about herself and Darth Feer as well. The thought made her frown. She had sought the man's death for years now. He had had her family murdered, manipulated her during her training, but at the same time, he had also rewarded her successes. He had taught her things she would never have learned in the academy system. He had made her a better Sith. Hate was the not only emotion she had for Darth Feer, not anymore. In spite of everything that had happened, she felt a degree of respect for her lord, perhaps even affection. It was insane, but it was there. When the time came to finally end him, it would not just be elation that she would feel. When he was gone, she would likely miss the evil old fool. He had been in her life for so long, she could barely remember what it was like not to hate him, not to contemplate his end. When that end finally came, what would she be? What would she become? She walked up to Zen and put a friendly hand on her shoulder. It is not meant to be easy, she repeated, but it must be done. He stands in the way of you becoming what you must. What you want to be, you must make the choice. I cannot do it for you. Avaryss turned to Quinaya. The Devish was still standing behind the interrogation console. Release his shackles, she ordered. Let Zen here prove herself to us. The Devish frowned, but she obeyed. She entered the correct series of commands. Sidar Ben's bonds fell away. He dropped to his hands and knees on the deck. Avaryss gently nudged her new apprentice forward. The moment had come. Now Zen had to decide what she was going to do with it. Now, she thought, now is the time to see what the girl is truly made of. Make your choice, Avaryss purred in her ear. The girl frowned as she stepped forward. Now is the time, the young Sith thought. Now, we shall see. Sidar Ben continued to babble as his student approached him. He did not seem fully aware of where he was or what was going on. His supreme self-confidence had been shaken by his defeat. It might even have been broken. He was likely no threat to the Empire now. All his followers would have to do is look at him, to see him for the false prophet he was. He had not been tortured, not yet, simply secured in a room. Avaryss had watched him on the monitors, being captured, being defeated by an enemy that he had felt was his lesser, had done something to the man. He no longer felt like a Jedi. What he was now was something less, and perhaps far worse. The Jedi that had once walked with senators and other Republic officials was gone. He looked around the room, his gaze darting back and forth, perhaps looking for a way to escape. His eyes were wild, one was twitching uncontrollably. His robes were torn and dirty, his right hand shook as he tugged at his sleeve. More animal than man now, Avaryss thought. It would be interesting to see what his Padawan thought of this, seeing her master the way he was now. He looked up at Zen. Avaryss felt him change in the Force. The clouds of confusion parted, and briefly he was himself again. Zen, he gasped, you are free. The girl nodded, her hands never leaving the lightsaber. She still held the weapon in a death grip. The Jedi Master smiled. We can get out of here, he said. We are not beaten yet. There is still hope for us. We can escape. The others are still free. We can rebuild the operation, make it better than before. The Sith will not even know what hit them until it is too late. The plan was a failure, Zen said coldly. Darbin shook his head in denial. We just need to get out of here. I need to get out of here. It cannot be how I end. I have such a grand destiny, Zen. You know it to be true. I will lead the Jedi Order into a new age of peace and prosperity. All of the Republic will know me and grateful for my bravery and heroism. I will be immortalized. My name will live forever in the archives of the Jedi Order. I will be known as a hero for all eternity. And what of me? Zen asked him with a frown. Where do I fit into this grand destiny of yours? He smiled serenely. I have one final order for you, my Padawan. It will be difficult, but I know that you will be brave, that you will not abandon me. He nodded his head, his eyes practically aglow with excitement. You will need to remain here to distract the Sith from me. The cause require sacrifice. Yes, that is what is needed now. If you can draw the Sith's attention away, I can make it to one of the hangars, I can escape. You will be remembered for your bravery, your willingness to die for the cause. Avaryss said nothing as the Jedi continued to babble. There was no point in saying anything. The man was digging his own grave. You wish me to stay behind, to cover your escape? It is what is needed, yes, Darbin said, for me, and for the cause. We could escape together, Master, she said. Between the two of us, we could. It wouldn't work, he babbled. No, it wouldn't. The Sith are more cunning than we thought. No, a sacrifice is what is required here. The story alone will help me inspire the others. Your sacrifice will ensure that the plan goes on, because that is what matters, Zen. The plan, my plan must go on, and I must go on to see it through. Zen Lure frowned and ignited her lightsaber. The blue blade emerged with an evil hiss. Her master still did not grasp what was going on. He had not even acknowledged the presence of Avaryss and Quinaya in the next room. You have a weapon, he said excitedly. Good, I can use a weapon. It will be best that I don't escape unarmed. It will help sell the story. My brave fight and escape from the clutches of the Sith. You do understand, don't you, Zen? You understand why this must be done. Of course, Master, Zen replied, her voice becoming a velvety evil purr. I understand everything now. He grinned broadly. Good. Now, girl, we must hurry. We have little time. Give me the weapon, and I will be off. I must make my escape and return to the others. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Zen nodded. She smiled sweetly at the old man. You are right, Master. A sacrifice is needed here. It is indeed, he said, bobbing his head. His left eye twitched nervously. He held out his hand. Give me the weapon, he said. Zen stood over him, her face bathed in the blue light of the blade. Give me the weapon, he repeated. She did not move. Darbin's eyes narrowed. Give him the damn sword. His voice was shrill, filled with fear, panic. The man was teetering on the edge. Too long had he walked between the light and the dark. It was tearing him apart. His apprentice could see that now. She might even have recognized it. She had been on the same path until recently. Now she understood. It could be dangerous walking that line. She was seeing the result right now. What happened if you failed? Darbin held out his hand, his eyes growing cold and angry, his desire to flee overriding any sense of confusion. In a few moments he would fully transition into anger and hate. If Zen did not kill him before then. Finally it happened. Zen nodded. Okay, she whispered. Here you are. Time seemed to slow down, at least that is how it felt for Avaryss. She watched as the girl's arms went up and around. Darbin simply sat there not grasping what was happening. Zen Lure snarled fiercely as she brought the blade up over her head. It was in that moment that her master, her former master, realized his mistake, realized what she had in mind, what she was about to do to him. The man's eyes widened in horror. A sound escaped his lips, a terrified squeal that was more animal than man. He tried to rise, tried to dart for the door. It was locked, of course, but at that moment it did not matter. This was pure fight or flight, and the Jedi, the thing that had been a Jedi, was all flight. He did not get far. Zen moved with the quickness of a dark side dragon. Her hand shot out. She seized the old man's collar. He squealed again like some kind of farm animal, struggling to get away. Zen Lure plunged the blade into her master's back. The cobalt-colored blade punched through his back and out his chest. His cries became a rattling gasp. He looked down at the glowing beam emerging from his chest. He coughed and blinked. He seemed shocked at the turn of events. My destiny, he gasped. It can't. What he meant to say, what couldn't be, he did not say. His former student did not give him a chance to say more. She whirled again, drawing the blade from his back. Before he could fall, her weapon lashed out again. There was a flash of light and the smell of burning skin and hair. Sidar Ben, the architect and leader of the conspiracy against the Sith Empire, lost his head. It came away from his neck and bounced across the floor. The body toppled over with barely a sound, barely a twitch. Avaryss shuddered. She felt a shift in the Force. For so long the Empire had been under the threat of this man. He had toyed with the Lords, using their rivalries against them. Now, he was gone. Rivalries would remain in the Empire, but that was just part of how the Empire remained strong. The conflicts would occur as they would normally, with no outside force stirring the pot. The Empire needed that. It needed time to catch its breath and prepare for the next war against the Jedi and the Republic. She could not say when that war would begin, but it would come. At least now, the Empire would be stronger when that day came. They would not be wasting their strength in pointless feuds that had been escalated by this man's vanity. Zen Lure stood there, staring down at the body, panting. She swallowed hard and licked her lips. Her eyes were wide with emotion. The Force radiated with surprise, shock, and elation. Avaryss smiled. She was pleased. Zen looked up at her, her Sith eyes shiny with tears. I did it, my lord, she said. I can't see that, Avaryss said dryly. Tell me, Apprentice, how do you feel? Zen shuddered. I feel shame, guilt, but elation as well. I have freed myself from him. My path is my own now. She took a deep breath and began to push her emotions back down. Avaryss could feel her trying to do it, to seal what she was feeling back inside a wall of control. None of that now, she said. Your emotions are raw, do not fight them. You must let them flourish, nourish your power. The dark side feeds on strong emotions. They will give you focus and make you stronger. Zen nodded. She shuddered, but did not resist. I shall do as you command, master, she said. She smiled weakly. This change, it will take some getting used to. It will take time, Avaryss agreed, but at last you are on the right path. You are thinking for yourself, and you. A shiver ran down Avaryss' spine, stopping her mid-sentence. Quinaya had emerged from behind the console. She walked towards the dead Jedi's body. The Force moved through her in a way that Avaryss had not sensed before. What is she doing? Zen asked. No doubt she could feel it too. I'm not sure, Avaryss said. Quinaya. What are you doing? The Devish frowned. I am not being sure, master. I feel. She walked past them and leaned down. She raised her hand over the body, reaching out with her new abilities. As Avaryss and her new apprentice watched, Quinaya Sai Malak reached out with the Force. Avaryss could sense the girl's power stretching forth and filling the body of the slain Jedi Master. Avaryss winced as the Force screamed. It did not seem like the wail of a living thing, more like what you might hear if you ran a sharp blade against an armored plate. A shadow rose from the body. It seemed to be whispering in voices she could not fully grasp or understand. That shadow fled the body and took something with it, an echo in the Force perhaps, some final remnant of what had been the man known as Sidar Ben. When it was over, Quinaya shivered as the shadow flowed over her, and into her. The body did not seem damaged, but it had been changed by the devish's touch. What she had done, Avaryss could not say, but whatever it was, Quinaya had been pleased by it. She radiated with a sense of satisfaction. It was almost as if she had fed on that echo. She smiled at her master. "That was interesting," the girl said. She giggled. "It is seeming, master, that our late friend here had one last gift to give." "What do you mean?" Avaryss asked. The other girl smirked. "Fear, surprise, panic, they are being a part of me now. That last final gasp of life, the sweetness of an ending." She grinned up at her fellows. "I am being most eager to experience this again, master. We should be finding the rest of Saidar Ben's conspirators. I am wanting to see what else that I can take in the final moments of these criminals." Avaryss nodded thoughtfully. She was not sure what just happened. She had fed off life energy. It was a skill she had mastered in the last 3 years. She had used that power to repair the damage that Quinaya's body had suffered, but now, it seemed that the Devish had taken that further. She had clearly unlocked something that her master had never experienced before. Feeding off life was one thing, feeding off death. That was a skill that was alien to her. "I still have much to learn," Avaryss realized. Was what Quinaya did something new, or had the ancient Sith possessed such skills? She had not read about it in her research, but then again, life is what had interested her, restoring it. Death she thought was simple and easy to quantify. It seemed that she had been wrong. In that moment, she felt daunted. How can I hope to teach others if the mysteries of the dark side remain locked to me? If my students possess abilities beyond my own, how will I keep them in line? She found herself thinking of her own master, not Feer, but Master Adaz, the Blade Master who had first put her on the dark path. When she had first become a squad leader on Fury 9, she had sought him out, asked his advice on how to mold the hopefuls under her command. He had offered her sound advice. The pure blood had never achieved the rank of Lord, but she had learned so much from him. It was to his wisdom that she looked now. The appearance of strength can be just as valuable as actual strength, my student, the old man had told her once. As you teach, you must be willing to learn as well. Offer what you have learned, and at the same time, take from them. Learn to see your weakness through their eyes, and use that knowledge to eliminate those weaknesses. You should never stop learning. That is the path to true power, true domination. Never believe that you know everything. Good advice, Avaryss realized, and it did apply here. She smiled. "I'll look into this," she thought. The citadel back on Dromund Kaas contains most if not all of the records of our empire and the power that the masters of the past wielded. If there is anything in those records that might explain what Quinaya is becoming, I'll find it, and find a way to turn it to my advantage. She nodded to herself. "Thank you, Master Adaz." In the meantime, though, they had other matters to attend to. She turned to her new students. Both radiated the dark side now. Both were eager to be led further down the dark path. She did not intend to disappoint them. "Send word to your old comrades, Zen," she ordered. "Inform them of your dear master's death, and that they need to gather to plan their next move. Tell them that before he passed, he left you with orders what to do in the event of his demise." The former Padawan gave her a sly smile. "We should probably return to the surface," she advised. "My master's ship is there, locked down at the spaceport. The plan will likely work better if we arrive in that. It would help sell the story, don't you think?" Yes, Avaryss agreed it would. Quinaya frowned. "Our quarry has no doubt since the death of Saidar Ben, they will be being wary of a trap. How do we hide our new alignment from them? Will they not be sensing us when we arrive?" "Fear not, my friends," Avaryss said. "There are ways to hide in the Force, to mask the darkness within. We Sith have had centuries to learn the arts of concealment, and given the loss of their leader, the remaining conspirators will likely be feeling lost and confused." Master Sai was always larger than life. Sin agreed. The others trusted his judgment, even over their own. She giggled. They will never know what hit them. Avaryss sent word to Captain Brune to prepare for the next stage of her plan. She and Zen would be making their way back down to the surface to retrieve Side Darbin's ship. Once that was done, and the message was sent to the remaining leaders of Side Darbin's conspiracy, things would happen fast. They would need soldiers, men trained to deal with Jedi. As soon as Zen heard back from her former allies, they would be ready. As soon as the conspirators gathered, they would be ready to take care of them. Zen was right, she realized. The fools would never know what hit them. The rogue Jedi conspiracy had been a threat to the Empire while it had functioned. Its agents had pushed many Dark Lords to the brink of tearing apart the very fabric of the Empire itself and trying to avenge the various slights they had brought to light. Despite the threat it had posed, its ending was actually quite anticlimactic. The cell leaders died with little resistance, so lost they had been without their charismatic leader. For Avaryss, it was almost disappointing. The fallback spot that the conspirators had chosen was an old mining complex on a small moon near the border of Republic space. The facility had been abandoned long ago, long before the Empire had returned. The minerals that had once attracted people to the no-name rock had run out decades earlier. Only the weak atmosphere of the small planetoid had ensured that the buildings had not crumbled away into nothingness. The place had been forgotten. It had not even been touched by the Empire when it began its campaign to conquer the Republic. It was a perfect location for a safe house. Unfortunately, Avaryss had now learned of its location. The safe house was no longer safe. Zen had informed her of the upgrades that their friends in Republic SIS had provided for this base. They were never meant to defeat an attacker, just to buy the conspirators time to evacuate, and ensure that no one discovered the truth about what they were doing. The complex's reactor had been rigged to go critical if discovery seemed imminent. They would need to be wary. It would not do to have any of their prey disappear in the flames. If any of these men and women survived, there was a chance that the conspiracy would continue. Avaryss was determined to not let that happen. They had made the journey inside Darbin's ship. It was a fancy thing, more fitting for a wealthy aristocrat than a Jedi. Avaryss had already claimed it as her own. Holly had gone over it, made sure that no surprises remained. When this mission was done, it would serve as an excellent trophy. It would be a conversation piece for whatever lords paid her a visit. At that moment, however, the ship was not on a pleasure cruise. It carried a full company of Sith commandos, men and women trained in skills necessary to defeat Jedi. Lieutenant Mythil and his fellow survivors had volunteered for this mission, eager to get some payback on the Jedi that had killed so many of their friends. Avaryss had not refused. She understood the value of vengeance, what finally attaining it meant. She was more than willing to let the soldiers claim it. Quinaya flew the ship while Zen sat in the co-pilot's chair. During their journey, she had spent her time constructing a new lightsaber from the parts she had found on board. Zen's weapon had been destroyed back on Nar Shaddaa. She had needed a new one, and it seemed fitting that her late master provide her with what she needed. Though she had serviced her own weapon many times, Avaryss watched her new apprentice work with a sense of wonder and curiosity. It was one thing to repair something that was already built. It was quite another to construct a new one from scratch. When the communicator crackled to life, Zen paused what she was doing and answered the call. A series of tones sounded over the cockpit speakers, tones that Zen answered by entering a series of numbers on the communication panel. Finally, the Jedi below responded. Nest to Silver Bird. Come in, Silver Bird. Silver Bird to Nest. Zen answered. I'm reading you loud and clear. Zen, voice at the other end of the line gasped. Thank the Force you are alive. We felt Master Size passing. Are you okay? Zen glanced up at her new master. Avaryss nodded. The girl smiled. I've suffered a few scrapes and burns, but I am otherwise fine. Master Sai, it was horrible. I'm sorry, Zen, the voice at the other end of the line said. Proceed to landing pad 1. We had feared the worst when we arrived, and you weren't here. It took time to get away, Zen said dismissively. I had to make sure that I was not being followed. The Sith that was after us was quite cunning. Avaryss smiled. Thank you, Apprentice, she mouthed. Quinaya rolled her eyes. Oh, please, she murmured under her breath. Zen ignored the exchange. Is everyone here? She asked. We have much to discuss. Copy that. Jeff and Toll arrived last night. That is everyone. We await your arrival, and we'll see you on the ground soon. May the Force be with you. And you, Zen said, ending the transmission. She looked up Avaryss. They are all there, she said. We can begin. What followed was over far too quickly. Zen brought the ship down. No sooner had they landed that they were met by two men in Republic military uniforms, more Republic commandos. Avaryss had feared that one of the Jedi might have seen through her deception. When she had first begun her apprenticeship under her master, he had taught her how to conceal her alignment in the Force, just in case it ever became necessary for her to travel undetected on a Republic world. The spell could be taxing, but it served its purpose. Any Jedi that reached out with the Force would have felt only grim determination from the vessel. Her power had all but masked their presence. Now the Jedi had not even seen fit to send out one of their own to meet them. From the complex, Avaryss sensed only fear and confusion. For too long this lot had given themselves over to Sidar Ben's will. Now, they seemed lost without him. Any hope that she felt from inside was centered on the idea that Zen had some sort of final order from their master, that she knew what they were to do next. The realization sickened the young Sith. This is what Sidar Ben's mission had done to them. They had been so driven to make the Sith answer for what had happened during the war that they no longer had any will of their own. They had thrown away everything in hope that their master could give them revenge and that they could call it justice. What fools they all were. Zen led the way, clad in her Padawan robes. Avaryss and Quinaya followed behind her, dressed in the brown robes and cream-colored tunics of the Jedi, their hoods pulled up to hide their faces. For Avaryss it felt like treason to be so garbed, but for the good of the mission she tolerated it. She would not have to be so clad for long. The two soldiers recognized Zen immediately and ushered her forward. They said nothing about her two companions. Likely, they did not know every Jedi involved in their little conspiracy on site. Avaryss said nothing. Zen was the one who was known here, and all of concentration was at that moment directed towards clouding the Jedi's perception. By now, the soldiers on board their ship were starting to emerge. They would move quickly, cutting off any avenue of escape. When everything was blocked off, that is when the fun would begin. The soldiers showed them into the complex's main floor. Avaryss counted no less than 9 Jedi here, and about 30 or so soldiers. She was not overly worried, however. She sensed only fear and confusion from this lot, so lost they were without their leader. Zen, a young woman with short blonde hair, cried out. Zen was dressed in the robes of a Padawan. In fact, most of the Jedi here were. Avaryss saw only 3 that might be knights, and she sensed no other masters. Hello, Greta, Zen said with a hint of a smile. I'm glad to see you made it. The other girl did not even acknowledge Avaryss and Quinaya. They all seemed preoccupied with their own things. The blonde-haired Padawan frowned. She had tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry, Zen, she said. Losing your master, it is not easy. No, Zen said flatly. It isn't. The Padawan did not notice that Zen had her lightsaber in hand. It was all but hidden by the sleeve of her robe. I wanted to be the first to tell you that you aren't alone. We are all here for you, and ready to continue master-size work. Zen did something then that the girl did not expect. She giggled. It threw the other girl off balance for a moment, but that was all that was needed. Yes, Greta, she said. I think that you should be first. Zen laughed and embraced the other girl. Avaryss watched her. The young Jedi seemed confused, her expression curious. The curiosity ended when Zen ignited her lightsaber. The blade punched through the Padawan's chest and out her back. The girl, Greta gasped, her eyes wide with shock. She did not even seem to realize that she had been killed. Zen gestured with the Force. flinging her body back. All eyes in the room turned in shock and horror. Zen spun her new lightsaber. Its red blade rippling like fire, two small crossguard blades emerged from the hilt as well, forming a cross of red flame. Zen Lure laughed loudly as she whirled her blade before her. "The Empire says hello, everyone," she shouted. One of the walls exploded inward. Hell was unleashed. Led by Barak Lilas, Sith commandos poured through the breach firing their weapons, the sudden attack catching their enemies off guard. Avaryss drew her own blade, dropping the spell, and reaching out with the force to seal the doors. No one would escape this room. No one would escape, period. Avaryss and Quinaya lit their own weapons. Avaryss had provided her two apprentices with red crystals for their weapons. If they were truly to serve the dark side, they needed a weapon that reflected that alignment. 3 of the Jedi had been caught completely by surprise. They were gunned down before they even had a chance to raise their weapons. Quinaya and Avaryss stayed back to cover the doors. By now the remaining Jedi realized what was happening. Shouts of "Sith" and "defend yourself" rang out. It did nothing to change the outcome of the battle. Avaryss used lightning to keep the enemy back, while Quinaya unleashed her new powers on them. Shadows seemed to rise out of the floor, wailing and whispering. The Jedi and Republic soldiers were caught completely off guard. Though she could not see them herself, from the reaction of the enemy, it seemed that Quinaya's shadow forms were something out of their worst nightmares. Zen was in the middle of them, laughing and crying at the same time. Her emotions were almost out of control as she butchered her former allies. She nodded, pleased by what she was seeing. Darth Mar had been right. Corruption was the way. More troopers emerged through the breach. HK Sigma 3 was with them, firing his flamethrower and blasting away with a pistol in his offhand. The conspirators had not been ready for a fight. They fell quickly one after the other, and then, just like that, it was done. The enemy was no more. Avaryss nodded, pleased with the carnage she and her fellows had inflicted. She regarded the dead. It did not seem that she had lost a single soldier, the advantage of a surprise attack. There appeared to be wounded, but that was not the same thing. She nodded thoughtfully. It is done, she thought, my master's work, and the will of the Dark Council is done. She found herself thinking of her master's wife, and what she had said about Avaryss not being capable of doing this. You were wrong, milady, she thought to herself. Now you will find out just how wrong. She imagined the look on Lady Feer's face. Be ready, she thought. I'm coming home. Chapter 57. So I guess we won. Avaryss smiled. Her brother's gift for understatement was staggering. She had just left the sonic shower aboard her Fury and had gone to her bed to meditate. She probably could have used quarters on board the destroyer, but she felt far more comfortable on her own ship, in her own space. She was still a tingle from today's success, but thought it wise to muster herself, to gather her energies for the revels to come. She intended to enjoy tonight to the fullest. It was not every day that you became a hero of the Empire. Her brother stood before her, still clad in his combat suit. They had been back for almost 2 hours now. She would have assumed that he would have already been celebrating, reveling with the brave men and women who had made their victory possible. From his dour expression, it seemed that celebration was the last thing on his mind. She laughed lightly. Try to look more pleased, brother, she chided. We have won a marvelous victory today, a victory for the Empire as a whole. This is truly a day of days. She grinned triumphantly. This is no reason to be so glum. He said, lightly scratching his chin. She rolled her eyes. Why did he have to be such a killjoy? They won. Did he not understand that? They had won. The Sith did not bother putting out the fires that HK had set with his flamethrower. In fact, Avaryss sent a pair of flame troopers to make sure that entire complex was consumed. The soldiers moved inside, blasting everything that could burn, ensuring that nothing would remain of the Jedi and their safe house. The bodies of the slain enemy were left where they fell. Only their lightsabers had been collected, trophies that Avaryss would bring back as proof of this grand victory. And what a victory it is, she thought to herself. We have crushed the leadership of the conspiracy with a single stroke. Zen had checked the bodies, making sure that all the leaders had been there, confirming their deaths. The Padoans and attendants had been students of the masters that had fallen on an air shadow, and had been well trained to carry on if anything had happened to their teachers. The deaths of both teacher and student assured that that would not come to pass. Any surviving agents who had not been here would find their transmissions unanswered, their requests for supplies ignored. They had cut off the head of the snake. Without it, the body of the conspiracy would wither and die. Those agents who did not flee back into Republic space would be hunted down and destroyed without their leader's support. For all intended purposes, the conspiracy as a whole was done. Such news was music to Avaryss' ears, and would no doubt please the council. She had done as they had asked. Now, all she had to do was contact them, and collect her reward. She stood outside facility with the others, watching the fires burn. The planet's weak atmosphere limited the blaze, but that could not be helped. I would have preferred that the fires rise high, she thought to herself. I would have preferred a beacon that could have been seen on both Dromund Kaas and Coruscant as well. I want everyone to know what we did here. I want them to know that Sidar Bin's failure is now complete. She looked over at her companions and underlings. The soldiers maintained their military discipline, as they should have. Rink had brought down the interceptor with additional reinforcements, just in case they had been needed. Say what you wanted about the former street rat, but he was loyal to her, and did his duty without complaint. She would see him rewarded as such, just as soon as she collected what was owed her. These people had made it all possible. She was not above being generous in victory. Of all of her companions, only Zen had a truly strong emotional reaction to what had happened. The former Jedi giggled and cried at the same time. Through the Force, Avaryss could feel her emotions blazing like wildfire. The girl had contained them for too long, locked them away. Now that they had finally gotten out, they were almost out of control. I will need to work with her, Avaryss realized, guide her down the path. Such rage and emotions could lead to madness if not guided by a firm hand, but for now, she let the girl rage, let her enjoy her new freedom. It would only make their connection that much stronger. Look at it, she laughed. Look at how it ends. She tore off her brown robe and tossed it in the air, using the Force to propel it into the inferno. As the others watched, she tore off her Jedi tunic and throwing that in as well. The soldiers said nothing as the girl tore off her Jedi garments, feeding them into the fire. Tonight, I throw off a lifetime of hypocrisy, she shouted. No more will I hide what I want. No longer will I run from what I feel. I want to feel everything. I want to be everything. She turned to Avaryss, a wide manic grin plastered across her features. It is all because of you and my master, she said with tears in her eyes, tears of gratitude. You have set me free. I feel scoured clean, like I've reborn into a loud and beautiful world. None of the soldiers said anything despite the girl's state of undress. None would say that Zen lure was not attractive. The life of a Jedi had left her body both well-toned and sleek. A normal soldier would have likely responded to the situation with bawdy comments or perhaps wolf whistles, but not these men. They had learned long ago to stay silent in face of the actions of the Sith and their apprentices. Even when one did something so provocative. The only comment Avaryss picked up came from Holly. She had been standing next to Rink and whispering so Zen could not hear her. The only reason why Avaryss heard was because she was actively trying. Put your tongue back in your mouth, Rink, before you trip over it. The boy chuckled. Just art appreciation, Holly, he said. The girl certainly does have talent. Yeah, Holly said. She also has Force powers that could kill or cripple you in a blink, so show some damn respect. Avaryss nodded. Rink did need to be careful. Zen was still quite raw to the dark side, raw and unpredictable. Who knew how she would react if provoked? The only one that responded to Zen's little show was Baris. He said nothing, simply took off the poncho he had been wearing during the operation. He wrapped it around Zen's shoulders. She looked surprised at first, but smiled as Avaryss' brother bowed his head respectfully. "My lady," he said softly. Zen smirked at him. "Thank you, kind sir," she purred. "You certainly are a gentleman." Avaryss could not tell for certain, but in the dull light, for a moment, she thought she saw her brother blush. I will need to tease him about that later, she thought, but for now, she had one final matter to attend to, one final act before they could get off this rock and return to their destroyer in victory. She stepped away from her men and turned to face them, a triumphant smile on her face. "We have won a great victory this day," she called out to her assembled men. This was no mere raid on a smuggler's den, or a strike to take out a nest of thieves and smugglers. She held out her arms, gesturing to the destruction behind her, the result of their victory. What we stopped to today was a group dedicated to the downfall of our great empire. These people were the worst type of terrorist, one that lives only to spread chaos, disorder, and anarchy. They tried to set us against each other, lord against lord, and loyal son against loyal son, loyal daughter against loyal daughter. But because of your bravery, your commitment to all that is right and just in our empire, these monsters have been stopped. They will sow no more dissent. They will bring no more chaos upon our home. Your wives and husbands may sleep securely tonight. Your children may rest easy knowing that on the morrow they will wake in a safe and secure home." She raised her hands above her head. She ignited her blade and held it to the sky. "Today you are not just soldiers, you are all heroes. You are saviors of the empire, and because of your courage and sacrifice we shall endure, we shall grow, and expand. Together we shall build an empire that will last for another 1,000 years. We shall build an empire of security and order. We shall save the galaxy." "For the empire," a young soldier shouted, raising his arm. "For the emperor and the council," another cried out. "For the Sith," Baris called. "For my master," Quinai declared, "for Avaryss." The chant for Avaryss rose up over the dusty plain. Avaryss stood proudly before her men, drinking up their praise and adulation. "This is how it should be," she thought. "This is what the future holds." She almost cried. That was how pleased she was at that moment. "We are all heroes, and I stand above them all. This is my triumph of mine. Let all behold my grand work, and beware. Let my enemies see, and let them all beware." The return to the ship had been a joyous one. Word had been sent ahead to inform the Vacant's Fist of their return. The captain would send word to Lord Mar and the rest of the council, informing them of their victory. As the soldiers began their own revels, again Captain Brune had invited Avaryss to dine with him. When Baris had come to visit her, she had been meditating, readying herself for a most physical evening. She had wanted her full stamina restored. The dear captain would expect nothing less from a lord of the Sith Empire. She sensed Baris' disapproval of that. He clearly did not like the thought of his little sister reveling. Had she been born a boy, and Captain Brune a beautiful female, Baris might have cheered her on, but that was not how things were. She was his little sister, and he still thought he needed to protect her. It was sweet if nothing else. "So what happens now?" Baris asked. "Where do we go from here?" "Word has been sent to the Dark Council," she informed him. "Soon I will be called before them, and they will grant me what they promised." She smiled slyly. "You are in the presence of Lord of the Sith, brother, or one that soon will be. Try to be happy for me, okay?" Again Baris nodded. He continued to pace in front of her. "That is how it should go, I suppose," he murmured before turning to face her. "Congratulations on that, by the way." Avaryss nodded, pleased that he offered her such words, but at the same time, one single word of what he said stuck in her head. It twisted like a dagger in her confidence, giving rise to butterflies in her stomach. "Should," she said with a frown. "What do you mean should?" He gave her a grim look. "I know what you were promised, sister," he said, "and I don't wish to anger or worry you. Yet, you clearly have something to say," she said flatly. "Speak plainly, Rick," she said. "What is on your mind?" Her brother frowned. "There is one man who might decide not to let this happen, and he has enough clout to make sure that things do not go as you hope they will. It did not take Force sensitivity to know exactly who her brother was talking about. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. "Lord Feer," she said coldly. "You are his apprentice, right?" Baris said. "You're his sword. What if he decides that the full credit for all that you have done should go to him? What if he convinces the council that, since it was him that put you on this path, that it is him that should reap all the benefits?" Avaryss wanted to laugh. She wanted to say that her brother was wrong, that what he was saying could never come to pass. But then she found herself thinking about what she had seen and done since entering Lord Feer's service. What she had done since she first attacked that safe house on Tatooine on what felt like now was years ago. Her frown deepened. It was possible, she realized. He could do it. "He would not do that to me," she said with a fatalistic laugh. I have done everything on this mission since he gave it to me. I defeated our enemies, me, not him, me. He would not do it." But the more she thought about it, the more she found herself thinking that Baris could be right. Her temper began to flare, her joyful, playful mood gave way to rage and hate. "Feer," she thought. "He could steal everything, and if he decides to do so, he will sit back and laugh at me." She could imagine her master's face. He would claim her rewards for himself, give her a pat on the head, and tell her what a good student she was. "Well done, my child," he would say. That would be her reward, all that, and nothing more. Lady Sinestra would be so pleased. Bill would laugh. She leapt out of bed and turned away, not wanting to look at Baris, not wanting to admit that he was possibly right, that everything she had done might just have been for nothing. It could have all been for nothing. "He can't do this to me," she murmured under her breath, growing angrier by the moment. Her body began to glow. An eerie red halo enveloped her. "This is my triumph," she hissed under her breath. "This is my victory, not his, mine." She turned to face her brother, her eyes flashing with barely contained rage. "This is mine," she hissed. "I will not share it with Feer." Baris raised his hands. He could no doubt see the fury he had unlocked within her. "I just want you to be prepared," he said. "Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you will get everything you wanted, but if you don't..." Avaryss sneered. "If I don't, then I will deal with the matter, the same way that I've dealt with others since I chose to go off on my own." She laughed wickedly. "Perhaps the time has come for me to have a long chat with Lady Sinestra. No doubt she has informed my master of what I have done. No doubt her contacts in the capital will tell her about this victory, and she will know what it will mean." "So what do we do?" he asked. "What I've always done, Rick," she said, grinning. "Do what is best for the Empire, and remove whatever threat that stands in my way." Avaryss nodded grimly. She had come to a decision. Any desire she had had to spend an evening with the handsome Captain Brune was gone. "I've been away from House Feer for far too long," she realized. "The time has come to return and tie up some loose ends. Contact the others, Baris," she ordered. "Tell them to return to the ship at once. It is time we got underway. We need to go home." "You don't think we should wait?" he asked. "Let the others enjoy the celebration." She gave him a cold smile. "I won't be able to celebrate until this matter is tended to, and then we shall all revel like never before." She walked him to the door. "Gather the others quickly. History is on the march, and I will not be left behind." "As you say, my lord," he said, bowing his head. Avaryss smiled at him as he left. She managed to hold it until he was gone, but after that, she threw back her head and shrieked. The Force scream she unleashed shoved the few furnishing that her quarter had against the wall, those that were not bolted down. The mirror in her fresher cracked, becoming a disjointed sea of spider webs. Lord Feer might very well still be away on assignment from the council, but that did not mean that she could not secure their house for her own ends. Bill would be there, he and his shut of a mother. Avaryss had planned to wait, to do something more subtle, to use what she had learned about Lord Feer's daughter against them when the time was right. She found that she no longer wished to wait. She had grown strong in the past few months. She was stronger than she had ever been. Strong enough to take on her master, she wondered. Was it time? She could not say for certain, but what was certain is that Barrick's warning had rang something inside of her. The Force now whispered in her ear, a song of danger and betrayal. She would not wait for that song to build anymore. She would not sit back and enjoy herself while her enemies plotted in the shadows. No, she had to return home, and quickly. Something was waiting for her on Dromund Kaas. She would be damned before she ran from it. She would face this threat, with the lightsaber in hand. She would face it now. The Fury exited hyperspace only a few hours after Avaryss and her crew had reassembled. Dromund Kaas appeared before them, a dark green world crisscrossed by storms and defended by the great ships of the Imperial Navy. Avaryss stood behind Rink, her hands at her back, her emotions buried beneath her iron will. No, not buried, she realized, contained for now. When they reached the surface, it would be unleashed. Sinestra Feer would pay for trying to put out a hit on her. She would pay for her snide comments and her son's perverted glances and games. She would pay for everything. Zen stood at her side, no longer dressed in the plain and dour robes of the Jedi, but something more adventurous. The kilted skirt she wore was cut just right to give her legs freedom of movement. Her dark gray top left her midriff exposed and was slit deeply down the front. Her features were mostly hidden by the top's hood, but that just made her golden eyes seem to glow even brighter. She regarded the Sith world with a sniff. Clearly she was not impressed. "It is no Coruscant," she murmured. "Yet I can definitely sense the appeal of living here." "You familiar with Coruscant, Zini?" Rink asked over his shoulder. The girl pursed her lips, but did not respond to Rink's use of the name Zini. "I was born on Coruscant," she said flatly. "My parents worked in the temple. Both had family that had become Jedi in the past, but neither had enough Force sensitivity of their own to ever join the Order itself." Zen pursed her lips with disgust. "When I was 5, they discovered that I had what they never did, that I was Force sensitive and powerful too. They gave me up without a second thought. They felt my joining the Order was a blessing from the Force, proof that they had done right by it." Avaryss blinked, surprised by the anger she heard in the girl's voice. "Did you ever see them again?" she asked. "No, the Council did not want to risk them seeing me every day and change their minds. They were given a posting at some Jedi enclave, far from the temple, far from me." Zen's hands curled into angry fists. "They never even thought to ask what I wanted. They just threw me away so that I could make them proud." She sneered. "I wonder what they would say if they could see me now, provided I let them survive the experience." Avaryss chuckled. She had never hated her parents, not in that way. If they had held her back at all, it was out of love. Yet, during her training she had destroyed shades of them, both them and her sisters. She had not told Barrick that part yet. She doubted that he would understand. "Send word to the Feer estate, Mr. Rink," she ordered. "Let them know I've returned." Rink tapped on the communicator, waiting for the security forces at the Feer compound to respond and give them authorization to enter. They received no response, only static. Avaryss frowned. "What is this now?" she wondered. "What now?" She stretched out with the force she felt. She sensed she was not quite sure. It was a threat, yes, but she couldn't. She shook her head. They needed to get on the ground now. "Take us in carefully, Mr. Rink," she said, "but keep us out of range of the estate's defense guns. I do not wish to be blown out of the sky." "Sure thing," Rink said, nodded. He sounded more subdued than usual. Perhaps his unique connection to the Force had picked up on what she was feeling, and what she was feeling was not good. It was confusing. They broke through the cloud cover, emerging over the vast jungle that covered much of the surface of Dromund Kaas. It did not take them long to pick out the Feer estate out of the jungle. Night had fallen, but the area around the estate was as bright as day. The estate was a raging inferno. House Feer was under attack. Warning lights flashed in the cockpit of the Fury. A target lock warning blared in their ears. Rink banked the ship hard, pulling away from the estate. 2 concussion missiles streaked past and exploded. The Fury spun away as the shockwave overcame them. Avaryss gripped the pilot seat for dear life, as Rink's hands danced over the controls. Laser fire flashed around them as her pilot took evasive action. A pair of Sith fighters screamed past them, Rink's maneuver causing them to overshoot their mark. He slammed down on the weapon stud on the console. The forward gun spat green fire. One of the fighters exploded while the other wheeled away, damaged, its wings struck the tree line, and the ship cartwheeled over. It exploded violently over the trees. Avaryss shook her head, unsure of what was going on. The dark side of the Force roiled, disrupting her powers and abilities. She shook her head, trying to clear the strange buzzing that had taken root as soon as they had come through the atmosphere. House Feer was under attack, she thought, but by whom? Why? She took a shuddering breath, trying to clear her head. She needed to find out. Bring us around Rink, she ordered. Take us back to the estate. That is not a good idea, boss, he said, checking the scanner. I'm reading at least 2 full squadrons of ships attacking the estate right now. He gave her a nervous look. Things are not looking good down there right now. Nevertheless, we must return, she said. If you can't set us down, fine. See if you can find some structure to drop me off on. Avaryss's eyes narrowed. I have business to conduct down there. Rink obeyed, though she could sense through the Force that he thought she was crazy. Perhaps she was. She was the heir to House Feer. She would be damned before she let anyone else but her blow it apart. As they drew closer, she saw what was happening. It still did not make sense. Sith ships continued to swarm the estate's defenses, a group of Extinction-class bombers with Sith Supremacy-class starfighters in support. The bombers had laid waste the estate's defenses, leaving only the main building mostly intact. The bombers were now moving off, their work completed. The fighters, no doubt detecting the incoming Fury, were starting to break off their attack runs and moving to intercept. According to Rink's scanners, there was a single ship on the estate's landing pad, some kind of long-range transport. From the guns it was sporting, he thought it might be some pirate ship or bounty hunter craft. Avaryss frowned. Bounty hunters and pirates rarely had Sith military support, especially when attacking a target on Dromund Kaas. Rink checked the scanners again. I think I got a place to set you down, boss, he informed her. It will be a little hairy though. We got a lot of life forms down there. Looks like a battle. Avaryss nodded. Just get me down there, she said. I'll handle the rest. We will handle the rest, Zen said, drawing her lightsaber from her belt. We shall fight as one, master. Avaryss nodded. She would have preferred Quinaya be at her side. Zen was still too new to her service, but at the same time, she needed one of her apprentices to stay behind and command the ship. Quinaya was more than capable of doing that. See if you can draw off more of those fighters, she ordered, and send word to military command. Someone sent those ships. I want to know who. Rink nodded, but did not have time to answer. The fighters were upon them again. It took all his skill to keep them flying. Avaryss and Zen made their way down to the ramp. Avaryss caught sight of Barik watching her as she passed by. He was arming himself, getting ready to go into battle at her side. Stay here, she ordered. Quinaya may need your help. What about you? He asked. She grinned. I'm going hunting, she said brightly. Do not wait up. Stay safe, kind sir, Zen said to him warmly. She smiled. I would hate to see you come to a bad end. Barik nodded grimly, but he might have smiled slightly at the girl's comment. Avaryss rolled her eyes. She did not have time for this. She felt the Fury slow and rotate around. The warning light beside the ramp went from red to green. The door slid open and Avaryss and her apprentice leapt out. They leapt down into a world on fire, the shriek of blasters and explosives going off around them. The 2 Sith ignited their lightsabers. They fell upon the first wave of attackers. Avaryss' blade flashed as she fell into the rhythm of sheen, reflecting the blaster bolts back at the attackers. They were clad in Sith uniforms, but that was the only thing imperial about them. They wore no helmets, not that they needed them. The faces that stared back at her were out of some horror holo. Their flesh was pulled tight against their faces. Wires and circuit boards adorned their cheeks and foreheads. The eyes that looked upon her appeared both dead and milky. They shouted at her, but no words came out, only strange gargling cries of anger and pain. Zen closed the distance between them and engaged the attackers. She plunged the crossguard blade of her weapon into one of the enemy's chest to drive him back, only to behead him seconds later with her lightsaber. Sparks flew from the severed neck, but the body remained upright, still firing his blaster. In fact, none of the enemy had fallen yet. Her deflected blasts burned their bodies but did not stop their advance, only slowed them down. Avaryss snarled and sent a blast of force lightning into the whatever it was that was attacking. It threw them back, but that was it. Zen leapt on one of them, cutting it to pieces with her weapon. "Stay down," she shouted. "Stay down." It was at that moment that answering fire came from one of the estate's barracks. A few soldiers must have survived and now had come to Avaryss' aid. She was about to call out to them, to rally them to her, when she was thrown back by a tremendous explosion. The barracks vanished in a ball of orange flame. Avaryss lay on the ground, her head ringing from the blast. Her sound bafflers overloaded by the roar of the explosion. Her eyes burned, the bright light doing nothing to help them, her oversensitivity to light making her vulnerable. As she blinked away the tears, she saw a shadow coming towards her. The man was tall and broad-shouldered. His gait hinted no concern at all, despite the destruction all around them. The one approaching her seemed completely calm and in control of the chaos that swirled around him. Avaryss somehow managed to regain her feet. She ignited her lightsaber and turned to meet this new threat. Her head continued to pound, that strange buzzing building to a crescendo. It was all she could do to stay focused and ready herself for war. She was not sure what had happened to Zen. Had she been killed in the explosion? She did not know. The Force was wailing at her, filling her with both confusion and dread. She dropped into a Sarisu guard, ready to meet this new enemy. It was at that moment that the implants in her ears finally adapted to the loud noise around them. They picked up the sound of the attacker's voice. He was laughing. "My master told me I would find you here," he said. I did not want to believe him. The voice was strange. It sounded as it was coming through a droid's vocoder, but at the same time, it was familiar. A shiver ran down her spine. "No," she thought. "No, this can't be. It is not time yet." The large Sith stopped before her. He raised his lightsaber and saluted her, a mocking gesture if there ever was one. From beneath the shadow of his hooded cloak, he grinned at her. She could just make out the white pearly-looking teeth. She almost wailed what she was sensing through the Force. It was all she could do to keep from throwing herself on the ground and begging for mercy. This was not how it was supposed to be. "No." The large Sith looked down, running the fingers of his free hand down the cloak he wore, a cloak that until recently had been stored for safety here in the estate. Avaryss had brought it with her from Corbin, a memento of something she had lost long ago, of someone she had lost. Now, she had no words. She did not know what to say. "I hope you don't mind me making myself at home," the attacker said. "Considering what these people took from me, I'm sure you can understand." The man chuckled. "What, you are just like them, aren't you? Just another thief." He shook his head and smiled. "But in spite of it all, I'm willing to let the past go. It is so good to see you again after so long. I missed you." Avaryss swallowed hard. She felt like someone was walking over her grave. Maybe they were. You can't be here," she said. "I have not summoned you back yet." The attacker laughed. "You are not the only one who understands the ancient secrets, my love," he said, removing his hood. His face was paler than she remembered, more gaunt and ragged. The tendrils on his chin hung limp and dead. His head was mostly bald. Only a small wispy braid hung down the back. It dangled like a hangman's rope from the back of his scalp. His eyes were worse. They looked organic, but they had a strange brightness to them, something more mechanical than anything else. On the center of his throat, someone had installed a droid's vocoder. It was through this that he had addressed her. Her knees nearly gave out, seeing him like this. It was a special kind of hell. He gestured to her with his lightsaber, asking her to approach. "Come to me, my darling wife," the resurrected Fel said jovially. He held up his blade, bathing his dead flesh in ruby light. "Come and embrace me," he said, almost laughing. "I long for a kiss." Chapter 58. Fel. Once that name had inspired both fear and envy in the hearts of every acolyte on Korriban, the pure blood scion of a once great house, one steeped in tradition and a history of great strength within the Force. Fel had been the last of them, the last of his bloodline. His death had been a great loss to the Empire. When Avaryss had first seen him, she had only just arrived on Korriban, and had been in awe of him. Both the power that he wielded and the pure maleness of him had taken her breath away. As she had watched him, studied him, searching for a way to take him down, she had discovered much of his history and what had brought him to such a lofty height. And when she reached that point, she came to realize that she no longer desired to replace him as the Academy's top student. A new desire had taken root, one that she had not understood at first. She had not wanted to replace Fel. She wanted to be Fel's. In time, she gave in to that desire. For weeks he had toyed with her, appearing just out of reach, teasing her and feeding her desire and growing lust. The first time they met, he offered to kill another acolyte for her. It had been one of the darkest and most romantic things a man had ever done for her. Yet for a time, he played coy, staying just out of her reach. He never said that he wanted her, not in those early days, but at the same time she had felt it, the connection growing between them, the want that slowly bound them together. A want that consumed the two of them when, after a battle in the tomb of a Huta pal, both she and Fel finally gave in to lust and consummated their attraction. For Avaryss, it had been her first time. Fel had known exactly what to do. He had not shamed her, and he had been kind, even tender, guiding her down the path of physical love. It had been amazing. It should have come as a surprise to no one when she surrendered to his dark charms. What female could have resisted, who one would have wanted to? She had surrendered to him willingly, and went to his bed without fear or doubt, and for a time they had been happy. The masters of the Academy had ranted, but what did she care? She had Fel. The two of them had had each other. Both had thought that would be enough. Fel had even asked her to become his wife, to leave her student life behind, and embrace a new destiny as the Lady of House Fel. She had said yes. They should have been together after that. Her life, and his, should have been a long, fruitful, and happy one. That had not happened. Enemies had intervened. Both Darth Feer and an acolyte named Nas had destroyed what they might have had. Nas poisoned Fel, killing him, and Avaryss had taken the blame. The Sith overseers had captured her, tortured her to the brink of death, and she had been left broken, unable to summon the Force, and left to suffer at the hands of jealous rivals. Rivals who only further added to her pain and humiliation. It had been too much to bear. It was amazing that she had not sought to destroy herself. It should have been the end of her tale. It almost was the end. But she had fought back. The memory of Fel, and the desire to both avenge him and bring him back had inspired her to fight on. She reclaimed her power and position. Fel's death had given her the strength she had needed to come back, embrace the true power of the dark side, destroy Nas, and take her place as Darth Feer's apprentice. Yet, despite everything she had faced and endured, her commitment to what she had had on Korriban remained. She had continued to study the ancient mysteries. She had sought out the secrets of Sith alchemy and sorcery with the single goal of resurrecting her fallen love. Fel had been taken from her. She was willing to go to almost any length to bring him back. It had been a driving force in her life, almost as important to her as the destruction of her master and her ascension to the rank of Lord. Often Avaryss had dreamed of Fel's return. She has always wanted to look into his eyes as he opened them again in a new body, a new perfect body, handsome and strong. She wanted to look on his new face as he saw her for the first time with new eyes, in the form she had chosen for him. She had wanted to sense him in the Force again, and see the smile she had known so well back on Korriban. It was supposed to be perfect, she thought. We were supposed to be perfect. It had been her dream for the two of them to conquer House Feer together, to take their place as Lords of the Sith, as both equals and lovers, to forge a new line of power and prestige. Now, as she stood amongst the blaze that had been House Feer, stared into her former lover's reborn eyes, she knew one thing beyond a shadow of a doubt. Her dream had become a nightmare. She and Fel faced each other as the world around them burned. Both held crimson lightsabers, and neither was willing to give an inch. Avaryss held her ground. She remained in a Sarisu guard, waiting for him to make the first move. She was speechless. What could she have said? What words would have made this any better? Fel had ordered her to come to him, to embrace and kiss him as she had done during their time together. She said nothing, did nothing. She was too shocked to respond. Her lover shook his head. A sound that might have been a sigh escaped his lips. "This is not how I wanted this to be, my love," he said through the vocoder in his throat, his mouth barely moving. "This is not how I wanted us to begin again." Avaryss' eyes narrowed. In this at least, they were of one mind. This was not how it was supposed to have been. Hearing his words were enough for her to find her voice again, to remember herself and why she was here. Words almost failed her, but in that moment of weakness, the dark side rose up again inside her, restoring her strength and casting away both fear and doubt. "I was going to bring you back," she said. I've been preparing for a long time to bring you back." Her eyes drifted over him, using the Force to enhance her senses. She got her first good look at him. She saw what coming back had cost him. What she saw, it did not please her. It would have been better to find a new body, strong and healthy. She had encountered several young men in her travels who would have been perfect hosts for her fell spirit. She had also considered growing a new form from his cells. She had studied several rituals along those lines. In his Yavin Far writings, the legendary Nagasato has spoken in detail of how such a thing might be accomplished. It was a difficult spell, difficult but not impossible. Still, she had decided to err on the side of safety. Simply finding a new body would work far better than hope for her recreation to develop without flaw. Still, it could have been done. Either was a distinct possibility. It could have been done, but she lacked any blood or tissue samples. She had had no raw materials in which to begin. Korriban might have had some on file, but she had not had the authority to request such a thing, and even if she had, as far as the Academy was concerned, Fel had died a failure. It was unlikely they would have saved any of his genetic material. Yet, here he stood. His original body had been restored, but not without cost. Cynics was a nasty poison. It did horrible things to the body before death finally came. Whoever had brought Fel back had not cared about that, only in getting him mobile again. The results of that were plain to see. Though still broad-shouldered, Fel's body was much more slender than she remembered. What she had first taken as armor placed beneath his robes turned out to be cybernetic devices of some type, likely to help compensate for damage the poison had done to his muscles. His hands were gone, replaced with cybernetic enhancements, and his left leg looked like it was completely mechanical as well. The vocoder on his throat made sense, she supposed. One of the final effects of cynics was the swelling of the tongue. She suspected that whoever had brought him back had removed it. That would explain why Fel's mouth did not seem to move when he talked. She shook her head. Fel had been so much more than this. He had had the mind of a dark side mastermind and a body that would have been the envy of a god. Seeing him as he was now, it was almost too much for her to bear. "My love," she almost sobbed. "What have they done to you?" She wanted to say those words but held them back. She would show no weakness here, not before Fel. She would not shame herself in that way. "I was going to bring you back," she repeated. "I was going to find you a new body, strong and fierce. You would have been beautiful." Fel smiled again. "Beauty is fleeting, my dear," he said. "Power is eternal, and my power endures." He laughed. It was an ugly clicking sound that seemed to come from his throat. As the fools that once held this house have now learned, he said, my master will be most pleased. Avaryss looked around her. In the light of the many fires she could see the bodies, soldiers and servants both. She had known these people. They had served her, stood beside her and her master when they were needed. She shook her head. Not all of these men and women had loved Darth Feer. Some would have stood beside her when she finally staged her coup. Some of them would have died that day, but not all. This was not victory, she thought. This was wastefulness. I could have used these people, she said with an angry snort. She glared up at him. Did he not understand what he had just done? Tell me, she said, why did you come here and burn my home? Why did you need to kill members of my house? Fel sneered at her. House Feer does not deserve to continue, he said angrily. They are a rotting limb on the body of the Empire and deserve only to be cut away. Again he made that laughing sound. Everyone here deserves to die. Do they? Avaryss said with a frown. Even those that would have followed me, even those that would have joined me in building our new house. Did they deserve to die as well? Fel snorted. Clearly he did not see why she would ask such a question. Did he not realize who she was now? Did he not realize that she was Darth Feer's apprentice? She had not simply returned her because she had missed this place. She had come here to take the first steps towards her independence. His actions here had thrown everything off course. I should be grateful that he is here, she thought. Fel is back. I should be happy that he has returned, but for some reason I'm not. I feel cheated. House Feer does not deserve to continue, he repeated. They are a rotting limb on the body of the Empire and deserve only to be cut away. So you said before, she said. You do realize, of course, that I'm a member of House Feer. You do realize that I'm Darth Feer's apprentice. I realize that, he said, my master told me. So I go to all the trouble to destroy this estate. She demanded. You knew I was a member of this house. If you wanted Darth Feer gone, why did you not contact me? I could have aided you. We could have done this together, and both profited from it. My master wanted this place destroyed. So, Avaryss said, he could have contacted me. We could have reached some kind of arrangement. There was no reason to do this, any of it. Why destroy something when you can make it your own? You could have used this to form an alliance with me. You understood such things once. Why is it so hard to understand now? Fel frowned. Those strange new eyes of his radiated with confusion. Avaryss could sense it through the force. He was thinking about what she had said, but... Fel growled angrily. He glared into her eyes. House Feer does not deserve to continue, he said again. They are a rotting limb on the body of the Empire and deserve only to be cut away. Avaryss frowned. What was this now, she wondered. Fel had always been an intelligent and eloquent young man. Yet, she had just heard him repeat the exact same words with the exact same emotional inflection 3 times. People did not do that, not normally. Droids would have asked the same question, but... A realization washed over her. It was a realization that further fueled her anger. She found herself thinking about something she had heard long ago. My new apprentice's programming is far superior and much stronger. Perhaps the two of you will meet one day. Avaryss remembered those words, and more to the point, who had spoken them to her. Her frown deepened. I should have known. What does your master want with me? Why am I not sharing the fate of these others? Fel smiled again. My master believes you have potential, he informed her. He has sensed your growing power, but it is all potential, unrefined. He sent me here to extend his offer. He wants you with us. After you have been properly augmented, you will serve well in the new empire. Avaryss' frown deepened. Properly augmented, she thought. She did not like the sound of that at all. My powers are growing just fine, the way they are, she said. I have no use for augmentation. She gave him a smile. Thanks, but no thanks. Fel frowned. Your desires in this are irrelevant. You will be augmented, improved. The new empire will require much of you in the coming days. You must become the best that you can be. I must decline your offer, she repeated. Tell me, my love, who is your master, and what gives him the right to decide the next path for the empire? How is the empire to be made new? My master intends to seize more than simply territory. The emperor thought that was the way to vengeance, and that plan was a failure. The Sith must change and evolve. It is not enough to simply use the Force anymore. We must conquer the Force itself, bind it to our will as our slave. Fel laughed. My master has that knowledge. He will break the will of the Force, and his will shall be all. He shall reign supreme. And what of us? What about what I wanted? She asked. What of my plans for lordship, of my taking of House Feer? House Feer does not deserve to continue, he said again. They are. They are a rotting limb on the body of the empire, and deserve only to be cut away, she said with disgust in her voice. Avaryss snarled. Your master did not bring you back, Fel. He turned you into his toy. He programmed you like he would a Griffin droid. She shook her head. Why does your master want me? She demanded. Tell me in your own words. Fel frowned, his mouth worked silently. A strange buzzing came from his vocoder. My master believes you have potential, he said. He has sensed your growing power, but it is all potential, unrefined. He sent me here to extend his offer. He wants you with us. After you have been properly augmented, you will serve well in the new empire. Another repeated statement, she growled. You said it exactly the same as you did the first time. She hissed angrily. Why did House Feer have to die? House Feer does not deserve to continue, he said again. They are a rotting limb on the body of the empire, and deserve only to be cut away. And again, she spat. Do you not even realize what is happening? Can you not feel it? You are not being trained by your master. You have been programmed. You are no better than a battle droid. Fel's eyes narrowed. Be careful, Avaryss, he warned. My master believes you have potential. He has sensed your growing power, but it is all potential, unrefined. And I will be augmented for the good of the new empire. Yes, 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 she said dryly. I heard it the first time. Avaryss' temper was flaring now. This was not her Fel. It was not even close. Whoever had restored him to life made sure that it would not be the man she loved. He is not an apprentice, she thought. He is a tool, and given his newfound enhancements and his deep programmed hatred for House Feer, she knew who was responsible for all this. She gave him a cruel smile. Tell me, my love, she said coldly, was your master angry when I did not kill the beast girl on the wreck? Was he angry that he lost his shipment of children? Your actions on the wreck will be forgiven if you accept augmentation. You will be purified. It is your non-mechanical components that make you weak. And there is my answer, she thought. She knew it. Weak. She growled. You think me weak? You are weak? Fel. You're not even worthy of being called Sith anymore. She felt the dark side gathering inside her. She readied herself to unleash his full might on this mockery of her former love. Her heart should have been shattered, after wanting to see Fel again for so long. But her heart was not broken, it was filled with hatred. She felt an almost unquenchable desire to destroy this thing, to send his head back to his master in a box. Tell Darth Tarek that I will never consent to being one of his lab animals. She smiled wickedly at him. Fel stood before her without another word. She could almost imagine the droid parts in his ravished brain processing that information. No doubt Tarek was watching somewhere on a monitor, looking through some holo-cam built into this monster's body. Actually, I will send the message myself, she purred. A corpse can speak louder than words. She lunged forward. Fel was no longer there. When she came down, she had barely enough time to whirl around and meet Fel's saber. Their blades came together in a hiss of sparks and fury. Fel said nothing. He went on the attack. It was all Avaryss could do to keep up. She remembered her battle with another of Tarek's pawns, the fool cyborg back on Alderaan. He had been strong in the Force, true, but he had also been limited by his own failings. If Fel had any failings, they were not in his physical form. He had been extremely powerful in life. That power remained, despite all the changes. In fact, it was likely taken up to the next level. That power and speed nearly ended Avaryss' life right. He rained down blows on her Sarisu guard. She met his attacks and pushed them back, barely. The Fel thing switched flawlessly back and forth between Juio, Makashi, and Ataru. He moved with a skill that was almost too much for her to contend with. Almost. She snarled angrily. He lacks the grace he had when he had truly been alive, she thought. His rage and power remain, but it is the power and rage of an animal, a creature fed on aggressors rather than true feelings. Avaryss shook her head. Fel deserved better than this. She owed it to his memory. She needed to destroy him. She needed to set him free of this outrage. This is not how I wanted this to be, my love, he said as he renewed his assault. This is not how I wanted us to begin again. She hissed under her breath. Another canned response. Darth Tarek needed to find some new material. What did he think? That seeing Fel like this would make her want to become like him. Did the fool actually think she would want to turn herself into some kind of half-mechanical freak? If he did, Tarek was a bigger fool than she thought. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith. She would never be someone's pet. She managed to slip under Fel's guard and cartwheel away. Before he could leap at her anew, she blasted him with force lightning. His cybernetics absorbed the attack, but it left him staggered for the briefest of moments. She lunged forward, switching to the duelist style of Makashi. She was eager to end this. She was eager to end this joke and take this mockery's head. Fel did not fall back. Instead, he moved faster than she had ever seen, both the dark side and his droid enhancements giving him speed far beyond what was possible. He deactivated his weapon and slid up into his wrist, disappearing. His hands were upon her. He caught her arm, stopping her lightsaber, and with his other hand he caught her by the throat. His metal fingers were like a vice. She choked. She could not breathe. He squeezed her wrist until it broke. She cried out as her lightsaber fell to the ground. Fel lifted her up. His face was without emotion. It was as dead as his flesh. You will join us, he said flatly, but first you will deliver our message to the Empire. Fel smiled. A new age has begun. She felt needles, some kind of injectors built into her former lover's arms. They dug into her throat. She felt heat as whatever it was he had injected into her entered her bloodstream. He flung her down hard. She tried to leap up and engage him, blast him down with force lightning or another Sith spell to destroy this thing that Darth Tarek had sent. She tried, but agony. Avaryss fell to the ground. The pain was the most intense thing she had ever felt. Even being tortured back on Corbin had not been this horrible. Her whole body shook. The world turned red. It felt like her blood had been turned into fire and razor blades. Everything hurt. She fell to the ground, her body shaking uncontrollably. She was having some kind of convulsions. Her strength in the Force was just enough to let her slip out of her physical form, just enough to recognize that fact. I'm dying, she thought. Fel had killed her. Some kind of poison, perhaps, maybe even Cynics, which would be as appropriate as it would be ironic. She would. She gasped. Suddenly she was back on the ground, lying before Fel in the middle of the burning estate. She coughed and coughed. She tasted blood, it filled her mouth, and ran down her nose. She thought that she was crying, but when she went to wipe away the tears, her fingers came back bloody. The sight horrified her. She could barely move. Everything still hurt, and she felt exhausted. She looked down at her hands, her pale skin as a mess, her veins stood out, bright red and almost flaring. She managed to look up at Fel. The cyborg thing stared down at her, watching her with no trace of emotion. She tried to speak, but her mouth filled with blood. She spat it out and glared at him. What? She hissed. What did you inject me with? It won't kill you, he said. His expression was almost sad. It will not even hurt you, but it will prove my master's point. Tarek's time has come. He will rule not just the Empire, but the Force itself. All those that refuse his gift will be swept away. Fel turned to leave. He glanced one last time over his shoulder. My master believes you have potential, he said. He has sensed your growing power, but it is all potential, unrefined. He sent me here to extend his offer. Fel shook his head. Perhaps he now realized what she had said was correct. His worlds were just canned responses, perhaps conceived by his new master. She tried to stand, to draw on the pain that she was feeling. The dark side roared inside of her, but her body refused to rise. It felt, pushed to his limit, unable to barely move. Fel walked away, no doubt heading back to the ship. She could make out several shadows, likely the soldier things that he had brought with him. The hounds returned to their master, she thought angrily. I will skin them all. She tried to rise again, only to fall back down. The pain had all but subsided now, but she still felt drained. It was all she could do to keep her eyes open. Wherein the Emperor's name is Zen, she wondered, why is she letting this happen? Is she dead? She had not felt the girl die, still. She heard the distant sound of engines, of a ship lifting off. She could not say for certain how long she simply lay in the dirt, but finally she heard voices, some familiar, others not so much. Stay away from her. In the name of the Emperor, you will all stand down. You will not touch her. If you try to resist, you will be shot. Avaryss wished to call out, order her people to stand down. She thought the one trying to defend her was Zen, but she could not be sure. Strong hands seized her shoulders, rolling her over onto her back. Her broken wrist throbbed painfully. She found herself looking up into the helmeted faces of several Sith soldiers. One was holding out some kind of medical scanner, taking readings. It was at that moment that a sooty familiar face appeared behind them, her eyes cold and icy. When she spoke, her voice was dripping with disdain. So, it is you, Sinestra Feer said coldly. I should have known. Avaryss did not get the chance to answer. She would have preferred to snarl in the other woman's face, but at that point she barely had enough strength left to stay awake. As she finally lost consciousness, her thoughts turned to Fel and Darth Tarek. The two of them had spoiled her moment of triumph. They would not get away with it. Thought of bloody revenge kept her warm as a full medical team arrived and took her into custody. She felt something prick her in the arm, and then finally, she let herself fall into darkness. But that darkness was not empty, it was filled with her dreams of vengeance. Tarek would answer for this. He would answer for what he had done to Fel. This is not over, my lord, she thought as she finally drifted off. I'll be coming for you now. I'll be back. Chapter 59. She was lost in darkness. That was how it felt to the girl. The shadow had embraced her, filling her veins with heat and emptiness. This could not be, she thought. She had given up her fear of the darkness years ago. She had embraced it with all its power. So why was it trying to swallow her up? Why was it trying to drown her? She struggled against it, trying to take in the power again, tried to remember who and what she was. Again it left her head spinning. Again she felt like she was being consumed, that nothing would be left if it didn't stop. A sob escaped her lips. It can't end this way. It can't. I still have so much to do. The shadow tightened its grip on her. It was almost painful now, squeezing her like a vice, or some jungle snake just waiting to devour her. She only just contained the whimper that tried to escape her throat. Her choices had become a garrote around her neck. Though it was both galling and shaming, she did something she had sworn long ago never to do. She cried out, "Help me, somebody! Help me!" The darkness did not care for her cries. It continued to try and crush her. It continued. This is not your end. The voice rose up around her. It was as cold as the void of space and just as pitiless. She tried to grasp it, to pull herself out of this morass, and find her way towards it. There was no need, it wanted to be heard. Your line will not end here, the voice proclaimed. You are the first step on a long journey. You will not end here, you cannot end here. Through the darkness, she thought she saw a cold blue light. She reached out to it through the force, trying to pull herself out of the void, trying to find her way to safety. She found herself drawn to it, the voice pulling her out of nothingness like it was a tether. For one brief moment she was able to see what it was, and who had spoken. An old man in a black hooded robe stood before a brazier. He whispered a Sith spell as he looked into the flames, his yellow eyes blazing beneath the shadow of his cowl. He did not look at the girl, he did not need to. From where he was, he could no doubt see everything. The Force had become his eyes. The dark side was merely a lens, a way to see all. Lord Avaryss, the old man murmured. The girl blinked. She knew that name. Rise. The girl was flung back, or maybe she was pulled. She gasped as the universe itself seemed to spin away from her, and carried her with it, picking up speed. Faster and faster she flew. It was too much, too much. She tried to cry out, and then everything stopped. The girl gasped as she emerged from the darkness. The return left her breathless. She lay gasping where she had landed. It took a few moments to reorient herself, to reorder her thoughts, and make sense of the world again. The girl blinked. What? She wondered. Where am I? She was lying face down on a long sandy beach. Behind her the waters of a large lake lapped gently against the shore. No waves moved across its dark surface. All was calm. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, while a group of small two-legged lizards watched her from an old log, chittered excitedly. The girl groaned and sat up. She no longer felt like was being crushed. The heat that had threatened to consume her had abated, leaving her feeling confused. She regarded the strange animals to her right, long-necked with short stubby arms and long tails for balance. Though no bigger than the phalanx, they possessed sharp beaks, beaks that seemed made for tearing flesh. The girl shuddered. Carrion eaters, she thought. Perhaps they had come to claim her body. Perhaps they thought she was dead. She hissed and shook her head. Sorry to disappoint you, grumbled at the beast. I'm not dead yet. She tried to stand only to be taken down by a sense of vertigo. The lizard things hooted and chittered excitedly, but made no move to attack. She glared at them, wishing she had a rock to throw. Pests. She looked around her, trying to figure out what had happened, and where she was. The sand beneath her was crimson dotted with smooth gray stones. The land around her looked both rocky and desolate. White fluffy clouds moved across the orange sky as the sun set in the distance. A peaceful world, she thought, but not too peaceful. She could sense the darkness here. Its power was muted, but it was here. She crawled to the lake. Her throat was dry, and it would feel nice to splash some cold water on her face, perhaps even slake her thirst. She went to scoop up a handful but stopped when her senses touched the water. Not safe, the Force seemed to scream. Not safe? She yanked her hand back quickly. Not safe? The lake appeared tranquil, but she could sense the power within. The water had an oily, venomous feeling. She stopped herself. She would not be drinking any of that water, she would. It was at that moment that she finally saw her reflection. The waters here were calm, and offered a mirror-like surface. She stifled a gasp. What in the Emperor's name? The face that stared back at her belonged to a ghost. It looked familiar, but was not the reflection she knew. The girl's skin was tanned and freckled. Her cheeks were pink with a healthy glow. Her eyes were blue and bright, sharp and daring. Not my face, the girl thought. That isn't me. She pursed her lips. A name came to them unbidden, a name that was more of a curse than anything else to her. Kira Lilas, she whispered. The girl's name had been Kira Lilas. But that made no sense. She had not been Kira Lilas for a very long time. She had given up that name, that face, long ago. Abandoning her past had been a part of her training. As she looked down into the water, saw Kira's face staring back at her, she grew angry. She snarled and slammed her fist down into the water again and again. The face disappeared in the ripples, becoming distorted, but still remained to taunt her. I'm not you, she hissed. You're dead. She crawled away from the water, wishing to be anywhere but there at that moment. Leave me alone, she spat morosely. Just leave me alone. One of the lizards bounded up to her and just barely avoided being kicked. The little animal jumped back and chittered angrily at her. The girl closed her eyes and took a shuddering breath. I'm not Kira Lilas, she murmured. I'm not. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes, willing her anger to rise. My name is Avaryss. I am a Sith. I chose to become a Sith. The Dark Council promised me a lordship of my own. Kira is gone. Kira is dead. She took a deep and cleansing breath. My name is Avaryss, and I will not be denied. Kira. Hearing that name was enough to make her snap her head around, ready to punish whoever dared intrude on her privacy, to see her in such a state of weakness. Finn Shadowstone stood a few feet away. Her dream friend was not wearing the garb of the Jedi. He was dressed simply in a pair of trousers and a brown leather vest. Seeing him so, it made the anger in her heart retreat. She felt only relief. She at last understood some of what was going on. I'm not really here, she realized, wherever here is. If Finn is here, that means only one thing. This is a dream, she thought. I'm dreaming. She took a shuddering breath and nodded. Hello, Finn, she said, managing a weak smile. It is good to see you again. The Jedi Padawan did not respond with words. He went to her side and offered her his hand. She took it and allowed him to help her back to her feet. She feared that the vertigo might take her again, but this time it did not. They walked together. He held her up, one hand on her arm, the other on the small of her back, steadying her. She was grateful for his help and felt stronger because of it. Interesting. Being in the presence of her old friend had a common effect on her. She could feel it, their mutual connection. She drew strength from it, strength that allowed her to stand up and not give in to the weakness that had bound her only a few moments ago. Are you okay? He asked. You look different. She sniffed indignantly. Is there something wrong with the way I look usually? The boy's eyes widened. No. Never. It is just. He managed a sheepish smile. You look nice. Avaryss looked down. The clothes she was wearing were familiar to her, or rather, to Kira. She shook her head. She would be wearing this, wouldn't she? The shirt was light green and cut just so to expose her midriff. The matching skirt was long, with the dark blue sash binding it at her waist. The outfit had been a gift from her mother, after she had noticed her eldest daughter staring at it during a trip to the village of Ord one day. For years Maya Lillis had tried to get her daughter to dress, well, more like a lady. As a child, Kira had always been a bit of tomboy. She had always preferred the company of her father and older brother to that of her mother and little sisters. Her taste in clothes had never been fancy. She had been perfectly content to wear her chore clothes, or the overalls that were the norm for farm kids on Ordana. Right before she turned 14, her mother had spotted her eyeing the outfit in a store window. Maya Lillis must have hoped that her little girl's tastes were finally changing, that she was finally taking an interest in being a lady. She had tried to be coy when she got the clothes for her birthday. She had acknowledged that the outfit was pretty but held her excitement in check. She had not wanted to seem, well, she was not sure what she had not wanted to seem, excited, eager even. Kira had never said it, but the outfit had intrigued her. Looking back, she had not had the figure yet to truly stand out wearing it. She had not developed enough yet, but she had liked it, wondered what it would be like to dress so. Her father had not been pleased, but that was because it was Kira wearing it. Premier would later wear something similar, and he did not blink an eye. Ander Lillis had been content for her to remain that way she was. Maybe he had known what her wearing such clothes would mean. He was not ready to face the fact that his little blossom had become a young woman. He had not. Stop it, the dark voice within growled. You've worked too hard to rid yourself of Kira and her weakness. Do not give up now. She took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, She had worked hard. She was not about to let Kira ruin it for her. Still, Finn seemed to like it. Maybe it was worth being seen like this. Maybe being Kira again for a short while would help her reach him. Their connection with the Force was strong, and it would likely grow stronger. She nodded. I can use that to my advantage. She gave him a shy smile, the kind that Kira might have worn if complimented. You think I look nice? The boy blushed. Was that the wrong thing to say? No, she said coyly. And I just nice to know that you're capable of noticing such a thing. I thought you Jedi denied your emotions. We tried to keep them in check, he replied. That is not the same thing. Oh, she said, trying to keep her voice as innocent as possible. Again she looked around. What is this place? It seems familiar to you. He nodded. This is Ambria, he informed her. This is where Master Jazz took me after Coruscant. He thought it a safe place to train and help me deal with, well, to deal with what had happened. Avaryss wrinkled her nose. It feels strange here. Ambria is different to say the least, he admitted. Both the light and the dark side have held sway here. A Sith sorcerer nearly destroyed it centuries ago, left the land tainted by some spell. The great Jedi Master Thrawn came here and did what he could to cleanse the darkness. He was never truly successful, but he was able to contain it. In the lake, Avaryss said. Yes, he answered, in the lake. Now she knew why the water had felt so familiar, so menacing, though why she had not been able to revel in that power, to bask in it, was beyond her. Was she still not part of the darkness? This place is neutral territory, I suppose, he informed her. Both the light and the dark have power here, so it is a place of sanctuary for either Jedi or Sith. And Master Jazz brought you here, she was puzzled. Wasn't he worried about you? Was he not afraid you might choose to step towards the darkness? He was, Finn replied, but he also knew what I needed. I was so angry after the sack, he thought that this place would help. I was not the first Jedi student to come here with doubts. In the old days they would journey here to Master Thrawn. He would help them. Finn smiled slightly. Thrawn trained many Jedi here. He trained Nomi Sunrider on the banks of this very lake. She would one day rise to the rank of Jedi Grand Master. Avaryss did not know who that was, but did not need to. A hero to the Jedi was an enemy to her. Hearing Finn talk about Jedi history reminded her of just how different they were. The two of them were truly from different worlds. His heroes were the villains in the story she had heard, and hers were no doubt the same for him. They should have had nothing in common. They should have been enemies in the purest sense of the word, but the connection between them was strong. We are two sides of the same coin, she thought, light and dark, man and woman. It was amazing that they could tolerate each other, much less feel comfortable together, and yet, there it was. Finn, he felt good. She felt better just being close to him. Speaking of which, she smiled. I can feel your touch, she said. He stopped mid-step. He looked down at his hands. You're right, he said. I can feel you. Your skin, it is soft. He did not quite pull away, but his hand fell away from her back. The touch on her arm lessened. She felt a surge of disappointment. We're dreaming, right? He said, sounding confused. How is this even possible? We have always had a connection, Finn, she reminded him. Even when we did not understand what that meant, it was there. She smiled. We might even be able to do this when we are awake one day. Such a connection might seem impossible, but not for us. Not if we continue to grow in the Force. Her smile brightened. It is strange, isn't it? This bond of ours, I've only heard of family having such strong connections. Twins have been known to have it, but even they. She felt a slight shift. The mention of twins made him step back. She was confused for a moment, but only a moment. Finn took his hands away. The two of them still stood on the shore of that lake, but it seemed that a wall had gone up between them. Damn it, she thought. Why did she have to mention twins? What? She demanded. Did I say something wrong? Finn sighed. I was with Master Jazz when he felt it, Finn said coolly. When his brother died, he sensed it. I see, she said, feeling defensive. I take it that means that Master Jazz knew what his brother was up to. Yes. He had his suspicions, Finn admitted. He only told me when he sensed his brother's end, which is when he told me everything about what was happening and about what you told him. You said what you would do if you found the person behind the attacks on your people first. I warned him, she admitted. She looked into her old friend's eyes, not liking what she saw there. He will never understand, the darkness whispered. There is no point in even trying to make him understand. And yet, she wanted to try. She had to try. I will not apologize for doing my duty, Finn. So you admit it, he said. She nodded. So you killed Master Sai. Was I there when he was killed? Yes. Did I swing the blade that killed him? No. She sighed. I will not lose any sleep over his end, she said coolly, and nor should you and Master Jazz. I'm sorry that your master had to lose his brother, but for the good of my people, I did it. She gave him a defiant look. As I said, I will not apologize for doing my duty, for defending my people. You could have done something else, he said. What else could I have done? You could have reached out to me. I would have informed Master Jazz. We would have done something, ended this without the need for any killing. She shook her head. Finn might have been strong and handsome, but he was also being very naive at that moment. You do acknowledge what Saidar Ben was doing, yes. The man was trying to destabilize the Empire. His plots caused many deaths. She pursed her lips. The man was violating the Treaty of Coruscant. He was a terrorist to us, and a traitor to your people. What kind of justice would the Jedi have given him for that? How would they punish him for trying to destroy my people? He would have been taken before the council, and before the courts. He would have answered for what he had done. Do you truly believe that? I do, and we would have. Let us focus on what might have happened, she said, cutting him off. Let's say that I contacted you. Let's say that you and your master managed to subdue his brother. How would the Jedi Council have responded to his actions? Finn fell silent. She could feel him thinking, feel his emotions churning. There was no easy answer to her question. Now let us ask how the Republic would have responded. How would your courts view his actions? Would he have been punished, or would the powers that be decide that anyone working to ensure the weakening of the Sith Empire was too valuable to punish? Republic SIS was helping him. I saw their soldiers defending him. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. What if Saidar Ben had managed to talk his way out of what had happened? What if he convinced your Republic Senate to not only condone his actions, but to aid him in rebuilding? By himself, your master's brother was a threat. With full Republic backing, he would have been even more so. She shook her head. I was not about to let that terrorist talk his way out of his punishment. She smiled slyly. Saidar Ben died a cowering animal. He cared nothing for your order, or your Republic. All he wanted was to be a hero. He wanted to be a figure of legend. Tell me, Finn, is that truly the Jedi way? Her friend looked at her. She could sense the coldness radiating off him now. The two of them had never quarreled before, not until this moment. She could feel his emotions, his anger at what she had done. Yet, at the same time he was shaken. He was not so blinded by his loyalty that he did not see that she had made some good points. Saidar Ben was her enemy. She made no excuses for destroying an enemy. He had stood in her way and needed to be removed. The fact that she had won over Zen to her side had been just icing on the cake. She said nothing of Zen lure. She did not wish to confuse the matter further. Would Finn understand his old friend's dark desires? Would he understand why she chose to switch sides? Did it really matter? He sighed and shook his head. You could have done something else, he said. You did not simply have to execute everyone. She shrugged. Would you have done any different? If you discovered a group of Sith within your Republic working to destabilize the government, trying to cause a civil war, how would you respond to that? Would you have proceeded cautiously, Or would you have done what needed to be done? I would have stopped them, he admitted. And what if you had known that they were friends of mine? What if they had been close to me? Would you still have done your duty? His eyes narrowed. I wouldn't have liked it, but you still would have acted, she said, finishing his sentence. She smiled. Doing one's duty is never easy, but it must be done. For what it is worth, Master Jazz has my sympathies. I know what it is like to lose family. Even when they are not worthy of the name, family is still family. She shook her head. I respect your master, and I hope that he understands. His brother was unworthy of him, and he was unworthy of you, and of your order. Finn's hands were clenched into fists. She could feel his emotions. He is not a fool. He knows that I'm right. I've never lied to him, and we have never lied to each other. The truth of this matter is inconvenient, but it is still the truth. Saidarbin had to go. She made no apologizes for that. He looked about to turn away from her. She did not want that. She reached out and put her hand on his arm. She could feel the cord and muscle there, the smoothness of his sun-warmed skin. The sensation stirred her blood. It made her body warm. Stop, he murmured. Why? She asked. Because we can't. She smiled. All I did was touch your arm. It means more than that, and you know it. Does it? She purred. What exactly does it mean? He shook his head. He would not say it, but he desired to touch her as much as she desired to touch him. She had not felt like this in a long time. The lover she had had in the last year had never made her feel like this. She and Finn had never been intimate, but it had been like this with Fel once. Thinking of her former love filled her with sorrow. She should have been heartbroken, but she was not. Her heart was intact, and the reason why was standing in front of her. It had always been here. She had just never realized until now. I've hurt you, she said. I've hurt us. He gave her a pained look. I think we have other things to worry about right now, don't you? She nodded. Tarek, she said, is that who you mean? Finn nodded. That is the monster's name? Yes. How do you know him? He is my master's rival, and now he is my enemy. Why? Finn asked. Did he hurt you? He took something that I desired and he profaned it. That act was bad enough, but he has also destroyed an imperial world. He is going to answer for it. I will make sure that he answers for it. I see, her old friend said. He destroyed a world in the Republic too. Then he sent a message to the Senate, informing both him and the Order that he had found a way to make the Force his. That he had found a way to decide who is worthy of his power and who is not. How will your council respond? I'm not sure yet, he shrugged, but there must be one. If this man can pick and choose who can feel the Force and who can't. Avaryss nodded. That was too much power, especially in the hands of a demented lunatic like Tarek. Perhaps I can help, she offered. How? He asked. She grinned. You might be surprised. I don't know. I think you are capable of some pretty amazing things. Her eyes lit up. Really? He blushed and looked away. Forget I said anything. She laughed. Is this how a great Jedi talks to a woman? Finn coughed and laughed nervously. No, this is me, making a complete and utter mess out of trying to talk to a woman. I don't know, she said innocently. You seem to be doing an okay job to me. He met her gaze. He was blushing. It was kind of cute. Really? He asked. She nodded. Really? It was in that moment that she realized that she was tired of waiting, tired of pretending that this was just a dream. It was more, she knew it was. She wanted to see just how much more it was. She leaned and pressing her hands to his chest. His eyes widened. Kira, what are you? He did not get a chance to finish. He lips met his. The kiss was chaste, the barest of touches, but in that moment she felt what could be, the fire and the heat. She was afraid he was going to back away, that he was going to reject her. Please don't, she wanted to say. Please? Despite his nervousness, he did not back away. The warrior in him came out, she supposed. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her to him. Their lips met, bathing them both in a sweet heat, and heat that reverberated through the force. He tried to pull his hands away, but she used her own, first to hold them, then to guide them over her body. When the kiss broke, they were both panting. He smiled. She responded with yet another gentle kiss, one that he returned passionately. "Yes," she murmured. "Yes." This wasn't real, she knew, but that did not matter. It felt real enough in that moment. His hands slid over her body, as her fingers undone the buttons on his vest. "I can't," he whimpered. "I shouldn't." She kissed him again, moving his right hand up her thigh. "You can," she said in a husky voice. "I want you to." The world spun away. Avaryss was ripped from his arms. She heard Finn call out. He called out to Kira. "No." Avaryss opened her eyes. Her breath came in excited gasps. Distantly she could hear a heart monitor beeping. She shook her head. What was that? She wondered. What the hell just happened? "Can you hear me, Apprentice?" The voice came over a loudspeaker. It was both cold and cruel. The young Sith looked around quickly. The chamber that she was in was both white and seamless. She was strapped to a medical table, wearing nothing but a hospital wrap. The memory of Finn's touch still burned in her mind, that in the sense of both disappointment and anger. Damn it, she thought. Damn it to the darkest pit of hell. Why now? Why did they have to bring her back now? She and Finn had just been about to get down to business. Damn them all. Apprentice. What? She spat. You should try to relax. The voice over the loudspeaker was not her master, but she could hear the same condescending tones. She took a shuddering breath. It did little to push back the anger. There was a single man in the room with her. He was dressed all in white, wearing a full biohazard suit. What is going on? She asked. Why am I here? You have been exposed to what we have come to know as the Finalizing, the voice over the loudspeaker informed her. The man before you is Dr. Kaas. He is going to be taking a blood sample. It should only take a moment. Avaryss' eyes widened. The Finalizing. That is what Fel injected her with. She remembered what the Dark Council told her about Fittin, what the disease that had been unleashed there did. Am I unwell? She asked. That is what we are trying to determine, Apprentice. A new voice this time, a woman's voice. It was far warmer than the one who had first addressed her, and it was familiar. While you were unconscious, we performed several tests. Another new voice. This one sounded strange, like he was speaking through a vocoder. Avaryss smiled. She thought she knew who she was dealing with now. Who else would the Sith have trusted to research this virus? What have your tests discovered? She asked. So far your blood work has come back normal, my dear, the woman answered. Though the virus is in your bloodstream, we are seeing no signs of mutation. Which is something we have not seen in other victims of this sickness, the mechanical voice said. You appear to be a bit of an anomaly, child, the first voice said again. We must examine you further. She sneered at that idea. Just go speak with Darth Tarek, she informed them. His apprentice was the one that exposed me. I'm sure he had many of the answers to your questions. He is already being sought, the woman's voice informed her. In the meantime, we must test your connection to the Force. Other Sith exposed to this virus lost their connection to it. Indeed, the first voice said again. Tell us, girl, can you sense the Force at all? Are you deadened to his call? Avaryss rolled her eyes. She was finally out of patience. Tarek was out there somewhere, and they wanted her to perform Force tricks for them. Fine. She would show them a trick. She could have simply disengaged the manacles holding her to the table, but she was feeling a bit more theatrical. She reached out with the Force and caused them to twist and shatter. She leapt off the table and stood glaring up at the man in the hazard suit. She smiled. Sorry, friend, she thought. You just got chosen to be my lab animal. She grabbed by the throat with the Force. lifted him several inches off the floor. She could not hold it for long, but she did not need to. She slammed him down hard, face first. The faceplate of his helmet shattered. His nose exploded as it struck the hard white floor. She dragged the man to her, leaving a bloody smear across the sterile floor. She brought the man to a stop at her feet. She was tempted to order him to kiss them, to show the three watching her that she was not some weak-willed child that they could toy with it. "As you can see, I've not lost my connection to the Force," she called out. The doctor lay at her feet whimpering in both pain and fear. "I've passed your bloody test," she growled, still feeling frustrated about the thing with Finn, what they had denied her. "I need to speak with someone on the council, preferably Darth Mar." There was no answer. "Now," she spat. The door to the chamber opened. The three who she had been speaking with stood before her. The one on the left was a large dark-skinned cyborg. He might have been human once, but that was clearly a long time ago. The woman on the right was blonde, pretty, with bright blue eyes and a gentle smile. An illusion, Avaryss realized she knew what the woman really was. She could sense the glamour she was using to appear young. Avaryss was not impressed. The man in the middle was the one who truly mattered. He was not only a Dark Lord, but head of the Pyramid of Knowledge. He was one of the guardians of Sith wisdom and tradition. Avaryss bowed slightly. "Darth Thanaton," she said in greeting. "Apprentice Avaryss," the man said, returning her nod. "I'm sure you remember my associates Lord Scotia and Lord Zash." Avaryss nodded. She knew their names, of course. She had actually done some research work for Zash during her student time on Korriban, while she had been enjoying the patronage of Overseer Harkin. She was not surprised to see that these three had gotten involved in this. The leader of the Pyramid of Knowledge motioned for her to follow. His lieutenants fell and stepped behind him. "This way, Apprentice," he said, completely ignoring the whimpering doctor laying on the floor. "We have matters to discuss." Chapter 60. Darth Thanaton led the way. The Dark Lord said nothing to Avaryss as they made their way down the long corridors of the Sith Citadel. Scotia followed behind them, his eyes, both organic and synthetic, never leaving Avaryss back. Lord Zash walked beside her. The old sorceress had an amused expression on her face. The young Sith frowned. She saw nothing here that was even remotely amusing. Being here in such a state, and in such company, left her feeling uneasy. They had not returned her lightsaber to her, and with the exception of having a servant droid offer her a robe to protect her modesty, they had said nothing of what had been happening since she had been brought here. She was not even sure how long she had been here for. She had been to the Citadel many times since her master had first brought her here to Dromund Kaas. Normally, the hallways were a flurry of activity. This tower was the nerve center for the Empire, yet the halls that they were going down were empty. Not even a droid crossed their path. "What is going on?" Avaryss whispered to Zash. "Where's everyone?" The other woman smiled. "Just a precaution, my dear. The Fidden virus is quite aggressive. The Dark Council thought it prudent to isolate you, just in case Lord Thanaton was wrong about the conclusions he has made." "And what conclusions are those?" Avaryss asked. It was not Zash that answered, but Thanaton himself. He did not sound pleased. "The Council does not wish to cause a panic. Word about Fidden is starting to get out, even more so since Lord Tarek made his grand announcement." The Dark Lord turned to her. "He mentioned your name specifically in that announcement, claiming you were the proof that his work was not only viable, but the reason that we should all flock to his banner." Thanaton leaned in closer. It was all Avaryss could do to resist the urge to step back. "Tell me, girl, why would he do that?" She stood before him, defiantly. "Tarek's apprentice injected me with something during our fight at the estate," she replied. "I didn't know what it was, but it felt like someone had planted a star in my chest." She glared. "I didn't know what was going on when I came home. In truth, I still don't. Perhaps you would care to enlighten me." The Dark Lord gave her an icy smile. "When you were first taken into custody, your blood was swimming with the strain of the Fidden virus. We isolated you as fast as we could, quarantined the survivors, But even then we suspected that it was too late. The virus destroyed our forces on Fidden within a matter of days. And yet, I do not feel sick. Avaryss informed him. When the council informed me of this virus, they said it destroyed the force connection of any Sith that had been infected, yet my powers remain. How is that possible? Because the strain you were infected with was not meant to make you ill, Zash said quickly. Thanet nodded. Tarek wanted to make an example of you, he said. We have kept you sedated here for the last 6 days. We have performed multiple tests, both through the Force and by scientific means. Hours after your infection, your body's functions seem to have returned to normal. Further tests revealed that what you were injected with has strengthened your body, making it resistant to the strain that was released on Fidden. Really? Avaryss said, a hint of surprise in her voice. How were you able to test that? Blood samples taken from you were exposed to the original virus. A body recovered from Fidden, but kept in extreme isolation provided the sample we needed. When exposed, your blood did not mutate. In fact, the virus died within a matter of minutes, unable to interact with the cells. Thanet smiled. Zash says you are intelligent. What is your conclusion, Apprentice? What did Darth Tarek's servant inject you with? She really did not need to guess. The answer was fairly obvious, considering Lord Thanet's explanation. Faye, Lord Tarek's apprentice told me what he injected into me would not hurt me, despite the pain it caused. Avaryss nodded. It was not the disease he injected into me. It was some kind of vaccine, wasn't it? The Dark Lord nodded. Bravo, Apprentice, he said, smirking. Bravo. Avaryss smirked. Oh, Tarek. What are you up to? We needed to make sure that we were correct, Scotia added, the metallic ring of his voice echoing off the deserted halls. Test subjects were placed in your examination chamber to see if airborne infection was possible. We then exposed them to your blood. All tests came back negative, Zash said merrily. It seems that you have been made immune to the virus, child, Thanet added. Now we have to decide what to do with you. With me? Avaryss blinked. Yes, Scotia hissed, you have the secret of Tarek's weapon in your blood. We contemplated your dissection, brain matter, organ tissue, bone marrow. Any of them could have yielded the means of protecting the Order from what Tarek has created. Avaryss winced. Scotia's words reminded just how much a single life was worth in the Order. Still, she drew breath. Why am I still alive? Any attempt we made to extract the vaccine from your body destroyed it. Thanet said, Lord Tarek has once again proved his brilliance in the field of viral weaponry. Killing you would have yielded nothing. Avaryss almost laughed. Tarek did have a unique sense of humor. He since failed to burn the Feer estate, yet he has him give Avaryss the means to survive his little plague. Interesting. She remembered Fel's program speech about her having potential. Did Tarek think to shame Lord Feer by having her join him? Had he thought showing her Fel in such a state would have prompted her to join him? If he had, he was greatly mistaken. What Tarek had done to Fel had guaranteed only one thing. He had stolen Fel from her, their chance to be reunited properly. She hated him for that. She would kill him for that. No, killing him was too small a word. She wanted to punish him. She would tear him apart. She would pull out his cybernetics, bolt by bolt, and circuit by circuit. She would make him beg, but those pleas would fall on deaf ears. She would keep him alive long enough, just long enough. The last sight that Darth Tarek would see would be her tearing his heart out of his chest and beginning to eat it. The light would fade from his eyes as she stood before him smiling, her teeth and lips red with his life blood. And even that seemed too good for the Dark Lord. Even that vengeance did not seem to be enough. Avaryss smiled. She would need to give it some thought. Death is too good for the Hutt spawn. She would need to come up with something more delicious. She gave Darth Thanet and his underlings a sly look. Where's Tarek? She asked. I feel the need to thank him for his lovely gift. That is an excellent question, Apprentice, Thanet said. At the moment we do not know. That did surprise her. I thought he was under house arrest. We thought so too. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Then how can we not know where he is? The Dark Lord's eyes turned cold. Do not forget your place, girl, he reminded her. I'm a Darth of the Sith Empire. You have no right to demand answers from me. My apologies, my lord, she said quickly. I was merely wondering how Tarek could have escaped the might of our empire. For a moment it seemed that the Lord was not going to let it go, that he was going to punish her for her insolence, but then he relented. After the attack on the Feer estate, a team was sent to take Lord Tarek into custody. He invited them in, everything seemed normal. That is when they were attacked, Zash offered. Yes, Thanaton said, glaring at his underling. What the council thought was Tarek was actually some alchemical creature, probably grown from his cells. The creature killed the whole team. It died shortly after, but by then it was clear that we had been tricked. Tarek has not been on Dromund Kaas for days, possibly months. Avaryss considered that. Her hatred for the Dark Lord only grew. How long had he had Fel's body? How long had he kept it hidden, working on it, changing it, implanting cybernetic devices? She did her best to keep her calm. She wanted to get back to her fury, to hunt the mad cyborg wherever he had gone. But she couldn't. She needed to be smart about this. You said Tarek sent some kind of announcement. Indeed, Thanaton said. It was broadcast galaxy-wide. Both the Empire and Republic heard it. What does he want? She asked. The Force itself, apparently, Zash answered. The fool claims to have moved beyond being Jedi or Sith, Scotia said. He has claimed dominion over the Force itself. He says that any that oppose him will have the Force stripped from them, and that those that follow him will be granted a stronger connection to it. He has commanded that both Jedi and Sith assemble, and swear allegiance to the will of Tarek, the guiding hand of the Force itself. Does he honestly believe that is going to work? Avaryss asked. It's insane. Insane or not, his virus has the capability to do what he says. All the Sith exposed to it on Finland lost their connection. If it is a threat, then it is one he is capable of carrying out. Avaryss nodded. She was thinking about was the Force meant, both to the Jedi and Sith. She thought of Sidar Ben and his fanatics. How many more Jedi were like that? How many more taking bombs were hiding in the Order? How many would follow Tarek just to keep their powers? How many Sith would join him? Has the Emperor been told of this nightmare? He must emerge from seclusion. He might lead us against this threat. The look on the three lords' faces told her all she needed to know. The Emperor remained silent. He was not going to answer this threat. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. What good was an Emperor that did not rule? I suspect that the Council is organizing a response, but they are probably not sure who to trust, Avaryss said, nodding. How many fools would follow Tarek? If the Emperor did not stir himself from his seclusion? Are we going to strike back? That is up to the Council, Thanaton said. I want in, she said. Scotia snorted. You are not going anywhere. Girl, the means to protect us from Tarek's virus is inside you. Yes, it is, she said, and that is the best reason that I should be the tip of the blade that we point at that mad fool's throat. She looked at all three of them. My loyalty is to the Empire, first and foremost. I will not rest until Tarek lays broken at the Emperor's feet. Send word to the Council, to my master. I'm sure that they will grant this request. She once again turned to Thanaton alone. He was the senior Sith. I can do this, my lord. Grant me the chance. Yes, give her the chance. A familiar and cold voice rang out. Lady Sinestra had appeared out of nowhere. She strode towards the four of them. Her eyes were cold and imperious. Give her a chance to go running to her new master. I'm sure that Tarek will welcome her. My lady, Avaryss said, bowing, forgive me for saying so, but you do not know what you are talking about. Lord Feer's wife stopped before them, her hand on the lightsaber hilt on her belt. Lady Feer, Thanaton said, nodding and greeting. You were advised to remain in quarantine with the others. An unnecessary quarantine, she spat back. Tarek would never have threatened this one. not after everything she has given him. You don't know what you are talking about, Avaryss hissed, wishing she had her own blade. If Sinestra Feer attacked her. I've seen the recordings of the attack. The lady said, Tarek's creature, the beast he sent to burn my home, was this one's toy back on Korriban. Tarek brought him back to please her, to reward her for her loyal service. Lies. Avaryss snarled. She has been part of Tarek's schemes from the beginning. She has sought nothing but the death of my family. She wants to kill us all. She wants to kill my son. She wants to kill me. Avaryss had heard enough. She leapt away from the group, but not before she used the Force to yank Zash's lightsaber from her belt. She caught the blade and ignited it. Before the lady could respond, she lunged forward, the crimson light illuminating Sinestra Feer's features. Which? Avaryss shrieked, swinging her blade down in a wicked arc. Somehow the lady managed to get her blade up in time. The two weapons met with an evil hiss. Avaryss snarled as she tried to bring her blade down on her enemy. Lady Feer struggled. She was clearly not used to lightsaber combat anymore. Avaryss grinned. She felt the dark side surging inside of her. I never betrayed our house, she hissed. I played the good apprentice. I truly did. Stop this, she heard Thanadin shout. Both of you stop. Avaryss and Sinestra did not obey. This fight had been a long time coming. Avaryss had put up with the woman's slights long enough. She would hear no more of her lies and slander. She would no longer tolerate the woman's son. She would never again ignore his perverted glances. She was sick of it. She was sick of all of them. Avaryss leaned in closer, as Sinestra Feer was forced to her knees, only just able to hold the blade back. Avaryss felt triumphant. She felt justified and hungry for blood. Only a little more, she thought. Just a little farther. I am going to kill you, milady, she confessed, and I am going to kill your rodent of a son. No, Sinestra Feer hissed. Avaryss could feel the fear in her, see it in her eyes. It was delicious. Your house is mine, Avaryss said as the blade got closer to the lady's shoulder. The fabric of her robes began to burn from the merest touch of the blade. A single tear ran down the lady's cheeks. Glorious. Wonderful. I will rule all, Avaryss promised her. I am the rightful ruler of our house, she purred. I am, Avaryss. I am. The young Sith blinked. She sensed a new presence, a presence she had not sensed since. Master. The Force lifted Avaryss up and away, and scooped her up as she was nothing. She struck the wall so hard she saw stars explode across her field of vision. She hissed with barely restrained fury. Damn it. Damn it to hell. Through the red haze of her fury, she saw Darth Feer standing before her. At his side stood Darth Mar and Darth Vengeance. They were all watching her, these high lords of the Empire. Her master had her at his mercy. What happened next was up to him. She did not struggle. There was no point. Zash reached out and retrieved her lightsaber through the Force. Fear stood before her like some warrior god, his eyes cold and pitiless. Mar and the other counselors said nothing. This had nothing to do with them. Thanadin and his fellows would do nothing. This was not their fight. Avaryss glared at Lord Feer, her lord and tormentor. Her master's eyes were as cold and dead as space. You forget your place, apprentice, he growled. Sinestra staggered to her feet. Kill her husband, she shouted, the witch wants all us dead. She betrayed us to Tarek. Strike her down and protect our family. Sinestra smiled triumphantly. Kill her husband. Kill her now. Avaryss looked at Darth Feer. Pleading for her life would not help, and if she did, she would lose the respect of every lord here. She would not be able to show her face in the Empire again, not as a Sith Lord anyway. Mar watched her. She could not feel his emotions. She felt nothing except curiosity. What do you have to say, apprentice? Lord Feer demanded. What do you have to say to me? Avaryss glared at him. There were so many things she wanted to say. I loathe your wife. I despise your son. I will destroy you for what you did to my family. I will turn your dreams to ash. I hate you. Those 3 words echoed over and over through her blackened soul. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. The dark side flowed through her like oily venom. It was a fire in her blood. She wanted to lash out, to destroy anyone and everyone. She wanted to kill everyone in this room. Her eyes blazed with crimson fire. In that one brief moment, she was not here. She was standing on some distant rocky shore. Great rivers of lava flowed around her. Words of rage and fury were echoing in her ears. I hate you. I hate you. Avaryss shuddered. The fury passed. It turned into dark cold rage. Rage would not save her. It would not give her what she wanted. Only one thing would do that. Only one act could save her and give her the chance to continue on. She took a shuddering breath. Submit, only that would give her what she wanted. Submission? There would be another time, a better time. She bowed her head, and in that moment she hated herself as much as she hated everyone else in this room. Submission? Damn it. What is thy bidding, my master? She said it loud enough so that they could all hear. Darth Feer approached. He was at least going to let her keep a shred of her dignity. Is that the only thing you want to say, my child? He whispered. Is that the only thing you want to say to me, daughter? She swallowed hard. Damn him. She met his gaze, feeling like a traitor. I'm sorry, she said. Forgive me, father. Darth Feer did something then that she would not have expected. He smiled and whispered in her ear. Your time is not yet here, daughter. Be patient. He gestured, releasing her. She fell to the floor and to her knees. She bowed in submission to her master. You are mine, he asked, loud enough so that all could hear him. I am yours, she promised. Body and soul. Yes, master, she said with a shuddering breath. Body and soul. Feer nodded and stepped back. Rise, my apprentice. She did as she had been ordered, and hated herself even more. She took her place at his side, bowing her head in submission. He did it again, she thought. He broke me, humiliated me. But this did not feel the same as it had on Korriban. Her confidence was not broken, it had simply fallen back. It was waiting. Now was not her time, not yet. But it would come. Eventually. Feer turned to his fellow lords. Lady Sinestra glared at her, but would not challenge her husband in front of so many powerful lords. Feer smiled. Forgive my apprentice, my lords, she has been through much. Feer's expression turned hungry. Now, my friends. His eyes flashed with excitement. It is time to go to war.